volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. As a volunteer, you deliver a hot, nutritious meal and a friendly hello to someone just like your mother, grandfather, or next door neighbor. These seniors are inspiring people with incredible stories to share, and they love to see you. The smiles you get back are priceless. Delivering with Meals on Wheels is easy, and you don't have to drive like me for it to be quick. You can volunteer your lunch break once a week or just once a month. With 1 in 6 seniors facing hunger and many more living in isolation, your lunch break can make a real difference. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Okay, Simon, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. And what do people normally wear?
Clothes.
Exactly. So now mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Clothes keep us warm, they look good, and if we go out without them, the neighbors will talk. So it's important to know how to get dressed. Here's how it's done. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. If you're wearing a tie, it goes over, round, through, and pull tight. Tuck your shirt into your pants and zip up your fly. Socks going first, then shoes right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears.
I love bunnies.
Good to know. Now remember, spots don't go with stripes, socks don't go with sandals, and if you've tucked in your shirt, wear a belt. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
So you see, son, good manners are very, very important. Someday, many years from now, when you're a grown-up, you'll be a man. And when you are, you should be a gentleman. Do you want me to go through it one more time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open for ladies. If a door's shut, then knock first. Don't burp, don't swear, don't speak with your mouth full, don't reach across people's plates, keep your elbows off the table.
What table?
And don't interrupt. While we're at it, don't stare, don't use foul language, don't call people names, but do remember people's names. Always share your toys, play nice, and cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. On the bus, give up your seat to anyone who has trouble standing. Bottom line, treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
Hey, there he is. How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand or what?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you okay?
I'm having a stroke.
Your face looks weird too.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you having a seizure or something?
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear.
I'm having a stroke.
You just need to know the sudden signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T, F, face drooping, A, arm weakness, or S, speech difficulty, then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment, and that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the sudden signs: face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
We do this every single year. This is Jabba's first live coverage of the NFL draft party we do here at the Worldwide Sports Radio Network, as we do this every single year, as we're going to go through the draft. We're going to go the ins and the outs for the New York Jets, Giants, and some of the best teams right now in the NFL. Where do they go? Where do they not go? As Shedeur Sanders is rumored to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and much, much more, as this is our draft party at Job in the Mouth. Going to give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I Saquon Barkley at this point. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really? Let's do it.
You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth.
Six 672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Daryl Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, and the speedster, Speedy Petey. Go to www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our draft party. We do this every single year. It is absolutely crazy. And if you haven't checked this out, if you don't want to watch ESPN or NFL Network or any of those crazy draft parties, well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a show to tune into. If you want to have some fun, we're going to have some jokes, talk a little bit about football. Actually, we'll talk a lot about football. We'll go through the ins and the outs of the NFL season and what happened in the NFL season and what are these teams and what should these teams do in this year's draft. Where do the Chiefs go? Do they go after a wide receiver like they did last year in Xavier Worthy? Do they go somewhere else? Maybe they go after running back. We've seen that before. Andy Reid draft a running back in the first round. Do they go offense? Do they go defense? I know they lost a couple of offensive linemen this offseason, so maybe they go that route. Maybe they're interior, they're outside. But Jabba, how are you?
Good. We had a gloomy, rainy, thundery.
What is up with Nebraska, by the way? It's hot. It's smothering hot. And then there's it's snowing. It's cold. It's like 40 to 30 degrees. And then it goes all the way out to 75, 80. Your weather is as weird as any weather in the United States. It's absolutely terrible.
Yeah, and you can't like put anything away because it'll be 85 one day and then like it's like I have my house shoes on right now. It's like 54 degrees. Yeah, it's you just never know here. It's one of those states where it just kind of...
You can bring in fish. How many times do I have to tell you? When I do this, it means fish. What is wrong with our producer? Is his head so far up his ass? I mean, seriously, I am starting to worry about this kid right here. Maybe it's the Knicks hat because they're not worthy. I've watched enough basketball this season to smell just absolutely terrible basketball. And I'm starting to smell that this team is going to fall down in flames. And Tom Thibodeau is going to be looking for a new job because the Knicks cannot hold a lead. They don't play defense. And this Detroit Piston team, they play hard-nosed basketball, and the Knicks have had problems all season against the Detroit Pistons, the Boston Celtics, and the Cleveland Cavaliers. As a matter of fact, all three teams have kicked the you-know-what out of them. They're actually, all those teams are undefeated against the Knicks all season long. So if you're a Knicks fan, you can't expect that this series is going to be fun. I had the Knicks to win in 5. I don't see the Knicks winning in 5. I think this series goes 7. And it's just absolutely disgraceful. I don't even know if I even want to speak about it. I will say this. I before we get into the NFL, I'll explain who we're going to have on the show at 8 o'clock. And we have 3 guests tonight at 8 o'clock. I'll get into it in just 1 second. I have a statistic, if you're a Yankee fan, which is pretty incredible. The Yankees, I told you the Barry Bonds statistic. If I actually, did I take a picture of it? I lost it. I don't know what happened to it. I thought I had it. I took a picture today on statistics about Aaron Judge today, which is even more incredible than I thought the Barry Bonds story was. So if I could find it, I'll post it up and I'll talk about it. But he's on a tear right now. We've never seen a Yankee have. And the last Yankee we've seen have a tear like this was in, if I'm not mistaken, it was in 2008 or 2009 when Alex Rodriguez did it. So, and Alex Rodriguez didn't do it anywhere close to as good as far as slugging percentage and RBIs and what Aaron Judge has done in the last 143 regular season games. It's Barry Bonds-esque. Actually, it was the Barry Bonds. You know what, Fish? I actually was talking about this with you, and that's why I never mentioned it. So I didn't mention to all the guys, so I'll do it right now to get over. So think about this. Right now, the tear that Aaron Judge is on is Barry Bonds-esque. Look at these numbers. In the last 143 games, Aaron Judge is compared to the 2002 season Barry Bonds have, one of the greatest seasons in Major League history, okay? Barry Bonds hit 370. In the last 143 games, Aaron Judge has hit 360. Barry Bonds hit 46 home runs in 143 games in 2002 to Aaron Judge's 58. 148 RBIs by Aaron Judge with 143 games in this year. Over the last 143 games to Barry Bonds 110. 247 WRC for Aaron Judge to Barry Bonds 244, and then F-WAR 12.4 for Aaron Judge to 12.8 for Barry Bonds. So right now, Aaron Judge is on a tear where it's comparable, crazy to say this, to arguably the greatest baseball player to ever play the game in Barry Bonds. It's incredible. I was talking to Fish about this, Jabba. He is on an absolute tear right now, and the guy he goes on these tears, and we've seen at the tail end of the season, you worry about him because they go into the playoffs and he can't hit in the playoffs. He hasn't hit in the playoffs. But I could say the same about Alex Rodriguez his whole career until 2009. So hopefully we see a huge difference this year if the Yankees make the playoffs, which they should in the American League East. But it's an incredible, incredible run for the great Aaron Judge.
I don't know. Speaking of stats, I don't know if you guys have seen this because I don't think you guys are huge A's fans. Jacob Wilson has not walked all season and has not seen a 3-ball count. And he's only swung and missed 14 times. And he's hitting 373.
It's incredible.
Playing
That's
good
a
defense
joke.
too, I've heard.
What?
Playing good defense too, it's short.
Yeah, well, shit. Look who his dad is. Of course he will.
It's fun to watch. This is a great time for, I think, sports. We said this. We've been saying this over the last couple of weeks. And with the MLB here, and we're 25 games in, the Mets are playing great baseball right now. It's incredible what the Mets are doing right now. And it's not because of Juan Soto. You sit here today, you're not going to give Juan Soto any of the credit. It's been Pete Alonso. He's on a tear right now. You have Lindor getting hot at the right time. And the Mets pitching with all the losses. They have Montas. He's out for the season. And then obviously Manaea, he's out for a significant amount of time. He should be back in about a month. But they're getting great pitching from Senga and then obviously Peterson. And they've been on a tear. And they're hitting the ball. And they're getting timely hitting. They swept the Philadelphia Phillies, one of the best teams in the National League, one of the highly profile teams in the National League, who a lot of people think are going to be favorites of winning the World Series this year. So it's incredible. It's a great run for the New York Mets, but it's still early, guys. Met fans are they're so excited. This is the greatest time for New York Mets baseball. But remember, we've seen this before. The Yankees were on an absolute tear in the beginning of the season, and then as the season progressed, they started falling off. They didn't get enough pitching. Their bullpen got tired. Right now, the Mets can't do any wrong. It looks like, obviously, Stearns looks like he's an absolute genius. So, we'll see how the Mets move forward this season. But right now, the Mets look really, really good. And if you're a Met fan, you should be very, very excited because the Mets have the best record in baseball right now. They're better than the Dodgers, the Padres, all the teams that have stuck out over the last couple of weeks, they've been unbelievable. So congratulations to the New York Mets. But at 8 o'clock, we'll be talking to former Vikings defensive tackle, first time on Job in the Mouth, first time on our show and our network. Defensive tackle Chase Baker will be joining us. At 8:30, we'll be talking to former Jaguars, Broncos, Cowboys defensive tackle Jeremy Mincey will be joining us. He's been on our show before. He's doing some big things right now in his production. He's doing cartoons. He's got a reality TV show right now on YouTube. So Jeremy will be joining us. We'll talk a little Broncos football with him as the Broncos have an opportunity this year to really blow up. What I mean by blow up is explode off the paper. They have a quarterback. They drafted Bo Nix in the beginning of the draft last year, and he had a sensational rookie year. And besides Jaden Daniels, you could argue Bo Nix had the second best season last year as a rookie quarterback. So he was sensational to watch. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the Broncos are going to do. And obviously, we all know that the Cowboys are a very unique team, as they always are. As hopefully we don't see Jerry Jones, give information out that he shouldn't be getting out, after the draft or even during the draft. And by the way, I don't understand why Twitter should be allowed when it comes to the draft, because before they even get called up or they're drafted, you already know who's going to be the pick for those teams. I don't want to know, so I don't want to hear Scheffner or any of those guys come out and tell us, well, I don't know, Tyler Warren's going to the New York Jets in the fifth pick is being called. I don't want to know. So I don't look at Twitter. I don't want to know. Fish, you don't tell me what's going on.
I think you got that backwards, Errol. We should be scooping ESPN. What are you talking about? We can get it before it gets on the TV. That means we're better than them. And you don't even need to do that. You gotta host the show. You don't need to watch that over there. I'll just tell you who got picked.
That's true. Cottonmouth. Well, shout out to Cottonmouth. And by the way, guys, we want to get everybody involved. Anybody that comes in the comments during the live show tonight, we will absolutely interact with you guys. Speedy, put in the number so people can call the show throughout the show. 631-672-3108. We want you to get involved with the show. We're going to go through each team, where some of these teams should go. Obviously, the number one pick looks like it's going to be Cam Ward. And by the way, our third guest, I didn't announce that. At 9:30, we'll be talking to another former Cowboy, Dolphin, Lions, and Patriots linebacker for the first time on Job in the Mouth, Bobby Carter. Speedy, you reached out to Bobby.
I did last year, right around before what happened with our Twitter. I did reach out to Bobby. He was interested in coming on then, and then I think I had his email, and then I never got a hold of him after that. But Nathan was nice enough to get both the first two, and I got Jeremy on this show as well. So shout out to Nathan as well. And I know
give me the controller. You're terrible at this. I don't want you running anything.
I know.
Give me the controller.
I know Wes is particularly excited.
Damn you!
Because he also does a lot of Ohio State football coverage out there in Columbus. He works on a Sirius XM radio, and he has his own show covering Ohio State football. We're getting a lot of the Ohio State prospects with him as well.
And we're going to have Snowman. Snowman's going to be joining us. He's doing his own draft party as well. So it'll be fun. We'll get Snowman on the show. He'll give you his takes on where some of these teams are going to go. But it's all football tonight. We'll add a little spunk to it. We'll get into some baseball. We'll fit a little here and a little there. We are going to go with the deuce of the day a little bit later in the show. Sound it out. And we're going to do King of the Hill a little bit later in the show. So a lot of guests. Nick Goody will be joining us a little bit later in the show. We might have some surprise guests. And maybe Keith will join us a little bit later in the show as well. This is a long one, guys, and we're going to be with you throughout the first round of the draft. We do this every single year, and that's why I know Speedy's done this. Actually, this is Fish's second second time he's done the draft. And Jabba, you've never done this with us before. It's a long one, so strap onto your seatbelts as we.
They're all long.
It is. It's long. It's a long one. But we like to have fun, and we'll have fun.
Jabba will be there for the first Husker that gets drafted.
This is going to be exciting. I'll give you the first Twitter scoop. It's not a pick. It's just Adam Schefter saying, expect explosives in the top of the first round. We're hearing lots and lots of chatter with the Browns at number 2 already. So that's just heading in. Nope, not going to spoil any of that, but because we still got about 12 minutes before they kick off coverage and probably about a half hour till the first pick gets made after all the song and dance that they normally do. Nick
Over under
Sirianni.
7 minutes, the Titans stall their pick.
Well,
What was
imagine
that?
they
Over under
don't-
Who
7.
said something? I hear somebody in the background.
Imagine they don't go Cam Ward. Imagine. Like,
No,
there's
they're
a
going Cam
possibility that they don't. Who knows? It's a new regime.
I can't
they
see
want
them not going to Cam Ward. And here's another thing about Cam Ward. I actually met Cam Ward. Again, I'll go into the Heisman. And when I went there at the Heisman Trophy Awards and the dinner, by the way, their food sucks. And I'm not taking shots at the Heisman and what they do over there for some of the press. And you got a chance to meet a lot of the different athletes. Obviously, Prince Amukamara was there. He was actually at the tail end of his college career. Some people thought he could have possibly been up for a Heisman Trophy. He had one of the greatest college seasons for a cornerback at the time when he was. What year was that? Was it
2010 was his last college year because he was drafted.
So
in
it was
2011.
2010 where he had that explosive year where some people thought he could have been up for a Heisman Trophy. And again, this is the first time a defensive back won a Heisman in Hunter since who, Speedy? Charles Woodson, who, by the way, did something that nobody's ever done. He's won a Defensive Player of the Year. He's won a Super Bowl. He won a national championship. And what else did he win?
He was the only player in NFL history to be all pro at 2 different defensive
That's
positions.
right. That was another thing that he did.
For that. And yeah, he didn't win a Super Bowl with the Raiders. He went to one with the Raiders, and then he won one with the Packers. And yeah, like you said, he's the only two-way player like that to win a Heisman until Hunter.
I'm interested to see where Travis Hunter goes because a lot of people are speculating that the New York Giants are going to draft him at 3 if he falls to the Giants. Some people think the Browns are going to go after him at 2. And maybe if that happens, I don't see the Giants trading out of the pick. They're definitely going with Abdul Carter. I can't see the Giants passing up on a generational type of pass rusher who the Giants thought they had with, somebody over there from Oregon who looks like if that happens, he could be looking for a new job. I can't see them.
Well, like the NFL is a copycat league, right? They always say that. And who just won? The Eagles. And how did they do it? Well, Saquon Barkley, they're not going to get him back. They already screwed that one up. But the way they really won it was with that defensive line. Starting with Jalen Carter inside, requiring a double team, but not able to do that because you have edge rusher after edge rusher after edge rusher. You don't need just 2. You don't want 2 guys playing 85% or more snaps. You maybe want 1 guy that can do that. Maybe you want 2, including Dexter Lawrence, who you don't really want to take off the field because he's the best defensive tackle in the game currently, or at least the best nose tackle. You can debate with the 3-tech with Chris Jones, a couple other guys right up there with him, Justin Simmons. There's some big-time players, but he's one of them. So say you add Abdul Carter to that mix. Now you can bring all 3 of those DNs onto the field the way the Giants used to do when they won Super Bowl last time, when they had Kiwanuka, Osi Umenyiora, and Justin Tuck. Tuck was a little bit bigger, so they were able to use him more inside. I guarantee you Brian Burns will go inside in those situations, and you let Thibodeau on one edge, and you have Abdul Carter off the other, or you move Abdul Carter back to outside linebacker. If you want to do a different type of a formation where you go more of like a 4-2 type of look, you can do a lot of things if you take Abdul Carter. And my issue is, I don't know if Shane Bowen's good enough to use it well, but a really good defensive coordinator would look at him and be like, I could build a defense around this guy, and everyone I have currently is just a million times better because of that guy. I don't think they'll trade Thibodeau unless they can get real value for it, or a guy that they really need. It's possible they do it, but at the same time, if it's not for better than a late 3rd compensatory pick, why are you really giving him up? Because if he leaves after that, then if someone signs him, you probably could get some kind of a compensation back in a draft pick after a year or so anyway. It's an interesting situation for the Giants, but Abdul Carter has to fall there. A lot of things can happen that prevent that from happening.
I think Abdul Carter makes a lot of sense. For all the Giant fans, they would love to see Abdul Carter fall to the New York Giants, but some people think that the Browns will go that route because they have Myles Garrett on one side and Abdul Carter on the other. And then Myles Garrett's there for another 2 or 3 years, and then you have your unbelievable pass rusher. Because Abdul Carter obviously has some screws in his feet, his ankles. He's probably not going to have a great rookie season. But again, this guy's a freaking nature as what we've heard this guy can do on a football field. So who knows what Abdul Carter is going to be this year, but he is the bona fide player you go after in a draft class like this. He is by far the most talented, the most athletic in this class, and a guy that is, what everybody is saying, a must hit. No matter what position you're looking at the cornerback, safety position, especially on the defensive side of the ball, this guy by far is the best defensive lineman in this class, and probably the best defensive lineman we've seen come out since, I would say, Myles Garrett. What was that? 5, 6, 7 years ago?
2017.
Yeah, so it's been a while. It's actually been longer than that.
2017, my first year with the network. It was Myles Garrett's
It's
rookie
crazy.
year.
I remember when Myles Garrett was the number one pick. He was going to be the number one pick. There was nobody even close. And Abdul Carter is looked at as should be the number one pick. But being that Tennessee is sitting there at 1, they need a quarterback. They have Will Levis. Are you going to start the season with Will Levis? I don't think Tennessee is going to sit there and say, hey, you know what? I'm going with Will. I think, and that's very surprising to me because this offseason, you would have thought that the Tennessee Titans were gunning for a veteran quarterback. There was Russell Wilson that was available, Jameis Winston, even though a lot of people don't like famous Jameis, but maybe bringing in Jameis Winston as a veteran guy. The Giants didn't pay him much. I think he's making, what, $4 million a year?
Yep.
So you're not paying him a lot. Maybe you brought Jameis Winston. Maybe you reach out to Atlanta and bring in Kirk Cousins.
I think that's the one they wanted. Atlanta decided to keep him after all that for whatever reason.
That's what I would have done, but
It might not be tonight, but Kirk Cousins is being moved in this draft. I don't care what Atlanta says.
No, that's not what we've heard.
There's no
Kirk
way
Cousins is
that
not
they can do it. There's teams that need a quarterback. They're gonna pay. They're gonna give them the 4th round pick at the top of day 3. You might hear it before day 3 starts. He's a guy that can play. There are teams like the Steelers specifically. If Shedeur does not fall to them, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Kirk Cousins is playing football in Pittsburgh, because that's the most established guy, and Tomlin's not going to want to go with, what do they get, Mason Rudolph back or something like that? I mean, let's face it, that's not a real solution. And if they don't get Shedeur, they're going to really bank on one of those, guys, we'll talk about them later tonight, some of the other quarterbacks in this draft, but are you really going to be able to have a chance at that? Or maybe they trade up to get their guy. I don't know.
By the way, as the announcements are going throughout the draft, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to obviously post up. We're going to have the audio of the announcement of where they're going first, second, third, all the way to 32. So you're going to hear it. We're going to have we can't have the video. We're not allowed to do that. The NFL Network and ESPN will sue us if we do that. So we're not doing that. But the audio part of it, we'll play a little bit during our show. We'll have it on very light sound so we can talk over it. But you're going to get a chance to, hear what's going on ESPN and the NFL Network and all the great guests that we're going to have. We're going to have Chase Baker on in just a few moments. So I know a lot of people sitting here, we're based out of New York. People are suggesting that the Jets might trade out at the 7th pick and still get maybe a Warren. Tyler Warren could be sitting there at 10. Maybe the Jets trade back 3 spots and still get their guy, Tyler Warren, at number 10. I still think Tyler Warren, if the Jets trade out of that 7th pick, I could see other teams moving up and getting one of these star tight ends. There's 2 of them that could go in the top 15. So there's a lot of different things that a lot of these teams. Indianapolis is looking for a tight end. That last year they wanted to go after Brock Bowers. They struck out on that because Vegas picked him early in the draft, and they were not wrong about that, by the way. As we saw Brock Bowers have one of the best rookie seasons that tight ends ever had. Some people are comparing him to a George Kittle / Kelsey prototype type of player. That's what they're saying about Tyler Warren. No matter who gets Tyler Warren, remember, he was a quarterback in high school. He didn't start playing tight end until he went to college. 6'6", 245 pounds, brute strength, can run. He didn't have a combine. He didn't have a pro day because he was hurt. But I really believe that if he did have a pro day, he's running a 4.53, a 4.56. He's that fast. He has that kind of ability. He has unbelievable hands. He made some incredible catches over there in Penn State this year. And everybody keeps talking about what Penn State's defense did. Go look at what Tyler Warren did offensively. He had 8 touchdowns, 1,200 yards. How many touchdowns did he run in as a slash running back?
Wildcat
four
quarterback.
touchdowns. Wildcat quarterback. I think he threw a touchdown this year. They can use whoever drafts him. They can use him in so many different ways, as a thrower, as a back, as a fullback, and he's one of the best blockers we've seen a tight end coming out of the draft in a very long time. So kid's got tremendous talent, and again, there's quite a few tight ends in this class. One of them we had a couple of years ago, Speedy. Terrence Ferguson, who came from Oregon. He's been on our show. We had him when I think he was in 11th or 12th grade.
He was the first time we had him on. He was in a junior year. I think the last time we had him on was his first year going into college.
Right.
And his dog made some appearance. So.
Yeah, his dog was very loud, and we couldn't really get any information because all he was doing was singing in the background. But Terrence Ferguson, some people think could be a third-round talent. He had a great season in Oregon. The last 2 years, he was one of the best tight ends right now in the draft, and some people think could be the best tight end in the class. So it's very interesting how this could fall together as we go into the draft in just a few moments. So obviously Roger Goodell will be doing the announcements in just a few moments, and then we're going to be going in. And you expect Cam Ward to go 1, but Tennessee's going to sit there for the full 10 minutes and try to make everybody surprised. If they're trading out of the pick, are they drafting Cam Ward? Are they moving? They're moving back and giving it to, maybe I'm not obviously the Patriots, but maybe Vegas moves up to get him to back up Geno Smith for a year. Who knows? There are quite a few teams that could be looking for a quarterback, and maybe the Giants. Maybe they're surprised everybody, and the Giants jump for 3-1.
Oh my God!
I'm sorry.
That would be a bomb if that happens.
Well, there's a lot of crazy things that happen. You heard what Adam Schefter said, that you're going to be very surprised in this year's first round because it could go anywhere. But first, when we come back, he's been waiting very, very calmly. We're going to go to a quick break. We're going to do a sports minute with Fish. What are you shaking your head for? We always do this. We go to a break, and then we bring on a guest. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we will be talking to Vikings defensive tackle Chase Baker.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys. Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a few stories around sports before we get into scores and then get back to our NFL draft coverage. First story, USC recruit Elijah Arenas in an induced coma after being in a crash. This is Gilbert Arenas' son. Apparently, it was in a single vehicle collision in the Reseda area of the San Fernando Valley. The LA Fire Department further said that the vehicle was a Tesla Cybertruck that crashed into the tree fire hydrant with fire involved. He is in serious condition and had to be put in an induced coma. Was committed to go to USC before this. Obviously, a lot of issues with the Cybertrucks recently. Hopefully, Arenas will make a full recovery. Cavaliers, Evan Mobley gets Defensive Player of the Year award honors. Been a shocker a little bit to some people. He was the fourth-year forward who was named the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year for the first-seeded Cavaliers, who, by winning the honor, Mobley, who's going to be an All-NBA selection sometime in the next couple of weeks as well, ensured that his max rookie contract extension will go up by $45 million over the next 5 years, turning into a 5-year, $269 million contract. I mean, it definitely was a goal of mine coming into this year. I put all the work in, so it's a big day, Mobley said after Wednesday night's victory over the Heat in Game 2. Obviously, he won this award after Victor Wembanyama went down with the blood clots in his armpit earlier this season. He was an overwhelming favorite. I'm sure Evan Mobley has many millions of dollars of thanks for Mr. Wembanyama, but still hoping that he gets well. And finally, Blake Snell. Yes, Blake Snell is suffering from a setback in his tries to get back from the injured list. He went down since early April, just made 2 starts for the Dodgers after signing a 5-year, $182 million contract this past offseason. He was set to throw a bullpen session on Wednesday, but had more discomfort in his throwing shoulder while playing a catch earlier on Tuesday. Head manager Dave Roberts was asked about how concerning the setback was. I wouldn't say concerning because part of the messaging from us to Blake is if it's about later on in the season and if there's any type of discomfort, let's not try to fight through it. The Dodgers may also be getting back Clayton Kershaw, who we haven't seen in a while. He was pitched 3 innings in a minor league start on Tuesday. The velocity, according to manager Roberts, was good. And Shohei Ohtani is throwing again after missing time on the paternity list. He'll have another bullpen on Saturday. The Dodgers have lots of reinforcements coming back for their team to try to get over the hump with the Padres, who are surprisingly leading them. And some scores right now around the league in baseball today. We had a few games. Early on, the White Sox blanked the Twins 3-0. The Mariners defeated the Red Sox 4-3. Garrett Crochet with the loss. Brian Wu 3-1 with the win. The Royals over the Rockies 7-4. The Giants beat the Brewers 6-5. And in action right now, the Royals are up on the Rockies 6-2. The Orioles are up on the Nationals 2-1 in the end of the 5th inning. Still to come tonight, the Angels and Pirates, Diamondbacks and Rays, and the A's and the Rangers. In basketball, we have some playoff basketball action right now. The Knicks and the Pistons are about 6 minutes left in the second quarter. It's 43-39. Detroit still to come tonight. Memphis and OKC in Game 3, which OKC is up 2-0. And the 10 o'clock tip-off for the Clippers and the Nuggets, which series tied at 1. And finally, hockey scores tonight. It's 1-0 Panthers over the Lightning with about 5 minutes, 40 seconds left in the second. And at the end of the first, scoreless in Ottawa with the Maple Leafs still to come, Minnesota and Vegas, and St. Louis and Winnipeg. Guys, we are streaming live on our Jabba in the Mouth handle on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. We are also on Facebook and, Instagram on our Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle. We are also in video on Apple and Spotify. Make sure to download, subscribe, and like all the things you see throughout the week. And now back to the draft party here on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Not me. 631-672-3108. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, and the speedster, Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Why is the NFL have Lil Wayne and Roger Goodell riding their bikes on a stage? It makes no sense whatsoever. But again, it's the NFL and their stupidity. But first, before we get our guest in, ladies and gentlemen, our show is brought to you by, ladies and gentlemen, I'll say it again, Ice Shaker. Go to iceshaker.com and get yourself all and every different kind of Ice Shaker. Shop all your official license collections from Star Wars to Marvel and so much more. Enjoy your free shipping if you spend $50 or more. Go to iceshaker.com and check out all their great products. I almost said free products, but hey, maybe if you come and call Jabba, maybe Jabba could get you a free Ice Shake. I don't know, but if you're an NFL fan, you can get yourself an Alabama Crimson Tide. Hey, listen, you can get anything you want. You can get Jabba's friggin' face on one of them if you really want one, or my face, or Speedy's face, or maybe even Fish. But the Giants, the Jets, any one of them. All you have to do is go to iceshaker.com and order anything you spend over $50. You will get free shipping. Ladies and gentlemen, get yourself a wonderful Jabba in the Mouth Ice Shaker. And now, ladies and gentlemen, he's been waiting calmly and carefully. We're now talking to former Vikings defensive tackle, Chase Baker. Chase, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on? How's that going?
We're good, man. Hopefully we get you in clean. I know it's a little frozen today, a little frozen time, but hey, what's going on with you, man? How you getting ready for this draft?
Yeah, I'm on a different time zone. I'm out here in the UK, so I gotta stay up late, but and so I make sure I see Ashton's name called. But once that happens, I'll probably hit the hay. But yeah, man, excited for it.
Yeah, we have a bad feed for you. Let's get you go in. Let's get you going in and going back. I don't know what happened.
Chase,
You
I'm
were
gonna call you.
clean.
I'm gonna call you on the phone. We're gonna get the audio from there, and you could try to keep the video on.
Yeah, we want to make sure that we can hear you and for the fans to hear you, because obviously at one point of your career, you got a chance to experience this. And I'm sure a lot of these young men are excited. This is something that you only experience once in your lifetime. I know Job has.
Chase is on. Chase, can you hear us on the phone?
Yeah, we got you. We got you.
Well, obviously, Chase, you've been in this situation before. This is one of the more exciting times for a youngster. This is a time where you can change your family's life. I know Jabba had to, he had a chance to experience this with the New York Yankees. He was a first-round talent, so he got a chance to sit and wait and find out where he was going. What is it like sitting and waiting for your name to be called?
Man, so my situation was a little different. I didn't get drafted. I had a lot of injuries, so I didn't go through that process necessarily the same. But I was with my boy Tyrone when he got drafted in the third round, and it is a really cool experience. I'll tell you that. Like you said, it's all that hard work kind of coming to fruition, and really, it's just the start of the career. But it's a badass process to be a part of. And so yeah, my situation was a little different, but yeah, still got my chance to go and be part of the Vikings organization and make my way onto the team.
So yeah, how did the Vikings treat their draft picks that year, like welcoming you to the team, and who were some of the key veteran guys that were big parts of you going to the Vikings at the time?
Yes, and so I came in with to Harry Hitman.
There you go.
And so he's the last guy that I played with. Was in my draft year that I know is even still playing. Everybody else is done for it, but yeah, no, the Vikings organization as a whole is class act, man. They brought us in. There was no hazing, none of that stuff. It was all right straight to business, and we got to work. But yeah, awesome organization. Still part of them and love what they do out there.
What as this draft gets going, and obviously you're in a totally different time zone, but do you see any surprises, either somebody jumping in the draft or somebody falling?
Are we talking early in this round? Because I wouldn't be surprised you see, we again, going back to my Boise guy, Ashton, I wouldn't be surprised one of those teams jumps up in those first 5-6 picks to get Ashton.
Which team you think is most likely?
Chicago.
Chicago.
Maybe Dallas.
I could see the Giants trading down, because what we've heard is if Abdul Carter's not sitting there at 3, I know everybody was talking about Travis Hunter. I don't think the Giants had any thought of drafting Travis Hunter. I think that was their tool to tell the Browns, hey, you know what? We want Travis Hunter. So draft Abdul Carter because we want Travis Hunter. I don't believe that in a heartbeat that the Giants organization, and maybe Joe Schoen, because he's an absolute idiot, and he's probably asking his children where he should go in this year's draft like he did last year. But I do believe that the Giants were using the press and using all these different feeds and social media to tell the fans, oh, if Travis Hunter's there at 2, 3, that's where we're going. We're going after Travis Hunter. I don't think there's any chance in hell the Giants draft Travis Hunter, especially being in New York and have to deal with the press and all the stupid things that go on and off the field with Travis Hunter. I don't think they need to deal with that right now with all the problems they've had over the last couple of years. What are your thoughts to that?
I would love to know what the Suns' choice is going to be again, honestly. Let me know what it is, and we got to go with his decision. But I'm with you there.
I will say this. Cam Ward is such a special player. I think a lot of people are stepping back and they're like, oh, is Cam Ward going to be a Jaden Daniels? Is he going to be one of those quarterbacks that came out of last year's draft? I don't know if he's that type of quarterback until we see him on a football field. His problem, what we've heard over the last couple of years and coming out of the class of Miami, from Miami and playing in Washington a little bit, 2 years before that, this is a kid that has a tremendous leadership ability. He's got a very strong arm. His accuracy is something that needs to be cleaned up. But all in all, they think he's got the ability, the mobile style quarterback that you're looking for. And a guy that I think you can compare to Jaden Daniels, but only time will tell. Have you checked out some of the tapes of obviously Cam Ward? And do you think Cam Ward could be a successful quarterback in the NFL when he gets drafted?
I mean, he's been successful everywhere he's went, right? He's had a number of stops in Incarnate World, and so he's made this progression. And he continues to get better. He continues to develop as a player. So it would not surprise me if he ends up being the correct choice at that number 1 spot.
So there's a lot of defensive tackle prospects that are projected to go in the first round. Mason Graham's obviously the big name. It's pretty much guaranteed to be a top 10 pick, barring some craziness. And then also Derek Harmon and Kenneth Grant, 2 other guys that have been talked about a lot. Like, you being a former defensive tackle and a defensive line coach as well, what are your thoughts to these prospects?
Yeah, so obviously you see a guy with a great motor, and he gets shit done, honestly, over there. And excuse me, sorry, he gets it done in Michigan. But yeah, no. Again, I'm going to go back to my Boise guy. I'm really excited to see what Ahmad does, the DN from Boise as well. So like I said, I love the Boise prospects. If we're talking D tackles, yeah, I'm sure the Michigan guy will go one of those top spots.
Chase, going from obviously playing to coaching, what do you think the biggest thing that you've learned from your playing days that has helped you coach?
From the play, man, it's definitely that process is wild. And if I can go back, man, I remember when I was doing the pre-draft stuff, the ability to just kind of explain yourself. I went on a pre-draft visit to the Cowboys, and I was just so unprepared for that. And I remember them bringing me in, and they said, "How do you strike someone?" And I had no clue how to answer that question. I was like, violently, I don't know. You drive them back, and they were getting really frustrated with my answers, and I just didn't know how to kind of explain that. But I think being able to put it in ways that guys understand, being able to break down complex stuff, make it simple, I think that translates well from a player and a coach, no matter what, of being able to break it down, explain it, and make that complicated stuff really simple.
We are talking to former Vikings defensive tackle Chase Baker. He's over there in the UK. What time is it over there at the UK?
Man, it's 1:15 right now. I got to go to bed, but I'm rocking with you guys for a little longer.
Well, we really appreciate it. That shows your support of Jabba in the Mouth, and we really appreciate it. Nathan told us a lot about you, and we're very excited to have you on for the first time with Jabba in the Mouth. You know, it's interesting. We were speaking about defensive linemen in this class. Is there a defensive lineman in this class that really sticks out to you that you really, really like, and why?
Just for a freak athlete, when you look at the Tennessee DN outside linebacker, Pierce.
Yeah.
Just the way he moves, he almost teleports. The way he can just cover ground, ability to bend, the speed. So there's some freakish stuff going on with him that'll be fun to see. Obviously, Abdul Carter and what kind of he looks very similar to the guy over in Dallas. But yeah, again, Pierce is going to be kind of that freak. Putting him on the field is going to be fun to see how he develops.
Big trade, guys.
Yeah, look at Fish.
Big trade. The Browns have traded out of the number 2 pick with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh, I like that.
Travis Hunter.
That's what I'm thinking too. I said it multiple times. Travis Hunter. That's the best fit for him.
That means, ladies and gentlemen, by the way, Cam Ward went 1 as expected to the Tennessee Titans. We expected that. And now the trade, which that means the Giants are going to get Abdul Carter. So that's great for the New York Giants. That's if the Giants don't trade out of that spot, and the Giants would be really, really dumb to trade out of that spot. They get the best player and probably the freakish athlete going into this class, Abdul Carter. So congratulations.
They've screwed this up in the past, though. They've screwed this up. They took when the other Josh Allen was available the year they took Daniel Jones instead. That was a mistake, I would argue, significly, because that guy's really good at football.
The Browns traded the pick to
Jacksonville, which which probably you would probably predict the reason why Jacksonville did that was to bring in Travis Hunter, the gremlin, as I call him. I expected because they need a corner. They need a number 1 corner, and they need a wide receiver. A third, he could be a slot wide receiver. You could also put him on the outside as your number 2. But they don't need a number 1. They got Brian Thomas.
They got their first-round pick next year, too.
Yeah, let me give you the breakdown of the haul. So the Browns trade 2nd overall pick, a 4th-round pick, and a 6th-round pick, number 104 and 200. They get number 5 back from the Jaguars, a second-round pick, number 36, so top of the second round, a little bit worse fourth-round pick, number 126, and they get next year's first-round pick.
That's a lot.
That's a good deal for the Browns too, because they're not one player away anywhere, so they can take a really good prospect anywhere in this draft at 5. And
so they
still get
moved.
Hall back.
So they moved from 2 to 5, and they just got a haul just to get Travis Hunter, the Gremlin. So I hope Jacksonville knocks this out of the park, because if they don't, that makes them look really and sets the team back for a very, very long time. And we don't even know, with obviously their quarterback in Lawrence, is he there for the long haul? I don't know. Trevor Lawrence made a lot of money last offseason, $55 million, which made him at the time the second highest or third highest quarterback in the NFL. And then all of a sudden couldn't even stay healthy all season long. He fell. I forget what he heard, but he was out a significant, what did he play, 5 games, 6 games before he was out for the season. And then we saw some terrible quarterbacks play last year for the Jacksonville Jaguars. So, by the way, Chase, it's crazy the way the draft falls together. And we heard Adam Schefter come out and say before the draft that get ready for fireworks. This could be a very crazy draft. A lot of trade downs, a lot of different moves. I am not surprised. You've seen this before. Are you surprised this is going on early the way it is?
No, man, you guys have it all right there. I need to be able to see this because I got nothing going on. I can't see it.
So you got to listen to our show. We'll give you all the information.
I know. I'll kick it up and make sure I'm listening to it while I'm going to sleep. But I think teams are going to figure out the way to get the best players, and however that shakes down. But hopefully they're not selling the whole team's future away. But man, it's going to be exciting. Hey, like you said, there's going to be some fireworks. I love that Schefter was right, and it's already happening. So that's cool.
Jacksonville gave up a lot to move up from 5 to 2. That's a lot. That's a hole. I don't know if I would have done that. You could say, if this doesn't work, and it's going to be Travis Hunter for all you fans out there, and we are going to blast the volume up on this, Speedy, so people can hear it. It's not surprising that Jacksonville did this, especially with the Giants. I got to give the Giants a little bit of credit here, because the Giants over the last week has been saying how great Travis Hunter is. Oh, there he is. Well, it's coming in, but we don't have it on this. So when it gets announced, I'll post it up and you can hear it. But I just want to let everybody know, if it is Travis Hunter, which it looks like it's going to be, it will be announced. I'm not going to be surprised. I'm not going to be surprised if Travis Hunter is a failure, because Jacksonville has done this time and time again, moving up and doing the things that they've done, shaking the draft up, and it's not falling really on their side. So I'm interested to see how this really fares for them. But again, I got to give the Giants a little bit of credit, because the Giants all week were saying about how much they love Travis Hunter, that if Travis Hunter's there and he's sitting there, they're drafting him. And maybe this was a pitch and gave Joe Schoen a little bit of a little sinker that gave the Giants Abdul Carter. I think this was a great move for the Giants to do what they did all week long, talking about Travis Hunter, and now getting arguably the best player in this class, Abdul Carter, if he stays healthy.
Yeah, it's interesting because before you get to your point, I just want to say the new GM comes from the Rams. They love to make big swings, and it's their coach and Liam Cohen. They come from the Bucs, who definitely love those versatile guys.
Yeah, so Speedy, I actually had a question for you, and it was, what is the worst case scenario of what the Giants do at 3? Is it taking Shedeur right now instead of Abdul Carter?
Easily.
That would be worst case scenario.
I think any quarterback would be that.
They're not drafting Shedeur. And by the way, we're going to see our friend Owen wear a dress and a wig after this doesn't happen. So all you fans out there, and by the way, Keith too. Keith is going to have to call up the show and stay within the pattern of the show.
I think Fish might be more excited for that than you are seeing Owen in a dress.
I can't wait for Keith to be forced. And if he missed the bet, it was a little while back. If Shedeur Sanders falls out of the top 5, Keith has to stay.
Top 5, yes.
In the top 5. Has to stay on topic to what we want him to talk about when he calls up to the show, as opposed to him just rambling about whatever he feels like talking about, like he usually does.
Here we go.
Here we go, buddy. All right, here's the announcement.
Here from Jacksonville, and he's flanking the commissioner.
While we are here tonight to celebrate the 32 young men entering the NFL. I'm honored to take a moment to recognize a player who's made a profound impact. Men entering the NFL. I'm honored to take a moment to recognize a player who's made a profound impact on and off the field. The Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes one player each year who best represents greatness and compassion, both on and off
Just
the field.
spit it out already.
And in
God
the community.
almighty. Hate when he does this.
We are proudly joined by the 2024 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Eric Armstead.
All right. Wonderful.
First off, Duval.
What words of encouragement
Thank you
for
to the
Duval
commissioner.
County does he have?
Thank you to the Payton family and the NFL and Nationwide. And also, too, tonight I want to encourage each player embarking on the NFL journey to identify a passion close to their heart and act upon it. Use your platform to make your community.
This is why the draft's so long, because of this crap.
As we remember, Walter Payton strive to leave a
It's like
positive.
a filibuster before the pick.
Thank
Here's
you.
a little U.S. history for you.
By the way, I love Walter Payton, and this my heart goes out to the Walter Payton family. By the way,
We have a trade.
we know.
That's a long. They got a long way to get to the stage. By the way,
Jacksonville Jaguars. And with the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter, wide receiver, defensive back from Colorado.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Speedy, you don't have to lower it. Keep it the way it was, because I don't want you touching the volumes because you're
Oh my God!
horrible.
Look at his outfit, dude. Neon pink. Neon
I'm not
pink
surprised.
blazer. And is he wearing jeans? No, that's like blue.
did you see Ashton Genty come in and gold?
Yeah, I heard.
Gold Crocs.
He's
Crocs.
Or no, diamonds. Diamonds.
By the way,
His
Ashton
Crocs.
Genty, he's probably the best dresser in this class. I was at the Heisman Awards. He had his suit. Inside his suit, he had pictures of all different things that happened during the season for Boise State on one side and his family on the other. It was fantastic, sensational. The guy knows how to dress, man. No doubt. Chase, how would you dress if you were at this year's draft, obviously, with the new styles these kids are wearing? I mean, I remember when Ezekiel Elliott came out of the draft, he was wearing a belly shirt. I don't know why he was wearing
a crop top.
Yeah, it was like girlish or something. I don't know what he's trying to prove over there. But what would
The
you be
crop
wearing?
top.
Yeah. What would you have been wearing at this year's draft
Oh
class?
man, give me some nice Jordan. I don't need. Yeah, I'm a fat guy, man. I need something that makes me look a little slimmer. Some nice Jordans, and we'll call it good.
Well, Jacksonville, as we predicted, Jacksonville moving up to 2, obviously believe that the Giants, if he was sitting there at 3, the Giants were drafting him. I don't think the Giants had any truth to that conversation throughout the year. I mean, throughout the last couple of weeks. And really, it really started, and it wasn't even Joe Shane that. Who was it, Speedy? It was the coach. It was Dable. He came out and said that he would love Travis Hunter, a guy that could play 2 sides of the ball. I could use him in so many different schemes. What was that? What's going on?
They're trying to sell the pick. This is driving me crazy. There's only 3 minutes left on the clock. They're gonna mess this up, Errol.
No, they're
I
not.
feel like they're gonna mess this up, man.
Stop. It's going to be Abdul Carter. I don't know why you Giant fans could just
Because we've seen them mess this up.
You can't screw this up. You really can't. The Giants can't screw this up.
It's
They
the
do
Giants.
really-
Yes, they can.
Well,
if they trade down and get a
They're
haul,
not. They're not.
I'd get it. I don't know if Shane's capable of that. I think he's
No,
just sitting by the phone, hoping some like Godfather offer gets dropped in his lap that he can, from his buddy in Carolina, because it's the only guy he can do a trade with. Here's
Another
3
brilliant
firsts for it.
organization.
Okay, I could do that trade. I don't know.
He's drafting Abdul Carter, but before he drafts Abdul Carter, he's probably watching Pornhub or something and getting ready for it. Hopefully,
he can't watch that with his expert kids in his room.
Hopefully, his kids aren't in the room when he's doing it.
Yeah.
But I could only imagine what Joe Shane's doing right now under his his desk table. By the way,
I got a funny Twitter update for you from Antonio Brown. Travis Hunter, first player to play both ways since Shannon Sharp.
Oh my God!
I'm sure.
Have you followed Antonio Brown on Twitter?
It's pure gold.
Unbelievable. I started following him last week, and the best guy I follow easily. I can't believe. I guess he's sane. He's like a little sarcastic. I didn't realize he's this funny. He's a funny dude.
Oh, he's hilarious.
By the way, we are talking to former Vikings defensive tackle Chase Baker. He's hanging out with us over there at the UK, enjoying the comedy over here.
Force milk out of somebody's.
As we're forcing milk out of somebody's body, as Speedy usually says on the soundboard. By the way, your thoughts, could the Giants screw this one up? Do you think they could actually pass up on Abdul Carter?
Yeah. All right. Or Gent. Go get Gent. No,
Genty. They don't need Genty right now.
Looks like Tyrone Tracy to the Vikings.
I know.
Yeah, but I know you want.
I told you I'm a Boise guy.
I
Man.
know.
I'm looking, wherever he goes in these picks, he's gonna be the highest drafted Boise player ever. So it's exciting for us.
Oh, I loved Ashton Genty. I got a chance to meet him. Sensational guy, great personality, and honestly, to me, a guy that really stood out to me. And I watched his pro day. He was sensational. Anybody checked out his pro day? Everybody came out in Boise State. Everybody from Boise State came out to watch this guy have his pro day. It's fun to watch a guy like this. I think he's a Bijan Robinson. I said this over and over and over again. He reminds me of a better Bijan Robinson. I think he's going to be a better running back than Bijan Robinson, but he's going to be explosive, fun to watch wherever he goes. I think it's Vegas. That's where I think he's going. I'll be very surprised if Vegas passes him up, and maybe Vegas trades that pick to Chicago, and I could see Chicago absolutely licking their lips to get this guy. But I also heard Tyler Warren is a guy that Chicago really is interested in as well. So we'll see. But very interesting with Genty. I don't think the Giants they have Tracy over there. I don't think they're going to go after a running back. Abdul Carter is the guy. It's going to be coming in just 1 second. We'll have the announcement of where the Giants go. It's Abdul Carter. Giant fans, be careful for what you wish for. But this is something you should be happy. It's going to be Abdul Carter.
It is. They got it. Speedy, how come you didn't get it up? They just showed it.
It's going to come up. It's not on our video feed, but it will come up. Hold on, and once it comes up and the announcement comes, you can hear it. But
I'm never this far ahead of you guys.
Yeah, you guys are. I think Speedy, you're not on live.
This is first of all, it's a stream. Okay, we're on a stream.
Click live. You might be behind.
No, you can't. This is live. It's usually 30 to 45 seconds behind in the stream. So I don't know why.
I'm on the stream too, though. That's why. If it make sure the live set is
The GM
red.
Give somebody in the draft room a quick rip move. That means they've just taken a pass rusher that he's very excited about. Abdul Carter, to me, there's two big-time elite players. Whatever order you have, Hunter and Carter, those are the guys. Big-time burst off the line of scrimmage. He just reminds me a little bit of
Neo Morpheus.
Yeah, I missed it right there. I'm sorry,
but trench coat, half trench coat.
I will say this for all the fans out there, and I know Chase. By the way, it's Abdul Carter. He goes to the Giants as expected, so you should be happy. Giant fans should be happy.
Let's go.
Arguably got the best player in this class. We'll see if he stays healthy. I like him. I think he's a slam dunk for the Giants. He's a slam dunk for the New York Giants, and I think the steal of the draft. So we'll see how this works. Chase, what did you think? What are your thoughts to Abdul Carter as a New York Giant?
Steal the draft at 3. I like it though. Yeah, no, I don't think like you said that it would have been a screw up to go with anybody else. You got a great athlete, guy that can come off the edge. He's going to be a stalwart there for a couple of years here.
What's good about him, and I know you Giant fans are sitting here and you should be very excited. You have Dexter Lawrence in the middle who demands double teams, sometimes triple teams. And now you have this beast of a man on the outside. You can move him all over the line. You could put him inside, outside. You could put him at linebacker. He could do everything. And he's a good run stopper for a guy that can get at you as a pass rusher too. This guy can do everything defensively. So I think he's a slam dunk. This is going to bolster up the New York Giants for a very, very long time. It might save Joe Shane's job, guys. So you Giant fans, I don't know if that makes you happy, because we see that New York Rangers, what are the New York Rangers taking right now as they extended Chris Drury, and now the Giants might be extending this idiot and Joe Shane after getting the guy, I think, the steal of the draft. And I say steal of the draft because I didn't think, to me, he's the predominant number one pick, Chase. That's what I think he is. He's the best, most talented player in this class, and he falls to 3. He's an absolute steal for the New York Giants.
It's crazy, too, that he just started playing this position, too. Like, he's obviously shown the versatility, but then just moving to edge and how just dominant he was. And what Shedeur Sanders hasn't even, he showed him once, and now he's not like sitting on his couch or nothing.
No. And again, if you're a Giants fan, you should be. But again, the Giants are a team that's starting to rebuild that defense. They've been trying to rebuild that defense for the last couple of years. And now you have 2 cornerstones, I believe, at the front seven. And when the Giants are good, they've always had 2 cornerstone defensive guys up front. In the years that they won in 2007, and we have obviously the 4th pick coming in, but for the years that the Giants were Super Bowl champions in 2007 and 2011, they obviously had OC in his 3rd year, but they had the 2 guys that they had Strahan and a young Tuck over there. And then in 2011, they had OC, oh, by the way, and also Kiwanuka. In 2011, they had obviously Tuck, an older Tuck, who's there, OC Umayor, and who? JPP. So that was the Giants in 2011. So you look at the Giants right now, and that's where you want to build. You want to build in the trenches, and 2 guys, 2 cornerstones, a Dexter Lawrence, who just got a lot of money. He's 28 years old. He's still, I think he's the best defensive tackle in the league. I don't think you can argue that right now. And then you have now a young, pass rusher who has an unbelievable bend around the corner. And like I said, you can put them all over that line. So Giant fans, you should be happy. I don't know if you can screw up this draft now that you got Abdul Carter. So that's a good sign for the Giants. At number 4, we'll see where it falls. And I know you guys probably know who it is, but wait until we get the announcement up, and we'll put it up. I did miss the Abdul Carter. I know you guys wanted to see that. So I want to apologize that for the fans. I could put this on a little bit lower. Chase, are you still with us?
I'm here.
Hey, Chase, I got a question for you. I got a D-line question for you. I'm an offensive and defensive line high school coach, Chase, and I know you coach D-line, and I always tell my offensive linemen, it's not about how fast your first step is, it's how fast your second step is. I need to see you get off the ball, and I need to see you be able to move. I think this next guy that's being taken, I haven't looked yet, I haven't named it, the pick is in. This could be this LSU tackle. My God, why can't I remember his name? I just downloaded 10 films.
Campbell?
Campbell, who's got the fastest feet for a tackle I've seen in a very long time. Chase, when you're going against guys like that, I always thought defensive coaches can really scout offensive linemen because you're constantly going against them. How do you beat a guy that's, he's got a little bit shorter arms, but his feet and balance are outrageous? How do you beat a guy like that?
How do you beat a guy? Man, that's tough. I need more film. But to me, I do love Will, and I love what he brings. I think you can put him anywhere along the line. And I love that you said that the second step is fast, and it translates right back to us. I think for D linemen, that they love to say the first step, but if we don't get that second step in the ground, we're getting crushed as well. But Will is going to be a guy you can put anywhere. Who's this pick? Who has him right now? Where are we expecting him to go?
The Patriots are right now trying to protect, Drake May. It makes a lot of sense to take up the lineman.
The tackle has some injuries, right?
They also got their wide receiver in Stephon Diggs, so they don't really need to go out there and dig for a wide receiver.
T-Mac, probably not.
Yeah. No, I don't think they're going after T-Mac.
It's not the Patriots' way either. Even though Bill Belichick's gone, it's still a lot of the same values. They're not going to take a receiver this early.
They just obviously brought in Diggs. They don't need a wide receiver. They don't need a number one. For years they've had number 2s and number 3s. So I don't think they need a wide receiver. As a lot of people, if they didn't, we'll announce it in just a second. So wait on that. We're into commercial. As soon as the commercial's up, we'll put it up for you guys. And it seems like it's coming on in just 1 second. So I will say this. The Patriots are not going to go wide receiver. I can't see it. But, hey, you said, ooh, so that could be a sign of a wide receiver. We'll see. As the announcement is about to come in just a few moments. So, but Chase, my question for you is, you look at the game right now and some of the new rules that the NFL has. Is there a rule that sticks out to you that you don't like? And is there a rule that you do like that they've added over the years that you haven't been playing?
Man, obviously, I know we're trying to protect QBs, but we gotta let the guys play. We gotta be able to come off. We gotta be able to hit them. So yeah, when we're talking about taking second, third overall pick as the ends, these guys need to be able to come off the edge and hit the quarterback and not get flagged every time for unnecessary roughness. So I'd love to see that kind of ease up a little bit. In terms of what rules have helped, I appreciate what they're doing to try and keep the heads good. Not beating on the.
Here comes the New England Patriots draft.
Made in Vegas.
With the 4th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Will Campbell, tackle, LSU.
And it is
Patriots decide to go for protection.
Will Campbell, ladies and gentlemen. As we expected, they were going offensive line. Probably the best offensive lineman in his class. Some people think he's not going to be a tackle in this league. He's going to be an all-pro guard. I remember when Martin came out, Zach Martin, and he was a guard that a lot of people thought they can shift. The Cowboys could shift to the tackle position, but they had such a good offensive line when they drafted Zach Martin. He was solidifying how great their offensive line was going to be in the future with the center that they had and the 2 tackles. Yeah. And obviously they had one of the best offensive lines in football for 5 years. But this kid, Will Campbell, they said he has the weakness of this kid is his, we got another pick, but it was his arm length. But everything else, his foot speed and everything that he does in the trenches, he's as good as any offensive lineman in this class. So obviously Fish is an offensive lineman, and we speak about this a lot. I think that this is a good pick for the New England Patriots. They need to solidify and protect Drake May for the next couple of years. And this guy is probably going to be a left tackle. You don't draft a guard in the top 5. You're going to move him as your offensive tackle, your blind side. But we'll see if he starts the season as the left tackle. Maybe they move him and shift him to the right tackle position until he gets more comfortable at the tackle position in the NFL.
I don't know if they would go right. This is a left side guy. I don't know if I would mess with that. If you don't think he could play tackle, you're not drafting him at 4. Let's face it. If they thought he was a guard, this isn't the pick. So they're going to play him at left tackle, and they're going to, win with it or not. You have to think they have the quarterback that was a rookie last year. What do? Get the left tackle to protect him. That's what they're doing. They're going to put him out there. And look, he's got 33-inch arms. It's a little shorter than average. They usually want you to be at 34 in the NFL. 35 would be a plus or anything long. I think Mekhi Becton was like 36 or something ridiculous like that, right? Yep. But it's not like that made him a great tackle, did it? He is slow-footed. He was injury-prone. He played too high. You look at the tape on Will Campbell, and we were saying this before, Chase. What do you do? This guy is always balanced. He has a great low pad level, even in pass pro. He's there's just no way around him. If you're lining up against him, you can't go around him with a speed rush because he's too fast. You can't go through him because he's too strong. And he's on top of you because he's too fast with his feet. That's a win everywhere.
I think it's a great pick for the New England Patriots. They've been looking for that left tackle for years. And the Patriots for years, with Bill Belichick there, has always tried to find their predominant tackle for the future. And they've struck out year in and year out. Now you have Vrabel there. You have a new GM there. We'll see how it all falls together for the New England Patriots. But playing in the AFC East, which is very challenging, you have to play against those Buffalo defensive players over the year. Every year with the Buffalo Bills, they're one of the best defensive teams in all of football, especially their front seven. You have the New York Jets with obviously a new head coach and one of the better front sevens in all of the NFL. So those guys are going to go at you. And then the Miami Dolphins, who are a lot better than anybody thought last year defensively. I didn't think they were going to be as good as they were last year, but they were pretty good. So 3 really good defensive teams in their front seven. So you need a good offensive tackle. And if you look at Will Campbell, you have to like him. Tears and crying. He shows emotion. A lot of these guys don't show enough of it. But this kid, you can see the emotion and the hard work that he put in to get where he's gone. And like I said, to Chase, you never got a chance to experience being drafted, but to watch these kids really set their dreams, work so hard to get where they have gotten and to get a chance to be drafted, not only in the draft, but in the first round. It's pretty exciting to watch these kids go where they gone.
No doubt. Yeah, like I was saying, man, that this is their life work coming to this point. And I just hope these guys realize that it's just the start, man. This is where the work really begins. This is where they got to learn how to be true pros. But man, just everything coming together right here. So I'm sure the emotions are high. They get to celebrate with their friends, families. It's a pretty cool experience. Been around a couple of guys that have been drafted. It's emotional. It's exciting. And yeah, the future is just beginning.
Jabba, you were a first-round talent. You were drafted by the New York Yankees in the first round. What is it like getting your name called as a first-round talent?
Well, it's different now.
Here's the pick.
Well, we don't have the pick. Go ahead, Jabba.
I actually had my son in a baby Bjorn, and I was in the laundry room just uploading when we got drafted. Like my phone was ringing.
I'm sorry. Here's the pick. Sorry, Jabba. Hold on one second. I'm sorry.
Moving down to make this selection.
With the 5th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Mason Graham. Defensive tackle.
Graham.
Wow. Browns fans.
And you want to know something for all you fans? And I'm sorry, Jabba, I'll let you finish what you were saying. Mason Graham, Abdul Carter going to the New York Giants, and obviously Travis Hunter going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They went from 2 to 5 and still got the player they probably wanted in Mason Graham. And look at the absolute talent, absolute picks they got going and moving from 2 to 5. I think that's an absolutely slam dunk for the Browns. And they had Mason Graham, who's going to be there for a very, very long time. You have Myles Garrett and now Mason Graham in the middle. That's going to cause havoc for the next, for at least the next 4 to 5 years with Myles Garrett at the age of 28, 29. So great move by the Browns. But go ahead, Job. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and that's the first time since 2017 that 2 top 5 picks traded on the clock, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, no, it's intense because it's, hey, we're projecting you to go here, and then the draft is a crapshoot. You just don't know. And like I said, it's a little bit different in baseball now. Like we do it not obviously to the magnitude of the NFL draft, but yeah. So it was just kind of normal back then. You just waited for a phone call, and then you went and did a press conference and did all that. So it's definitely been magnified in every sport, which I think is really, really cool for these kids and, their families to be, part of something cool. But then it could backfire too, as we've seen with Brady Quinn being there and just wearing it and being the last one. So
Johnny Mansell and Tim Tebow. Tebow wasn't a whole Browns QB graveyard. Tim Tebow should have been a 3rd-round talent, but Tebow getting drafted as high as he did, a lot of people were shocked. But you're absolutely right. We've seen so many guys go in the 1st round that absolutely just completely fall flat on their face. It doesn't remember Galston from the New York Jets? He was a top 5 pick, defensive lineman from Ohio State. How long was he in the NFL? I think he had 1 tackle his whole career. 1 tackle. This guy was a top 5 pick or top 6 pick for the New York Jets. So I've seen a lot of bad ones as a Jet fan, let me tell you. Chase, could you remember a time that you remember a 1st round where a guy you thought was going to be good that was an absolute terror in the NFL?
Man, these are friends.
Go ahead. Tell me. Go ahead. Don't worry about it. We're not going to come on. All right, give us another one. Give us another one.
Oh man, I know this is what we do. I can't do it to them. I can't do it.
Come on.
You appreciate what they do. I'm not gonna do it, guys. I'm not gonna do it. I love my boy.
All right. I just named about 3 or 4 of them. Okay, that's 3 or 4 of them. There are a lot more. I mean, quarterbacks every year there's an absolute bust. I mean, seriously, I think last year was a pretty good class for quarterbacks. Say whatever you want.
Yeah.
You brought in Bo Nix, Jane Daniels, and then obviously the quarterback that I absolutely love, and you know who I'm talking about, Speedy, from my Chicago. Well, he's not my Chicago fan, but
The one that you want to prove everyone wrong in.
Well, he had a great season.
Yeah,
I don't know, and he had if he had a coach that didn't know what he was doing in Eberflus, and now he has actually a coach that's an offensive mind. So I expect him to have a really, really good season. But 3 good quarterbacks in the first round, and possibly 4 good wide receivers. That was a great offensive.
Chase!
What did he say?
Listen.
What? I can't hear you. What?
Make sure you play this one.
I'm gonna play. Yeah, I got it. Don't worry about it. Oh well, we're going 6, right? Who's at 6 right now?
Raiders.
Raiders. I know where they're going. I know where they're going. I don't even have to look. I know where
We've
they're going.
been pretty accurate so far tonight.
Yeah.
You know, even with the trade, it's how we thought it would go.
We all know where they're going. I think it's pretty obvious where Vegas is going. We know. First of all, with their coach over there, Pete Carroll, and Pete's been a part of the Seattle Seahawks. I'm not even looking. I don't even know. But you know what Pete Carroll loves. We all know what he loves. Here we go. We're going to put it on. Just 1 second. Here it comes. Chase, you better listen.
With the 6th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Ashton Genty, running back,
There he is.
Boise State.
From the blue.
Ashton Genty, ladies and gentlemen. As we predicted, I've been saying it over and over again. They're not going to trade away from this. I know the Chicago Bears were trying to trade up at 6 with the Raiders to get Ashton Genty because there were a lot of rumors. And I wouldn't be surprised if Chicago reaches out to the New York Jets and tries to get Tyler Warren, because he was their second guy that we've been hearing over the last couple of days that they were absolutely gunning for. But by the way, congratulations to Ashton Genty. This is another running back. Remember, who was the last big-time running back that the Las Vegas Raiders drafted?
Jacobs.
Yes, Josh Jacobs.
Which
who's
you
now-
predicted, by the way.
Yes,
That.
and he's playing for the Green Bay Packers. This kid, and Josh Jacobs is one of the top 6 running backs right now in the NFL. He's sensational. And now you bring in Ashton Genty, a guy that you know Pete Carroll had a say in, and it's going to help them out offensively. You have Brock Bowers over there as the star tight end, wide receiver over there that's going to put up big numbers. And now you have a dual threat, a guy that can catch the ball in the backfield, run. He's a north-south guy that can absolutely beat up defensive lines. And Ashton Genty, great personality, great guy. And by the way, very good with the press. I think he's going to love it over there in Vegas, and he's going to be a star over there, Speedy.
Yeah, absolutely. You're looking at this era of like getting the freak athletes, and kind of the Seahawks did that initially with Marshawn Lynch, obviously being the freak athlete he was. They drafted DK Metcalf, and he fell in the 2nd round, which I think a lot of people were surprised with. And Pete Carroll's not taking that philosophy away. You already have that high-level athletic grade. I think the biggest one we've seen since Adrian Peterson, I believe, was the stat by some metrics, but for Ashton Genty, and then Brock Bowers at the tight end, which was the #1 athletic grade for a tight end we've ever seen in the combine. So you got 2 of those guys now to go with this. Still revolving door with quarterback, but Geno Smith's obviously a lot better than what they had last year. They're clearly creating the identity of sheer athleticism to the Raiders. But I want to get Chase. I want to get your reaction. You like this fit for the Ashton Genty going to the Raiders in that type of system?
Of course. No, it's a great pick. He's gonna kill it out there, and I just want to go back and say I love what he's done, and in this NIL transfer portal situation, he was offered money to leave Boise to go to big programs. He stayed and made himself a top 5 pick. It's just I think it's a really cool example to set, and love what's going on right now.
Fish, your thoughts to Ashton Genty and Jabba too. Your thoughts, Ashton Genty going to Vegas?
I think this is a slam dunk. Look, we said it before. Pete Carroll's 73 years old. He's not waiting around to win. He wants a guy that can do it right now. And Genty certainly is that guy. Oh, Jets pick is in, guys.
Jets pick is in, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have. We're waiting for it.
It's not up yet, but it's in. I saw it, but I'm not going to tell you. Other than that, it's gone pretty chalk so far. Is the only thing I'll say. I love Genty. to me, that guy's a game breaker. And if you were going to win football games, you need game breakers. Whether it's in the passing game, he was a little bit more. He didn't really have to do much in the passing game last year. He did more the year before. Had something like 40-something catches, almost 600 yards, and 5 receiving touchdowns. You can do whatever you want with him, and he loves contact. You love guys that want to absorb contact and just seem to bounce off of people. He's just going to be great for them. You're right, Speedy. Bowers is going to, with him, that's a real interesting way to open up the middle of the field. You get some guys for the outside. They're closer than they were before this pick by a lot. That's for sure.
Jabba.
No, it's huge. I love it. He's a gamer. He doesn't avoid contact. He'll run through you. He'll run around you. And, once he gets out in the open field, it's fun to watch him do his thing. But I just think it's a great pick overall, and the things that he can bring and kind of in that system with Pete Carroll. And, he just said Marshawn was one of his favorite players. So hopefully if they get to the goal line, Pete will run the ball and not pass it.
Well, we could only hope about that.
They need to get to a Super Bowl first, John. The Raiders are so far behind for that.
We got some Joe Shane news. Joe Shane just announced that he is picking up the 5th-year option on Kayvon Thibodeau.
Oh, God. What a joke. What a joke.
I'm surprised they did it this quickly.
No, yeah. Why are you surprised?
Immediately.
Why are you surprised?
Trying to take some luster from the draft.
Look, if he can do it and under it with a reduced snap share, because that's what we're facing, obviously, with Thibodeau right now. It's not like he's going to only be a pass rusher, but they will take him out in some run-stopping situations because, let's face it, he's not that great defending the edge. He just isn't. He has a lot of lapses. So this is a drastic improvement. You now pick that guy up. If he doesn't do it, you trade him in the middle of the season before the deadline because you don't really need him. He's now an extra piece. But if he's capable, now he's your rotational guy that allows you to spell one of the other guys or move Carter back to linebacker and put him down and do some really interesting things on the field. I would try at least to see if he can do it as a member of this new type of unit they have. But if it's not going to, it's still a short leash for Thibodeau, Speedy.
And by the way, for the New York Jets, and I want the offensive lineman from, I think, Missouri, or I want Tyler Warren. I want one or the other. I'll be happy with
so
either
last
one.
year, it was the same situation, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The tight end or the tackle.
Yes. And I would go either or. I'd be happy with any one of them because the Jets want to.
Do you flip it because you did it last year? Do you flip it because you took the tackle last year, or is that your strategy? Tight ends later in the draft.
I'd be happy. I'll be happy with either or as a Jet fan. I get Tyler Warren. I'll be happy with that. I go after the Missouri offensive tackle where you can shift him. By the way, they're saying that he can play guard. He can play tackle. So they could do a lot of things with him. He's a very unique offensive lineman. So I think the Jets will be happy with any, and Jet fans should be happy with either or, no matter what. You want to solidify the trenches. You could, as good as Tyler Warren is, and I love Tyler Warren, and I'll be excited to see Tyler Warren go to the New York Jets. I'd be happy with the Missouri offensive lineman too. So,
Fish, I think you called him on our show last week on the Fishcast, the most intimidating player in the draft. You said,
guys,
whoa,
we'll talk about it. I've never seen a lineman film where every single play he finishes by giving the guy the business and lands and pancakes him. This is the meanest player in this draft. He plays with some nastiness that you are just going to love if he ends up being your right tackle. And it looks like we'll find out right now.
Right here. We're going to have it right now.
About 10
They have a shot at
10
going
seconds.
for the top tight end with pick number 7 in this draft, or they could go.
We're still waiting. It's a little slow. But
You're 10 seconds behind me, and they're about to do it for me. So
They're
we'll
about
get
to
it
do
in about
it.
10 seconds.
Mine's already in.
Yeah,
I know.
mine's in now.
We know it's in. We're on a stream. We're not on a regular cast. So that's what we're doing. We're connected to a stream.
With this pick right now, he's been upgraded a little bit up.
Things are just slower in Long Island. We get it.
With the 7th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Armand Membu.
And
Missouri.
they get the Missouri
So
tackle.
once again, no tight end. Instead, it is a
Next spot, before we get into it, the next spot, I expect a trade. The Panthers have been open for business. They've been talking to everybody. That's the word on Twitter. We may have some movement shortly. But it's the guy you said, Errol, Membu. Take a look at his.
And the guy that you liked.
Look at
Yeah,
him
the
at
guy
right
that you
tackle.
like.
Look at what he does at the end of the play. Flat on your back. Next play. What does he do on his own run? Washes him down. Is he done? No. I'm going to put you flat on your back again, even though it doesn't matter. And now in pass pro, oh, I can help the guard. Flat on your back. Here we go again. Zone run. Flat on your back. Over and over and over again. Oh, and it's a little inside run. I'm widening out. Oh, let me do that to you, even though it doesn't matter. I love coaching kids that want to do things like this. The Jets fans, you guys are going to love this guy. If he can hold up in pass pro, my God, you're going to love watch. And Braylon Allen's going to want to run right every single time. Let's face it.
And by the way, now you solidify your offensive line for the future. You have Olu on one side, and now you have this kid Mumbu on the other side. So you solidify your offensive line for the future. Do you keep Elijah Vera Tucker for the future? Elijah is going to be there for at least one more year. The Jets took on his option. We'll see if he can stay healthy. If he stays healthy, this guy, you're talking about, think about this. Tippmann was a second-round draft pick. You have Mumbu, a first-round draft pick. Fashanu, a first-round draft pick. And Simpson, if I'm not mistaken, he was a third or fourth, but he wasn't a Jet draft pick. So think about it. You have 4 out of your 5 offensive linemen were Jets first or second-round draft picks starting for the New York Jets for this coming year. And we'll see. Simpson obviously will start at the guard position on one side. But the way this sits for the Jets now the Jets they have an opportunity to really have the depth that they haven't had over the last couple of years and the youth on this offensive line. I like it. I would have liked Tyler Warren. I would have loved that, but I'm not mad at this. I know, Fish, you love this guy, and some people think he could be the best offensive tackle in his class.
You just don't want to face guys like him. You don't want to go against guys that are every play, he's going to make it his business to make you miserable on every single play, even if the play is going away from you. The one criticism there was of Abdul Carter is he looks disinterested sometimes on certain plays, like he's taking a play off because maybe he's so good he just gets bored with the game. This guy, the play could be run left and he's on the right. I don't give a shit. I'm going to murder someone every single play. Oh my God, you got a real player here. And if he can't play tackle, Vera Tucker, it's the last year. You slide him inside, and then you do what the Eagles did and take Becton, who's really should have been a tackle with his size, just wasn't athletic enough, and you put him in there. But I think he's good enough to play tackle until proven otherwise.
Oh, he's going to be the tackle. They don't draft the guy this high if you're not moving him.
Well,
as
the Giants said that with Evan Neal, and now they're going to have to put him in at guard too. So I think he's way better than Neal.
By the way, Chase, before we let you go, because I know you need to go. It's the UK over there. I know you want to go to sleep. How's your team doing over there in the UK?
Man, we're good. We're going into our second. We have a spring games out here. We play 2 seasons. One where we play U.S. teams, and we play the European season. But yeah, we got an early morning meeting, and so I'm gonna jump out of here. But appreciate you guys having me on, man. And like I said, next time we'll talk more about what we're doing out here and the international players that are killing it.
I got one question before you leave. By the way, one question: do you see the NFL ever bringing an NFL team to London?
Yes. Give it 10 years.
Really? Interesting. Chase Baker, ladies and gentlemen, joining us. Thank you, Chase.
Appreciate you guys.
Chase Baker, baby. The first time on our show, he was fantastic. Yes, we have a pick in, ladies and gentlemen. The Jets get, how do you pronounce his name? Mumbu? Membu. So we have Membu going to the New York Jets.
And
so
the Panthers have just picked as well. They did not trade their pick.
Okay, so we're going to be bringing that up in just a few moments. But
who you think you got on this one? Because I already know who it is.
I think it'll be Jalen Walker.
This is a team that needs everything.
Wide receiver. I think they go wide receiver here. I think T-Mac.
The pick. All right.
I think T-Mac goes. I don't know because I don't have it in front of
Fish,
me.
I was thinking the same way as you with them. I thought they were like the most likely top 10 team to trade back because they needed a lot. But yeah, I guess maybe the price, maybe they don't think it's as big for Warren. Maybe trying to trade up. There's not enough teams that want to. Maybe because they're trying to fall back on Colston Loveland.
No, I think they're a bad franchise. I just don't think they're good at this football thing. I think they don't do the right thing. They're gonna take the position that isn't the most need just because it's like an attractive thing to do, and he's not gonna help them win, even though he's gonna get great stats.
I think you
That's
get.
what
I think you take the best player available. I don't think you look anything else from that. If I'm running an organization, whatever the best player is on the board, I don't care if I have a ton of them.
So
I'm taking the best
The fact
player.
that nobody tried to trade up to 8 is fascinating, right? Because at 9 we have the Saints, and we've been talking about that as a landing spot for Shador. So nobody wanted to trade up to take Shador before
By the
the
way,
Saints would get him.
ladies and gentlemen, sorry to cut you off. By the way, Owen is going to be wearing a wig and a dress. So,
It's official, right?
Yes, it's official. He is. Shador is not a Giant, which he predicted for the last, 3-4 months. That's what.
And remember, Keith, he fell out of the top 5.
Yeah,
That's right.
Keith. Oh, I can't wait for Keith to call, and he has to answer our questions. And,
By the
like,
way,
be a good
Keith,
guest.
I prefer. I'm not Keith. I'm sorry. Owen, I prefer a pink dress and a nice blonde wig. So I'm just letting you know.
Spaghetti
That's going on.
strap.
Oh gosh.
I don't care what it is. Here it is.
NFL draft. The Carolina Panthers select Teteroa McMillan.
Oh,
Wide receiver.
I was right.
Go.
I was right. They went wide receiver. Great move, by the way. I think they need a star wide receiver to play with a quarterback that just, even though second half last year, he looked pretty good. I'm not going to lie. He finally started to develop. They have a great coach there. I think he's great. Canales is a good coach, and you can see the difference in the quarterback play when he got a chance to set his feet. Now you bring in a guy. By the way, Arizona wide receivers have not been successful in the NFL. Okay, I can't even name the last Arizona State wide receiver that was any good in the NFL. We've seen first-round talents and second and third-round talents. They never were successful. So I'm interested to see McMillan and what he.
The best guy that ever come out of one of those two schools.
I would say
Arizona State.
I would say, but he's tight ends. I'm talking about wide receivers. He was a tight end. So
Arizona football's been a really bad program until probably the last 2 years. So
I think this is a bad pick, though.
Probably special teams.
I don't think you draft a receiver if you need so much. I know. Look, T-Mac's got the size and he's got speed and he's going to be a big target for a long time in this league. You have a quarterback who you're not sure if he's the guy. He gave you some. You're absolutely right, Errol. Second half of the year last year, Bryce Young came alive after he was benched. Yep. He came back. He was much better. It looks like a guy that at least you give another year, another shot to, right? But that doesn't mean that you're convinced on him. And if you're trying to get a receiver, that's telling me like, well, if he can't do it now, then we know for sure we need another guy. This was done. This move was made there's no more excuses for Bryce Young. You got a 6'5" guy that runs a 4.4, and he has great catch radius. No excuses left for you. And then they get rid of him. I just would have liked them to take someone at a more important positional value to what they need at this point. Their offensive line is terrible. Their defensive line is not the worst. I just don't know why you would go there. There's some really good corners. They only have one. I would go for another. If you're trying to stop people, get guys that can cover. They can't cover freaking anything if their name isn't J.C. Horn. And he doesn't stay healthy all that often.
No.
Even though they gave him a lot of money.
I actually liked J.C. Horn when he was drafted, but there were stories coming out that the guy can't stay healthy. He's had problems in college staying healthy. And then he came into the NFL. Remember, his father was a great corner. And then he comes to the NFL, and everybody thought, yeah, this guy's going to be better than his dad. But he just, even though when he does play, he's pretty damn good. You worry about his
peak
health.
value is probably better than his father, but again, he has to stay healthy.
You don't pay a guy that can't stay on a football field, and they gave J.C. Horn a lot of money.
a year.
Yeah, they gave him
Way
a
too
lot
much.
of money.
It's
Way too
just
much.
another
But
one of
that's
their
Carolina.
bad decisions. Like that you get guys because of the name, because if they're healthy, they're great. But you hear all the time, the best ability is availability. You can't. My coach would always say you can't be in the club if you're in. He called it the tub club. If you're on the
I got McMillan. You guys want to hear what he has to say? Hold on.
Go for it.
The Kelly connection, it'll be something different, I promise.
Congratulations, Teteroa.
Thank you so much.
I tried to get it on, but Fishman didn't finish his stuff. Go ahead. I'm I think McMillan's going to be a good player. I just don't know how good is he going to be. And again, Canales is a good head coach. He's a good offensive mind. I think he'll fit over there in Carolina. The question is, are they going to get it together, and they're going to put it together at the right time to get the team playing at a high level? I don't know if Bryce Young's a guy. And if he doesn't pass the test this year, like you were saying, Fish, with the talent that they're putting around him, well, then they, by the way, they added some offensive line help over the last season with Canales there. And I expect them to still, rebuild certain parts of their defense in this year's draft. I think there's a lot of depth in this year's class defensively. So I still think Carolina can make noise. Everything's falling the way we expected it. I honestly believe that. We said that Jacksonville might trade up and they'll do whatever they can. And there's Shedeur right there, that idiot. So, I'm telling you right now, Shedor's going, if he's sitting there with Pittsburgh is absolutely drafting Shedeur Sanders. And we have the pick is in, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll wait for that and we'll announce it.
This could be Shedeur, where they've gone. So I have a question not related to the draft, but is related to the show in great detail. Speedy, before the show started, I was cooking on the grill, and I was wondering your opinion. I don't know if you could see it on this sausage that I'm about to eat. If you think this is a good one.
How big
this
is
one? It's about the size of my index finger, more girthy. It's a hot Italian, Speedy.
I know.
How do you feel?
Yes, it looks red enough to qualify.
Do you need to see the inside to make sure it's good? Hold on.
There
it is.
There it is.
I think that you did very well with that. So it looks like it's red enough for one of those, like,
a little
Italian
girth.
sausages.
Is this the
This
size of?
sausage has been
Here
approved.
we go. Here's
by
the
Speedy
announcement. Here it is.
Wow. Here we got it.
With the 9th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr., tackle, Texas.
The
Kelvin
Shedeur
Banks.
slide is real.
We knew this was going to happen. I don't know why anybody.
But now he's going to go in the 20s. Like, that's the thing. He may fall out of the first round.
No, he's not falling.
That is within the realm of possibility.
They had the
is.
odds going into the week that he was at like 8.5, and then he dropped all the way to 21.5 as of today.
I mean, it makes sense with Pittsburgh sitting there at 21. You would think that either 21 or someone trades up. If Pittsburgh decides not to do it, people are just gonna be like, all right, well, now we can go get him, and because there's plenty of chances. But there's Jackson Dart sitting there too, and there's been a lot of chatter of Dart being a better quarterback pick than Shedeur, and the Giants might not be done. The Giants, if these two guys fall to the mid-20s, the Giants have the second or the third pick in the second round, right, Speedy? You trade that with another mid-round pick, with maybe your third, because you have 2 third-round picks. You can get
Would
back
you
into
be
the back
happy
half
with
of the first
Jackson Dart?
round.
Would you be happy with Jackson Dart?
I got some clips of him playing. He's a really interesting prospect. I don't know if I'd like him in the first round, but again, the first round quarterback, you get 5 years of control, right? You get 3 if you take him later. So it makes more sense if you want the quarterback that you trade back in. If he's sitting there, if him and or Shedeur are sitting there, unless they are completely out on Shedeur, which I kind of hope they are, but if Dart's sitting there at like 28, why wouldn't you give up, like, maybe you don't even need to give up your first, third, maybe give up your second, third round pick at the end of the round, and you move back into the top of the first, and now you get your quarterback and your pass rusher. That would be a coup for Joe Shane.
I think it's either Shedeur will be drafted in the first round. It'll be probably to Pittsburgh. That's where I think he's going. I think Dart falls out of the first round. I think Dart is in the beginning of the second round. That's where I think he's going. All right. We're going to be announcing.
Actually, don't put it on yet. There's a bunch of girls doing some song.
Yeah, they're talking about the releasing of the schedule.
Is it some like Broadway play or something? I don't even know what they're talking about. I
don't know. They're singing something. Let's sing a song for it right here.
By
Are
the
they
way,
doing the announcement?
Knicks are up 8 right now, near the end of the third.
No,
We can only hope.
They're just saying when the schedule is going to get released.
Oh, okay, who cares? I say I hate
May
when they do
14th.
that. Yeah.
Oh my God! Can't you wait?
No, I don't want to know. They're going to screw the Jets like they always do every single year. They give them such a hard schedule. They're just
Six
horrible.
prime games.
No, actually, they won't. Aaron
this year,
Rodgers isn't there, so they're not getting any prime time games.
The Bears pick is in as well. It looks like the Bears ran up as fast as they could to get their pick in. So I got a pretty good feeling who they want.
Well, it's not Shador. It's Tyler
No,
Warren.
it's Tyler Warren, 100%.
So we'll do the announcement when it comes in on here. But I knew I think they got what they wanted. Shut up! I'm screwing. Why does he say what?
He's complaining about you complaining about the Jets schedule.
They always do. They always screw the Jets.
Can we talk about Banks for a second? The tackle that was taken from Texas. He's a guy that I saw listed in the Beast Guide as a guard. That he was. We showed the clips. He didn't look like he was the most athletic in space, but a mauler out there. I'm a little questioning this pick. I don't know if this guy is going to be able to hold up against the speed rush in the NFL the way that he moves. He may be a guard, and that's where he was listed in the draft guide from The Athletic. So I'm a little curious about this pick. There's some other tackle prospects that I like a little bit better. But again, if the Saints, I don't, who knows what they're doing? The Saints didn't like either one of these quarterbacks. They don't know if Derek Carr can play next year. It's still up in the air. They had no certainty on it. So I guess they're just hoping Derek Carr over getting one of these two guys, and maybe they'll take a flyer on somebody, day 3 and hope that for the best, like they did last year with Spencer Rattler, as we found out, not the best flyer.
It's one of those things too. I think it's we were talking about with the Panthers, like they whiffed so much on other positions. I think since Sean Payton left the Saints, they've whiffed a lot on offensive line draft picks. The kid Ruiz they drafted from Michigan. Sorry, Carl, he's a good Michigan guy, but he's not good.
Here we
NFL.
go. Here it is.
All right, here we go.
Well, Jensen's gone and the tackles are gone.
Yeah, but you mentioned tight end in your mock draft.
This will be fun with the Bears.
This makes perfect sense.
Make a Green Bay.
Yesterday, the NFL family lost a true legend.
Horrible, by the
Bears
way.
Hall of Famer Steve McMichael. My heart is with the McMichael family during this incredibly difficult time. Misty, please know that you are in our thoughts and prayers. Mongo's remarkable contributions to the game and the community will never be forgotten. His legacy will continue to inspire generations to come. 50 years ago, with the 4th pick in the 1975 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears selected one of Steve McMichael's teammates and closest friends, Walter Payton, running back, Jackson State.
I remember that. I wasn't alive for it, but I remember that.
Walter would go on to rush for nearly 17,000 yards and 110 touchdowns over 13 seasons.
Unbelievable.
All with the Chicago Bears. As you heard earlier, the NFL continues to honor Sweetness, not only for his performance and excellence on the field, but also his commitment to give back to his community.
What happened here? Yeah, this stupid crap.
Little bit of a wow moment coming up, boys. You lose it?
The Year Award.
No, I got it.
So with the 10th pick,
finally, spit it
in
out.
The 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland.
All right.
Michigan.
Wow. So it's Colston Loveland, not
Wow.
Tyler.
Wow.
A bit of a surprise.
I had them right next.
Wow. I had him right next to each other. You hear what they say. Don't you love it? After these guys get picked on, I had them right next to each other. And by the way, Carl loves to pick.
Oh, of course, Michigan guy going to the Bears.
He loves to pick. He does. And maybe it's a good fit over there. Maybe
I
it is.
I don't hate the player. I think Loveland's a great player.
Loveland was a first-round talent.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. He was one of the top 3 tight ends in this class. This is one of the best tight end classes we've seen in a very, very long time. And just because Tyler Warren didn't go, what is this, 9? I think it's
10.
9. A 10?
10.
By the way, our bet is still on, by the way. Where are we? Who did I bet with? I bet with Josh. If Warren doesn't go in the top 12, he's got to owe me a dinner. So,
So you got 2 picks to go.
You got 2 picks to go.
And who do we have?
Guess what? The pick is
49ers
in
Cowboys.
for the 49ers. 49ers aren't taking a tight end. That'd be crazy. Imagine
the
they
Cowboys. If I were the Cowboys, I do.
The 49ers might be the biggest team that lost
Cowboys
because
have a couple
all
of
3
tight
tackles
ends.
are gone.
Yeah, but Tyler Warren is an absolute playmaker, and they need a playmaker. They need another guy to play with CeeDee Lamb.
That's for sure. Now, a guy that's, we haven't talked too much about because it's only been focused on Ashton Genty. Marion Hampton, the running back from North Carolina, is another guy that if Dallas is sitting there and they aren't in love with anyone, they need a guy. They don't have a running back on this roster that can do anything right now. That's a guy, and his film is really good too, Hampton. He's got really great balance, really good cuts in the hole. So this could be the running back resurgence. But we have the 49ers already have their pick in. Speedy, 49ers got to go,
offensive line.
I mean, that's what I was thinking that the Niners, why I thought maybe they could have been a trade-up scenario to try to, now the 3 tackles are gone. Would they take the chance with Simmons with his injury is an interesting upside.
Are you surprised all the tackles got drafted in the top 10? I'm not.
I'm not, actually.
No.
I think they were all good values in terms of those teams needing those positions. Now, the other option, Fish, where I think they could go is I've seen them mocked a lot as another edge rusher. Do they take a high upside with Jalen Walker potentially here? Is that I don't really know if they necessarily need anything else at this point. I'm just surprised that they wouldn't have been more aggressive.
Here's the thinking. If you take Tyler Warren here, the reason is George Kittle's an inline tight end, and now you have an H tight end that's better than anyone else added in the game, outside of maybe Brock Bowers, at that position. And now you can run those 2 tight end sets the way the Patriots did years ago with Aaron Hernandez and Rob Gronkowski.
I don't see them doing that. I cannot see.
They want to run the zone, and the reason is I talk about the outside zone scheme, right? And you want to extend the surface, they say, of the field, so you just constantly have more cutback lanes. And if you can go 2 tight ends,
they're not
have
doing
2 more lanes for cutback, and that's the running scheme that they do. So I wouldn't be completely surprised. To me, their line is not great. Simmons looks like a reach at this point, although I love Simmons' feet. He's just coming off an injury, it's a little high to take that guy at this point. They made their pick. They didn't trade down, so we'll see where
They're not going with Tyler Warren over there. There's no way they're doing that. I say they either reach at maybe draft one of those guards that a lot of people like that could be late first round draft picks, or I think they go defense, which they usually always do. And you have Robert Saleh there. I wouldn't be surprised if they go defense.
Fish, did you see the report from Schefter? The Giants offered Tennessee their first picks this year and next year, among others, to take Cam Ward.
Yeah,
I
Cam
believe
Ward
that.
wasn't going anywhere. You gotta make that offer. He was the only guy that you could really trade up for and make it make sense. But at the same time, I am much happier taking the Abdul Carter. If there's a few quarterbacks in this draft that are interesting prospects, we'll talk about some of them as we get later in the draft.
And listen, there's nothing to worry about with the Giants when it comes to their defense. Their defense is stacked, and their defense was fairly good last year. It wasn't bad. Now you add Abdul Carter, it really solidifies your defense for the future. But what are they going to do on the offensive side of the ball? I mean, the offensive line is horrible. It really is not good. They drafted a center, what was it, 2 years ago?
Yep.
He's pretty
Schmitz.
good. He's pretty good.
He's been average, I would
Yeah,
say.
he's pretty good. That's what I'm saying. He's pretty good. He's not great. He's pretty good. And again, that you don't know who your tackles are in the future over there because Thomas can't stay healthy. Thomas is one of the best.
Thomas will be fine.
Thomas can't stay healthy. Thomas out since he's out his contract. How many games has he played an average a season? 12? 11?
I don't know. I know that when he's there,
he's not
when he's healthy, he's one of the 5 best tackles in all of football.
But are you going to trust that that's going to happen every single year and him staying healthy? I don't know,
have a choice.
man.
They paid him, they paid him. That's what they made their bed. That's what they're going to do. The rest of the guys on that line, different story. I'm not so convinced on Schmitz. Schmitz has been a little bit banged up. He hurt his back trying to do a tush push at some point and really wasn't right the whole rest of the year 2 years ago. He's been up and down because the guard play next to him has been up and down. And we know right tackle, Illuminor solidified it to a degree, but Illuminor, honestly, I'd rather see Illuminor inside than playing tackle. I would like them to take a tackle at the top of the second round and not trade up for one of these quarterbacks.
All right, let's stop talking about that. We spoke about the Giants a lot in this show, and I know you got what you wanted with Abdul Carter. Chopper, what is your team in football do you root for right now? Who do you root
Broncos,
for?
Right?
Is it the Broncos?
I've never had one.
You don't. Root
I know you
for
said your
football
son
team?
was a Broncos fan.
Yeah, Carter's a Broncos fan.
Wow. All right, surprise pick in my opinion.
I grew up a Niners fan because they had like Roger Craig
and Joe Montana.
Nebraska.
I actually, my friend Eric Martini, who is a big Jet fan, he grew up a 49ers fan. And then when Aaron Glenn was drafted by the Jets, he was a dude. When Aaron Glenn was announced as the head coach for the New York Jets, I think Eric Martini cummed his pants. I really do believe he splattered in his pants. It's not even a joke. That guy was so happy. And by the way, Lyle came out and he said, I love the Jets pick. Love the Jets. If you're a Jet fan, you should be happy. Is this guy doing the announcing?
We're proud to announce that this year we are celebrating our 250th anniversary. We're grateful for the opportunity to partner with the NFL Salute to Service and the USO in introducing the San Francisco 49ers 2025 draft pick.
With the San Francisco 49ers draft pick, back to you in Green Bay.
This feels like our first reach, guys.
Here we go, Roger.
So here comes the commissioner.
The pain in the ass, Goodell.
Pulled it out of my ass. You just made my nose.
Chance of USA mixed in with the requisite booze.
Imagine
for the
he
Niners
did
here.
like hemorrhoid cream
Thank you
commercials
to our
because he's
men and
such a pain
women
in the
who
ass.
serve in the United States military for your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom. With the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Michael Williams, defensive end.
Wow.
Georgia.
Before Walker.
Wow.
Walker's still out there. Same team. Walker was the better player.
Oh, we were speaking about this, that Walker, if he falls, he's going to be the steal of the draft. And Jabba, you spoke about it too. If somehow Walker falls out of the top 10 and falls to 15 or 14, you're going to get yourself a sensational edge guy who you could put on the he's a linebacker. You could put him on the inside. You could put him on the outside. You could do a lot of different things to him. And he played for the Georgia Bulldogs. So very surprised that they made this move and Williams going to the 49. But hey, Robert Saleh, I'm not gonna burst my bubble because Robert Saleh believed in McDonald. A lot of Jet fans were not happy with that pick. And McDonald turned out to be a pretty good pass rusher last year when he took over for Johnson when Johnson went down early in the season, in the first game of the season. So maybe this kid is a steal. Maybe he's a surprise guy that nobody would have thought was, because did anybody think Williams was going to be a first round talent?
Yes.
Yeah,
really?
We covered him.
We said late first, I believe, right?
He was one of the late
I
first.
said
he
mid.
was one of the guys
I've
when you
heard
were
late.
gone, Errol. He was like in the early 20s in the draft. But
Yeah.
to me, when you watch him play, he's kind of a tweener to me. And I watch Walker play, and I see a stud defensive end. And it makes no sense to me why you're taking him first. I don't get it. Maybe, obviously, they get paid to do this. They're the ones making these decisions. Maybe they have a plan for him. It's your boy Bambi over there making that defense hum. So maybe Bambi knows something about Michael or Walker, for that matter, that we don't know. But from just watching Georgia football a little bit, Jabba, you said you watched some Georgia football. I thought Walker was the guy on that defense, not Williams.
Walker seemed like the more well-rounded prospect, I think, at the time. Williams definitely has the explosiveness. I think his moveset is still pretty good. It's just, like you said, Fish, it's a matter of the versatility. And that was a concern with McDonald out of the draft, too. Like, he had the speed and the raw explosiveness, but the size was a concern, and the scheme fit was a concern.
Carl,
Saleh
what's
made
up
that
with
work.
you with the Jets? What is up with you and the hatred of the New York Jets? Everything that comes out of this guy's mouth is just like Jets this, Jets that. Why don't you just be happy with your Loveland, okay? Fall in love with your new tight end and make love to him. He played for Michigan, and he's going to your Chicago.
Yeah, how about this?
Oh, my God. Oh, man, Jerry.
I just shook my head.
Oh my God.
25 NFL Draft. The Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Booker, guard, Alabama.
Oh man.
Named Tyler, but
Oh,
it's
I'm going to tell you right now, Beef's probably falling off his chair. Who the hell is Tyler Booker? What the hell?
He's a second round grade guy, is what he is. He's a guard for Alabama. Look, he's a mean guard. We talked about it, Speedy, that we thought he'd go in the second round. He goes 12.
Oh, hold on one second.
12.
Hold on one second. A lot of people did not like Tyler Smith when they drafted him a couple of years ago, and he turned out to be a pretty good tackle and has been a pretty good tackle for the Cowboys.
12, though. 12 is such a reach for
Again?
a guard, though. Hello?
I don't know what these guys are going to turn out to be, and we've seen this before. Sometimes you reach, and those guys turn out to be pretty good players. I don't know, man, and I don't know how the Cowboys draft. They take the obviously we've heard Jerry come out and say it.
Here's how they draft. Zach Martin just retired. We need to replace Zach Martin. He played guard. Let's get a guard. Jared. Yeah,
I don't
Dallas,
think that's the way they do it. I mean,
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
They probably do it with a bunch of high-priced talent,
Pulled it out of my
high-priced fun and shenanigans around them. in
maybe they
Jerry's
did
world.
pull it out of their ass, ladies and gentlemen, in many different ways for Jerry. Old Jerry is looking to hang out at the massage parlors with you know who, Robert Kraft. So those guys, one's jerking the other one off.
This must be the breakdown of what happened. They wanted Colston Loveland, wrote him on the board because they drafted the other Michigan tight end 2 years ago. And then once he got drafted, he's like, all right, let's just reach somewhere else.
It looks like Indianapolis is going to get what they wanted.
If Indianapolis gets Warren, oh
Wow.
my God, they're gonna
Falls right in their lap like this.
And then somebody else is going to get a really there's a lot of 14 through 18. There's a lot of teams that need edge rushers. Jalen Walker's going to fall into somebody's lap. Atlanta, Arizona.
But we said
Bengals,
this.
yeah.
There are a lot of first-round talents fall in the second round. Look at the Eagles last year. Look at what they got last year. They got Mitchell in the first round, and then they had Cooper DeJean in the second round. And DeJean, you can argue, was the best defensive line, secondary DB in all of the playoffs
And
last year.
everybody's saying he should have been a first-round pick.
Yes.
Cooper, of course, it was the Eagles who got him. Look, Booker's a good player. There's no doubt about it. If you take a look at him, he's played some tackle, so maybe the Cowboys think, like you said, just like Smith, you get a guy who can play both. You just make a line that just can work together. Dallas has proven that they can, coach offensive line over the years. And it makes sense. It just doesn't make sense at 12. At 12, it's such a reach to take a guard when there's key players at key positions all over the place. Miami is on the clock right now. Miami has a bunch of big-time defensive edges like Walker that are still available. I don't see Walker getting past the Dolphins here at 13.
Really? I think this is a good place for Tyler Warren too. I mean, he could block.
They got to stop with the offense. They got to stop putting more pieces on the offense. Their defense is terrible. They need guys.
Remember, Booker played for Alabama. Alabama always has good offensive linemen. I mean, one of them didn't go. Neal wasn't really that good for the Giants, but usually offensive line talent coming from Alabama is pretty damn good. So maybe Booker.
Carl says Will Johnson.
Will Johnson's a very good player as a corner. I don't think the Dolphins. I mean, I guess the rumor of Ramsey getting traded is a possibility. But I believe we have a guest arriving that he had some insight on the Dallas Cowboys as well. Mr. Carpenter is, I believe, in our feed now.
What's up, Mr. Carpenter? By the way, we are talking to former Cowboys, Dolphins, Lions, and Patriots linebacker Bobby Carpenter. But before that, Bobby, I just want to give you a little bit of announcement and give you a little feedback here. Go to iceshaker.com and shop all their official license collections from Star Wars to Marvel and so much more. Enjoy your free shipping when you spend $50 or more. Go to iceshaker.com and check out all their great products and deals. Ladies and gentlemen, you can get yourself your one and only Cowboys or Dolphins or Lions or Patriots Ice Shaker by going to iceshaker.com, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're a Jet fan, as yours truly is, if you want to get an ugly green goblin of an ice shaker, go to iceshaker.com and get your very own Ice Shaker New York Jet Ice shaker. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, Bobby Camp, a Carpenter. How are you, Bobby?
I'm doing well. How are you doing today?
We're good, man. Obviously, you're watching the draft like everybody else. What are your thoughts to the Cowboys' first-round draft pick, Mr. Booker?
Well, you lose, you lose a Hall of Famer in Martin. So all of a sudden, it's like, hey, can you go get another player like that? And you get Booker, who's a road grader, probably maybe not quite as polished early on as what you're trying to replace. But hey, that's the case with anything. This is a very deep draft. I like the fact that they didn't trade up. They let somebody fall to him. I was curious. I thought they may go with Emeka Egbuka right there to try to get another receiver opposite of Lamb. But they elect to lean into the run game, a little more protection for Dak. And so I think that that's a smart move. And we'll see what they do later, because I think really it's going to get interesting between picks like 20, 25 and down to 60, 65, because there's a lot of similar players there that can do a lot of things.
By the way, and everybody, you don't know this, we are talking to former Cowboys, Dolphins, Lions, and Patriots linebacker Bobby Carpenter. Bobby, we've seen a lot of guys fall over the years in the draft. And one guy that everybody was talking about, top-graded tight end, you see Loveland go as high as he did to Chicago. Everybody is probably surprised that Tyler Warren is still on the board. Are you surprised that Tyler Warren has fallen back to what? Where are we at? 14, 15 right now?
13 with
13. 13. So the Colts. So does he go to the Colts? And are you surprised that he's fallen as far as he has when everybody thought he was a top 10 draft pick?
So what's interesting is I asked a bunch of people this. I was on XM today, and every guest we had on, I asked them, tight ends, who you taking first, Loveland or Warren? And just about everyone said Warren should go first, but it's going to a little bit depend on fit of what you're looking for. Loveland's probably a little bit more of your traditional move guy. People talked about him with the Bears. They have Kmet already, but he can be the on-ball guy. You can do a lot of 12 personnel, which is 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers. Move him around, and he can kind of be that third wideout. If you want a traditional inline guy that can get after you, do a lot of things, like if the Chiefs are drafting high enough, like he would be the perfect replacement for Travis Kelce because of what he's able to do. Heck, you watched him take snaps. He played quarterback in high school. He's a road grader as a blocker. And so if you want that traditional tight end, that's a big physical 265-pound dude, heck, that can take snaps, can do some stuff in short yardage, then Warren was your guy. So it comes down a little bit at this point to preference of who you like. And I mean, the Bears already had Kmet. So I see that, hey, you want to go with a more of a receiving threat to be that third receiver option, because there really aren't those explosive receivers right now in the draft.
So I wanted to ask about the Ohio State prospects. Obviously, I know you do a college football radio out in Columbus as well. So Egbuka, you mentioned as well, Josh Simmons, a tackle as well that I think is very good, obviously recovering from that knee injury. So what are your thoughts to some of the prospects from the Buckeyes?
Josh Simmons, I think, is probably going to be one of the steals of the draft as long as he gets healthy, which I think he's trending that way. He's been, I've been working out with him over at Ohio State. He looks good. And, he's a very, very talented player. I think one of the things that's interesting, I was talking to a lot of the Cowboy scouts when they were up for pro day, and Shotty's a friend, and just watching some of these guys, and, they were enamored with Travion Henderson's speed and like what he's able to do, being a home run threat out of the backfield. So, in a draft that's kind of void of maybe some of those big hit receivers, and McMillan's already off the board, is it a situation where maybe you get a guy who can be that 4-4, 4-3 home run threat out of the backfield, kind of like Jahmyr Gibbs out of Detroit, and you're up to you to be able to move him around a little bit like Loveland, get him the ball in the backfield, but then also put him in the slot and move him back and forth. And so, Egbuka obviously being one guy that you can put in the slot, but then also Travion Henderson is being an elite guy that has that breakaway game breaker speed that can do some different things.
Yeah, you kind of touched on it a little bit, and we all know the draft is all over the place sometimes. So do you think it's turned more to not necessarily the best prospect or most talent, but it's more leaning towards like if that fits their scheme and what they need to fill a void with?
Well, I think it's a little bit of both. It just depends. Like, I've always been a big fan of best available, but best available has to kind of fit what you do. And so, if you're a team that says, hey, we want the best available playmaker, well, you look around like, well, who's the best available playmaker that we could get? And I think that's where you go to that Bears conversation is, Tyler Warren's good. There's some receivers. McMillan came off the board early. And so maybe we feel like we lost our biggest down the field threat, jump ball type guy. And so then you lean on to Loveland. And so I don't know if it's changed dramatically from that. Some teams do things different ways. I've always been a proponent of, hey, can you get the best available guy? If you do that, you're always going to set yourself up for success. But you want to make certain that you're doing within a framework of kind of what you do as far as scheme-wise and kind of what fits as well.
By the way, we are talking to former Cowboys, Dolphins, Lions, and Patriots linebacker Bobby Carpenter. And we have our other guest. He's a little late. We might as well bring him in.
He had a family emergency.
Okay, but we got him. We are now talking to former Jaguars, Broncos, and Cowboys defensive tackle Jeremy Mincey. So we got two former NFL players in, speaking a little football, a little draft. Bobby, obviously, and Jeremy Mincey. Jeremy, how you doing, man? I know you're busy. How's your family doing?
Man, we had a little hiccup earlier, but things are a lot better. And doing great, man.
All right. So my question to you guys both were defensive guys. One a linebacker, another defensive tackle. Obviously, we just saw a DT go. Grant goes to the Dolphins. Are you surprised that all the tackles have fallen off the board as fast as they have?
Absolutely. I mean, the game is about pressure, and you got to have that interior pressure in order to have a stout defense. So these guys are very important, and they make a difference in ball games. So it doesn't surprise me.
Bobby, is there a tackle that really stood out to you in this draft that you wouldn't want to play against?
Well, I mean, I watched Grant and Graham play against Ohio State for the last handful of years. Both of them are really good players. Graham's probably been a little bit more consistent throughout his career. People talk about Grant having the bigger upside. Both, I think, are very, very talented as long as you get a scheme and fit of what they're good at, ask him to do. And both of the guys are kind of upfield penetrator guys. They're athletic. They want to get on the move and get going. Like, they're both big bodies, but none of them are crazy big where they just want to sit still. And so I love interior pressure. Listen, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. And so if you can find an elite pass rusher at defensive tackle, like those guys can push the pocket and do things that an edge rusher, like you can chip, you can hang a tight end, you can do different stuff. Inside, it's a little bit more difficult to do as far as having an elite guy inside that can get after the quarterback.
Absolutely.
So Jeremy, I want to get your thoughts, and then Bobby, you can respond to this after. Your Jaguars made the first big bombshell, trading up from 5 to 2 with the Browns to get Travis Hunter. They gave
He's
up a
not
lot.
Travis Hunter. He's the Gremlin.
That's the Gremlin.
The Gremlin.
Go
So
Jaguars!
Yes, Jaguars get that pick.
please.
So what are your thoughts? And then Bobby, your thoughts as well to Travis Hunter being like a two-way player in the NFL. Do you think that kind of thing could work? But Jeremy, your thoughts first.
I'm excited about it. For Jacksonville, for one, they got a extraordinary weapon as a football player, and for two, he's going to bring that energy down there that they need. I mean, Trevor Lawrence is a pretty decent quarterback if he had enough tools, and I mean, they're stocking up at receiver, and then Travis playing both ways. It's going to be some pandemonium in Jacksonville.
So, the one thing, the question, like Travis Hunter, very, very talented, not the biggest dude in the world. And so that's, my only concern, like asking guys to go and play a ton of snaps like that early on. I think he wants to play receiver primarily, and I don't blame him because the difference between wide receiver 1 and quarterback 1 is about $10 million on your second deal per year. So like that makes sense to me. But it's much harder to kind of learn offense and then play defense versus play defense and then learn offense as far as being packaged and how you're going to play it. So he's going to have to battle with that a little bit. He's not the biggest frame guy. Like I said, like he's a tough dude. He's very athletic. He can make a ton of plays. He's still kind of raw at both positions. And some of that's due to just like the fact that when you're splitting time, like the lack of skill work, he's a great human being, like simple dude, loves to fish. Like I love his personality. I love everything about him, but it's going to be tough for him to do that. And so he's going to have to put a lot of work in, and they're going to have to manage that situation early on to make sure that you're not burning the guy out.
Yeah, no, this is for both of you too. We talked about it on the show he was played literally almost 85% of all the snaps for Colorado. What realistically do you think he can play on the snaps on both sides of the ball, like percentage wise?
Bobby.
Well, I would say if you can play like That wide out, they'll rotate you in and out a little bit. But if he could probably play 80 to 90% on one side and 30 to 50 on another, getting you to somewhere around 70 to 75. I mean, listen, because he's going to have to get a little bigger. And as you get bigger, you just can't physically handle the load as much, with all of the running. And I mean, let's be honest, like Colorado, like it's good. They played some good competition. But if he had to sit there and guard, one of these receivers that's a first round guy every single game and then flip over and play wide out, like that's a whole nother beast than if you can sit there and you're playing some guys that are just good college receivers. You can kind of chill and no one's throwing at you because they know that you'll burn them. So like that's the one thing I'm like, I'm not saying he can't do that. And I'm not saying he can't cover them, but covering those guys and then spinning back around after like, hey, we just punted, time to go back on offense or defense. Like that's a whole nother beast, man.
Absolutely. I totally agree. I think he should play no more than 65 snaps per game. Like no matter what way they ration it, I think 65 snaps should be his max out per game if they want to get everything they need out of this player.
We are talking to former Jaguars, Broncos, and Cowboys defensive tackle Jeremy Mincey. And we're also talking to former Cowboys, Dolphins, and Lions, and Patriots linebacker Bobby Carpenter. It's crazy. I'm looking at this class. Everything was falling the right way until we went with the Cowboys. They went with Booker, and I was like, what the hell is going on here? But Tyler Warren just fell to the Indianapolis Colts. The Indianapolis did not believe that Tyler Warren was going to be sitting there. Some people thought they had to trade up to get him, so they get their guy. There are a couple of guys that everybody keeps talking about, Shedeur Sanders being one of them, how a lot of people thought he was going to fall, obviously, because of his mouth, and maybe he's not the quarterback that a lot of these scouts were saying before the draft, his talent and his ability inside and out of the pocket. Are you guys surprised that Shedeur is falling the way he is? And do you think he falls out of the first round?
So, I mean, I've talked to a number of scouts about this, and like, I'm not a huge fan of any of the quarterbacks really in this draft. That's not a knock on these guys, but if you look and listen, I think Cam Ward's a remarkable human being, and I think he honestly can be a pretty good quarterback. But I've talked to guys who, and I don't sit there and watch 1,000 plays and 1,000 snaps of all these guys. So I talk to people that I feel like I trust their judgment on it, and they're like, listen, Cam Ward would have been the 5th quarterback maybe last year, maybe the 6th, and Shedeur would have been the 7th or the 8th. And so it's not that those guys can't be good, but you start looking like Cam Ward, I will give him this. He's played a lot of ball. And so you look at the 2 quarterbacks last year that were rookies who played really well. You start looking at Bo Nix and you start looking at Jaden Daniels. Both those dudes had played a ton in college. They played started for 5 years, and they get in the NFL and they're ready to go. Like Shedeur hasn't played a whole lot, and good and bad. Shedeur's tough as hell. I'll give him that, man. He hung in there. I've watched him take a lot of shots and throw the ball really well. But people are like, he doesn't play from the pocket all that well. It's like, well, his line was bad. He didn't have any time, but still like trying to learn to do that. And then when you haven't really experienced it, that can be tough and that can be a challenge. And so I think Shedeur I like him to have maybe a higher upside than Cam.
I agree.
Be in the right system.
I
And
agree.
we know they throw guys in there a little early sometimes. You get impatient and you want to push someone in when they're not maybe fully ready. And that's my big worry about Shedeur is if you put him in before he probably needs to sit and probably watch for a year. And that's not a bad thing, man. There have been a lot. Drew Brees sat and watched for a year, and the dude is a Hall of Famer. Like sometimes that needs to happen. So he's got to go to the right situation. So I hope that happens. And if it's a little later, that's fine.
I completely agree with you once more. I think that he has everything it takes, just a little more development. The good thing about what happened to him was getting beat up like that in college because, I mean, he's going to be well aware in the NFL because he knows that these guys can actually rush. So it's going to be a whole nother level that he's prepared for and got banged up and tossed around enough to kind of have a leg up on that.
What bothers me about Shedeur is not the fact that he can't play in the NFL. I'm sure he has the athletic ability. I've heard he's got great leadership. The problem is that his father speaks for him. His father's been speaking for him for the last 2 seasons. And his father is really been the voice of both these guys. Travis Hunter, who went and won the Heisman. And I'm not saying Travis Hunter wasn't one of the best players in the country. I thought Ashton Jeanty should have won the Heisman Trophy this year. I thought he was by far the best offensive player in all of college football. And I understand he's a two-dimensional player in Hunter, but then there's Shedeur Sanders, who's come out and said some interesting things, really, at the Combine. He didn't even compete at the Combine, and he's talking. And then Travis Hunter, after the Combine, has been doing nothing but speak. Why do you think that these guys feel free to open their mouths when they haven't done anything on the NFL football field yet?
We're in the social media age, man. I mean, it's just all about a clout chase nowadays.
Be honest here. Mincy, you know I know you very well. Be honest here. What would you do if you were going to play with this guy and this guy gets drafted and you've heard this guy yap his mouth and he comes into your locker room and you know what he said? What would you do to a player like this? Honestly,
he's gonna have a little target on his. He's gonna have a little smoke, but that's the name of the game, man. And how the NFL work, man. How things turn out, you never know, dude. Like you never know. Some guys that we never expected become great. Some guys that were great never pan out. Some guys just was able to stay in the middle throughout the whole process. So. It's just one of them things.
Well, I see Bobby's face. I can't wait to hear this.
Echo kind of what he says. Like Mincy's saying here is, and I tell all the guys this to leave Ohio State. I go, man, go to the locker room, earn people's respect, work hard, ask questions, do what you're told, and you do that, and everything is going to be fine. Like if you know what, some guys are good enough they can go in and just not listen to people and do whatever. But that's like a small. Like that's the Randy Moss, like, dude, Hall of Famer. You're walking in. There's like one of those guys every 2 or 3 years. The reality is, for most guys, like you got to go in there, learn from vets. I go, they'll teach you, but you got to prove to them that you're worthy of being taught. So, like, dude, show up when they want you to bring coffee as a rook. Bring their ass coffee. When you want to carry pads, and it's going to be a little bit of pride shock, but they're doing that to you because they want you to prove to them that it matters. And you're going to listen. And then I'll never forget, like Aaron Glenn was it was probably his 14th year in Dallas, my rookie year. I grew up watching AG, and I'd sit there and watch him do these drills before practice. And I went over to him, man. This is a guy I grew up like idolizing. And I was like, gosh, man, why do you do all this? He's like, Carp, man, I'm a 5'8", 35-year-old nickelback. He's like, do you think I'd be able to go out here and do what I do without doing all this every day? And I'm like, hey, well, will you teach me? He's like, every day, get out here 15 minutes before. I'll take you through the ladders. I'll show you what I do. And so I sat there and I would go out there and I would do it with him. And it was this unbelievable footwork pattern. So you never take bad steps. He's like, I'm not 6'2". I don't run a 4.2 anymore. He's like, I'm old man, so I can't take bad steps. And so if you do that and you respect guys, like they'll teach you everything you need. If you come in there and acting like you're some young dude that's like, hey, I'm going to set the league on fire. You may be able to do it, but like I'm gonna be honest, and I know Mincy, there's a lot of dudes that come in like that, and those dudes usually flame out. Very rarely do they become like center flame.
That's right, quick.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that social media plays such a big part, and you're 100% right. I remember walking in to the locker room for the first time, and you have all these names, guys that have been played 15, 20 years, 5 Hall of Famers. And I was like, I just sat at my locker, shut the hell up, got the bag ready, got donuts when they needed it, and I was like, I'm just happy to be here. So I'm not trying to ruffle no feathers.
That's right.
Yeah, like Greg Ellis sat there and told me, he goes, listen, and Greg had played 9-10 years by the time I got there, and he's like, Peyton Manning carried pads. He's like, Randy Moss got coffee. He's like, all these guys do all these things. He's like, you're not the first person to do it, and you ain't gonna be the last. He's like, so if you don't want to do that, that's cool, but you're not gonna get the respect of everybody else when you have some of the greatest players in all of history who have done these things to kind of work and earn everybody's respect. Like that, it's not hazing, man. It's just putting people in their place to understand like how hard it is.
Yeah,
you don't realize it. It is the hardest thing in the world. There's 1,600 people that do that job. And at any given position, you're one of probably, I don't know, 100 people in the world that are doing that position. And how well can you do it is going to depend on how well you keep your job.
That's a fact.
Well, you both know too, if you get that reputation of being like that, It spreads like wildfire.
It's brutal. And I told the story. We had a guy, I won't say his name, but here in Dallas, and all the DBs said, "Hey, we're going to go around and shave everybody's head." And the dude, he had long braids. He'd been growing it, and every other guy let the guys in the room, and they took the razor, they put it up to their head, and then they just pulled it away. Well, the dude locked his door, wouldn't let him in, and then the next day told the coaches about it. And I'm not going to say what happened after that, but when the coaches addressed it with the team, it did not go well for him. Like, everybody shut him down. Like, you need a question, we're not answering it. Like, we're not going to help you now. Like, we weren't even going to really cut your hair. It was just a proof like, hey, dude, are you willing to be part of the crew? And like, so that's how it works. And so like social media has kind of hyped all these dudes up. I mean, and guys make money now. I mean, these dudes coming in the league, some of them are making $500,000, $1 million in college.
Yes.
It's like that's another different element that never existed before, where you got there is like the first time you had money. Some of these guys, they've made $2-3 million by the time they got to the league, which is wild.
Hopefully they didn't have to do it to your hair, Bobby. That's a great head of hair you got.
I told him, because I sat there and told him, I go, listen, you want to cut the hair? Go ahead. Like, I'm game. And they're like, no, dude, we don't need that. Go get us coffee.
Hair with me over here. What do you
Exactly.
think about
I'm just happy I got here, man. I'm about 42 years old. Like, I still got a little bit left.
I'm not taking my hat off.
Me either.
Nope.
all former athletes? So, I'm very surprised that if any of you have hair. First of all, Carpenter, Bobby, you were wearing a helmet your whole career. So everybody that I've seen wear a helmet for a certain amount of time usually lose their hair. Same thing with you, Jeremy. You were wearing a helmet as well. So usually that hair is gone. And then Jabba, we all know, Jabba's hair grew out since he left the Yankees.
He on his way out. It's on his way out.
Yeah, I'm two haircuts away from being bald.
Yeah, me too. I'm about to have a haircut.
By the way, I know obviously Bobby's got to go, but why do you have the name Meek Mill, by the way? What's going on with that?
Oh, jeez. The fact that popped up. So I do a
I was like, Meek Mill? Who the hell's me? I know the rapper Meek Mill.
Believe me. So I do a YouTube show every day with a couple of my former teammates, and they started putting up crazy names. And so when all the stuff that was coming out with Diddy, I just threw up Meek Mill and saw if anyone noticed. And I've never changed it. I've never changed it. And the fact that it says that on there is remarkable.
I was looking at it, I was like, wait a second. But we all know the story about Meek Mills and P. Diddy. I mean 50 Cent came out with that story.
Oh.
50 Cent is all about giving away stories.
Listen, dude, when you're in the locker room all the time, you get really bored and you start doing some crazy stuff, and like they're throwing up crazy names and all this different.
Right.
One of the dudes had Diddy up there. I was like, all right, I just threw a Meek Mill, and like, because no one was seeing it, we were putting the names up like on the screen, except you couldn't see them. So internally, so yeah, that's what. It's been up there for like 3 months, 4 months, man, maybe longer.
All right, we'll just call you, instead of Bobby, we'll just call you Meek.
Come on. Get out of here.
Cheek Mills.
Exactly. Exactly.
Bobby Meek Mills Carpenter.
Oh gosh, don't get that started, man. I got 4 kids, so at least I'm doing something, right?
Don't get us on the internet.
Keep them away from P. Diddy.
All right, I'll see you guys.
All right, Bobby, your secret is safe as us. It's the Michigan fan in the comment section that might start spreading it.
All right,
hold up, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished?
I got one for you. Ready?
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
Bobby, we really appreciate you. Bobby just left, so thank you, Bobby. Bobby Carpenter was fantastic. Great interview. And now we still have Jeremy Mincy. Jeremy, you're going to join us on this segment, and we call this Sound It Out.
Hey, whoa, here. Jay Quellen. Where's Jay Quellen at? No Jay Quellen here?
Do you mean Jacqueline? Let's sound it out. What you call me? Sound it out.
All right.
Okay. Take a look, guys. We are back with another great segment of Sound It Out. Phonics Schmonics. Errol's got it. Errol, as requested by you, some NFL draft prospects that may go tonight. You have to pronounce their names correctly. Now, there's one that I put in there that's a trick question. Let's see if I think it's the middle one. But here we go. Sound it out. Oh, wait, that's the wrong. Hold on a second. We did this last time. My bad. It's the wrong file. We have technical difficulties.
You ready, Jeremy? You want to help me with this? I'm going to need some help.
I'm all in, man.
Pronunciations.
I'm going to need some help here because I'm not very good with these names. All right, here we go.
First one. Sound it out.
Okay, hold on. Aaron Tays, RC.
RC?
Ursery.
Ursery.
That
is incorrect.
Arian Tazi. Ursery.
Oh, man. Anyone else want to give it a shot? Speedy?
Ariantaze Urseri.
Ariante Ursi.
Ariante Ursi.
I'm sorry, Ariante Ursery, like nursery, but
I said
Ursery.
I got it the third time. I said Ursery.
All right. There.
I think both of the three of us.
I didn't get the first name, but okay. I was wrong on that one.
All right, next one. Moving on. Here's the trick one, Errol. You should be able to get this, but you might not. Sound it out.
Tyler Shoe. Show?
This is...
Jeremy, you gotta guess.
Do you guys know who it is?
I know this one.
He may go tonight. I've heard from a couple places. Not
Tyler
Shao. It's Speedy.
Tyler Shuck.
Shuck, like you're shucking an oyster. Doesn't look like it, but that's the QB from Louisville.
Oh,
Tyler Shuck. Aw, shucks, Errol. 0 for 2. Moving on to our final one of the evening. Errol, let's see if he can't get back to 333 batting average into the All-Star game with this last one. Sound it out.
JT, hold on.
JT, hold on is incorrect.
Tumolau.
Tuamolo.
Molu. Molu. Tumalu.
Tumalu?
Tumalu.
Let's see. Speedy, you want to give it a shot?
I was going to say Tuamalu.
Tuamalu. Yeah, Tuamalu is correct. So Speedy would have gotten it. But I know you can't do Samoan names, Errol, so I threw it on there, even though it was just JT. Errol 0 for 3 tonight. We can't always win.
I never win. What are you talking about?
You get 1 out of 3 every time, except for tonight.
I'm a little lost on these sounded out names.
So these guys are all people that might get drafted. Ursery is a tackle, offensive tackle.
They're not going.
Tumalalo's a D is an edge rusher. Ursery might go tonight, and Shuck doesn't look like he's going to get drafted. It was only if like the other quarterbacks were
that was like a late rumor that's emerging because if the Saints took Dart at 9, I think is what.
Yeah.
Well, where are we at right now as far as?
So Errol, I wanted to update us on some of the picks we missed while you guys were talking. Tyler Warren did go to the Colts as expected, followed by Jalen Walker. Jalen Walker did end up going in the very next pick to Atlanta, a perfect fit for Atlanta. Great job by them. After that was the Cardinals, and they took Walter Nolan, we're showing right here from Ole Miss. He's someone we talked about. Speedy may have had some character issues, but his film don't lie. This guy can move people. He can shed blockers. He can absorb double teams, and he makes plays. So
I like it.
That's quite the move.
It's a Eagles type scheme that Gannon's bringing over to Arizona. They needed a defensive tackle for a while. He's like that ultimate like high peak pass rushing defensive tackle that definitely could emerge building up in his body. Jeremy, your thoughts? I mean, he's a defensive lineman. You might have seen him a little bit at Ole Miss. You being a Gator guy.
Quick out the ball, strong hands. Great draft pick.
Yeah, I think
you know what's interesting. You know what's
Yeah.
interesting about the draft? There's been a lot of defensive and offensive linemen going as early as they have. It's pretty crazy. I didn't think it was going to be like this. Now, obviously, we expected Abdul Carter to go as high as he did, and the 3 tackles going in the first the first 10.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? After y'all seen the Super Bowl? After y'all seen Patrick Mahomes get destroyed? Really? Y'all don't think everybody want to find out? Y'all don't think everybody want to get the formula of that? Because that's all that was.
That's what we said. Everyone, it's a copycat.
It's a
league,
copycat
man.
league.
If they're gonna bring all the rushers, you got to get the guys that stop the rush. You know, it's
Well,
one or the other.
I'm not surprised that I didn't finish what I had to say. I wasn't surprised that the tackles went as high as they did because there's not many tackles in this class, and obviously everybody wants those tackles because they want to complete the trenches. They want to make sure that the offensive line is definitely going to protect the quarterbacks. And as far as the New York Jets falling and getting what they, obviously another tackle in this year's first round, the reason why they did that is they brought in Justin Fields. What does Justin Fields like to do? He likes to run the ball. So with Olu and then obviously, how do you pronounce his name? Mambu on the other side, you have solidified your tackle positions for the next 10 to 12 years. So now these 2 guys are going to be the backbone of your offensive line, no matter who your quarterback is. Because if it isn't Justin Fields, next year when they do draft as high as they could, they're going to probably solidify their quarterback position. So that's probably why the Jets want it. And again, you never are wrong. If you get the right tackles, you're never making the wrong pick. I mean, the Jets could have gotten Brock Bowers last year. They could have gotten Brock Bowers, and instead they went with Olu Fashanu, and the reason why is they wanted to solidify their left tackle position. And by the way, the pick is in. Who do we have picking? The Bengals on this one?
No, actually, we missed another pick. The Bengals took edge rusher Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M. That obviously the whole drama with Trey Hendrickson trying to move on from him. So they decided to try to find his replacement so they don't have to pay him all that money, even though they should and shouldn't have paid T. Higgins that money. Like, you get 17 and a half sacks 2 years in a row.
I think they're still going to get Hendrickson. I still think they're going to.
I don't know how. I think this pick says they're not. I think this pick says they're moving on from him. This is his replacement. That's what we're going to do. And Stewart's a pretty good player, man.
I disagree. Obviously, he's a youngster, and I do believe they can shed players now after the draft. They got to figure out how the draft fits, and you have to pay these guys. So you got to see where the cap fits. But once they pay the guys that they draft, then they can figure out what they're doing with Hendrickson and if they're going to bring him back. And if they need to shed more, they'll shed more after these guys get their bonuses and they get signed at the end of the draft. So I still think there's a good chance that Hendrickson is still in play for the Bengals. If he wasn't, he probably gets signed already. I think he's waiting to see how the Bengals are going to sit and how it works for them when it comes to cap.
Right.
So
plus
Cincinnati wasn't going to get a first round pick.
Seahawks pick is about to be read. But it's that's what we're at. We're a little past halfway through the draft. There's been some reaches. Kenneth Grant, we saw.
We knew this was going to happen, by the way.
In the teens,
we knew
as
this
soon
was
as we
gonna
got to the teens, it was reach after reach after reach, starting with Dallas. Kenneth Grant, the other defensive tackle from Michigan. I don't know. Jeremy, you tell me. I mean, I don't know, you just blacked out on the screen, but for me.
I didn't back out.
He's using his phone.
Oh, he's using his phone. Okay.
He was using his phone.
Jeremy, if you hear me, when you have 2 defensive tackles, sometimes it's hard to tell which one of them's causing, more of the ruckus. Most people think Mason Graham was that guy, and it makes me think that a guy like Kenneth Grant got a little overdrafted here, because when you have the best defensive tackle in all of college next to you, it makes you look good too. You play off of each other. The 2 of you work together, and it makes you look good when you play next to like Aaron Donald, when you play next to guys that are goats out there. And I'm a little worried that this pick, he's a nose, right? Like, noses, you're going to pick a nose that high, that very few noses stay on the field all 3 downs. I worry about that being kind of a reach in the upper teens.
That was some good. That was a good take.
Thanks, man.
Great. By the way, Gray Zabel actually went to Seattle there, so they bring a guard in.
So
arguably the best guard
listed
in
as
class.
a center on the beast that I have, and it says he could play all 5 spots on the line. That's such an attractive thing for a team when you're in the middle of the first round, Errol.
Well, they've been drafting offensive linemen for the last couple of years. When Pete Carroll was there, now they have McDonald there. They have now, if you look at where they're sitting, they have 3 guys that they have drafted that's going to solidify their offensive line for the last, it's now 4 years. And Cross is one of the more underrated offensive tackles in all football. So, and that's the guy I think the Giants should have drafted. I think they're eating their words going after Evan Neal, which didn't obviously work for them. And now they're reaching. They're going to figure out what they're going to do with Neal if he's even a part of this team's future. So I like the move for, obviously with McDonald there. He is a defensive-minded guy, but you're bringing in obviously another quarterback. It's not Geno Smith now, and with obviously Darnold there, Sam Darnold. And I think that what they're trying to do is they're trying to protect Sam so they can stand into the pocket and make the throws. I like this move. I don't know if I would have drafted the guard as early as they did, because that's what he is. He's he's probably going to be a guard. I don't think he's going to be a center. I think he's going to be a guard, and what they're saying, he's going to be a guard. So I think you're drafting him a little too early when they said he was an early second-round draft talent.
I was seeing early second. I think it's a good player. I like the versatility.
I'm not saying he's not a good player.
I think
he's obviously a good player.
I think where they missed is another team that could have gone for an edge rusher. I think they're definitely one that needs front seven help. Another one that's still on the board that I know all 3 of us seem to like. And Jeremy, I don't know what your thoughts on him is. He's a smaller school guy, so that's probably why he's falling. Is Mike Green, the Marshall defensive lineman, still on the board. That's where I thought Seattle was going to go. Tampa, that's where they should go here. 19.
Yeah, Mike Green has the fastest spin move that I've seen in a long time. And you don't usually see guys.
You're like infatuated with this guy.
Well, I'll put up a clip because I think he's going to get drafted real soon. It might be this next pick because you rarely see guys with polished, advanced moves like this coming into the league. So just take a look at just how fast and how flawless he's able to execute some of these. And that's just a dip and rip. He just shows his speed. That guy tripped, but you're going to see it.
Ooh, hell of a move.
He has got
he's good.
Talent, man. It doesn't matter. And he had some
He is
games
good.
against some real teams where he was just taking people apart. He can close down the pocket. You push the guy out of the pocket. He's taking on 2 blockers and making the sack. He's impressive. I think it's on the other clip I have of him that it has the spin moves. In fact, it might be all spin moves. But
He would have been a better fit for the Bengals if you ask me. I think
so.
I think they should have went
Stewart?
that route. Yes.
Stewart's
I would
a
have
run
went that
guy
route.
more than a pass rush guy, and they think that he's going to develop moves. He's more of a project, and I think that's why he fell. But his measurables are really impressive, they say. So take a look at him. Look at that spin.
I don't
against
understand why everybody.
Ohio State.
I mean,
Here's another
he
one.
looks like Quinn. He looked like Robert Quinn.
Right? I'm telling you, these moves are special. This
That's
guy's
what he
going to be
reminds
good.
me of. He reminds me of Robert Quinn. He's very limber. He's very flexible, and he has a very, very, very great center of gravity when he gets the ball.
I heard Travis Hunter's very flexible too.
Hey, that's Jeremy's new that's Jeremy's new guy for the Jags.
Duval.
We'll add that to sound it out next time. Who does the best Duval impression?
Pulled it out of my ass. You just made my nipples hard.
Well, the Bucks pick is in. We're at commercial right now, so we'll get that in a little bit. And this is where we get to the real interesting part of the draft, Errol. Is someone going to trade up to 20 to jump the Steelers to take Shedeur Sanders?
No, that's what I thought it was going to be the Browns, but the Browns traded back and didn't take Hunter.
You know Sean Payton's open for business, obviously.
I'll be very surprised if Shedeur falls out of the first round. I don't see it.
I would too. He's the first round.
He's the first round.
He's
I'm
the
not,
first round quarterback.
I don't
No
think
doubt
he's
about
a first. I don't think he's a first round talent. I never did, but I think he's going in the first round. I can't see the Steelers pick up on him because that Mike Tomlin is like praising him all for the last 2 weeks. He's been praising him. Oh, this guy he's a first round talent. He's an absolute slam dunk for a quarterback. So if Mike Tomlin's saying it, I guess that's the way the Pittsburgh knew that he was going to fall to him because I didn't see anybody drafting him past before.
I think that's a great fit for him though. Like who better than Mike Tomlin to?
Let me ask you a question. Tell me a quarterback that Mike Tomlin has ever developed. Please give me one. Give me one.
It's a little unfair.
Well, he got Ben over the hump.
Oh, he didn't develop Ben. He didn't
He ain't
develop
develop him, but he did he did get him some wins.
Yes, but he didn't develop him.
He did. And you got to think about it. This man been winning a lot of seasons. He's had a lot of winning seasons.
I'm not saying that he didn't, but tell me a quarterback that Mike Tomlin has developed.
You can't win without a quarterback.
All right, pick is being announced. I think
You
by
can
you
when you have
guys.
a defense that good.
Jeremy,
and a running game that good.
Jeremy, you know about their winning seasons. You guys beat them in the playoffs, and that crazy.
That's true. That's true. But I'm telling y'all, like Mike, man, like this the moment he been waiting on to find a kid with this type of talent from the beginning. You know, remember he didn't get a chance to really develop anybody because Big Ben played for how many years?
Yeah,
he was retired in 2021.
Didn't they draft the first round talent? What was
they
it?
drafted Kenny Pickens.
They drafted Kenny Pickens. How long did that last? And he
Which-
loved Kenny Pickens.
I think everybody
He loved him.
Everyone knew there was no first round QBs in that draft.
Yeah,
I'm not
that was
saying-
quite a reach. Do you see?
I'm
the,
not
do you see
saying
the
Kenny
pick?
Pickens is Shador. Who is it?
Egbuka. They went receiver for some reason after they gave Godwin that contract, even though he's coming off the ACL. They went with another receiver.
Wow, that's interesting. I like the player, but yeah, they also just drafted Jalen McMillan last year too. So that was kind of surprising.
I'm not surprised with that. I expect the Buccaneers want to be a high flying team. You could put it, and when I'm reading over here, they could put him in the slot as well as they could put him on the outside.
Oh,
so
he's
they're
a
gonna spread
really
out.
good player, man. Like,
Yeah.
I personally love him in the slot coming across. I feel like he just knows how to get open on those crossing routes, and having that guy, and he's
a
also good on
Buckeye.
deep balls, and like he's a good receiver overall. He's got good hands, good body control, but having that guy that can go across the field for you so important because otherwise they're just going to take away deep, to take away the sidelines. You need someone to operate over the middle. Their tight end situation's always been a little bit sketchy, I thought, but and maybe they'll address that later. But Speedy, you said it. I thought they'd go defense, especially with a guy like Green out there. They need more help on defense than offense. Baker can cover for a lot of things.
I don't think you
Or
strike-
one of the corners too. I don't think would have been a bad pick.
I don't think you strike out bringing in an Ohio State Buckeye wide receiver. They're very successful. A lot of these guys turn out to be pretty good players in the NFL. Harrison obviously Marvin Harrison Jr. went last year in the first round, and now you bring in this kid. I don't know if this is a failure of a pick. I think he's a good pick, and he's going to fit over there in Tampa Bay. Obviously, he's played in the cold over there in Ohio State. Now he's going into the nice sunshine state where he's going to be playing in the sun. He's playing with a lot of weapons over there. Mike Evans and Godwin, and now you have this kid. I mean, you can spread out that offense, and you have a great running game. Two really good backs. I mean, this is a high-flying offense.
Oh yeah, Tampa gonna be something to deal with this year.
There's gonna be a lot
I'm
of
not a
high-scoring
top
games.
Oh, we know.
I'm not a top Bulls fan, but and Tampa's defense last year was pretty damn good. For all the losses, they lost a lot from their defense. Over the last couple of years, they were pretty good. And again, Todd Bowles was the Jets head coach. He was not successful. He had one good year, his rookie season with the New York Jets, and then he completely fell off. Fell off as the head coach for the Jets. But ever since he's taken over for Tampa, they've played better. And obviously Baker Mayfield. I think having Baker there with the weapons that they have, I absolutely love him. So I wouldn't be surprised. Tampa's the best team in that division. I don't think it's an argument. And now bringing in another weapon for Baker Mayfield, I think it's going to be fun to watch. Again, Baker stays healthy. This team is by far the best team in their division, and maybe a top 3, top 4 team in the NFC. So I like the move. I think it's a slam dunk for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Again, Shador's going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. We've been talking about this for a while, boys, and I would be shocked. I would be shocked if the Steelers pass up on Shador Sanders.
I wonder if their ownership will protest the same way that the Giants did to not go on Hard Knocks, because they'll be asked.
And another reason why I don't think they're going to pass up is Tomlin would allow Deion Sanders to come to practices and help out over there. I think if there's any coach that would allow it because he's like more open to doing it, it's Mike Tomlin, who's a very players-friendly coach. I could see Mike Tomlin telling Dion if he wants to come to practices and come and help us work out during the offseason, I think he would allow it. So that's why I think it makes a lot of sense on why I think Shedeur Sanders is going to go to Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, it seems like the option is this point. They're going all in on just all these loud guys anyway. They trade for DK Metcalf in the offseason. So it's clear that they're trying to go for the highest upside possible. So if nobody
he's also dealt with AB too.
Oh yeah.
Martavis Bryant.
Juju, and yeah, Martavis Bryant had the off-field issue even before. Well, Tomlin was there, but even before he addressed it, and then he tried to brush it under the rug like it was nothing. So yeah, that whole dilemma definitely made it hard on them. But it was like a last-ditch effort for him to maybe keep his job or just trying to go for a swing identity because they haven't won a playoff game in a decade.
Jeremy, you have the Broncos on the board, and their pick is in. What? I'm sorry.
No trade. They kept the pick.
All right, so your Broncos are picking. Where do you think they go? Did you freeze? You all right? Jeremy, you hear us?
Yeah. What did you say?
I said your Broncos are picking right now. Where do you think they go?
Offensive line?
You would think that Sean Payton's going offense. He always does. So, and even though I think they could use help on their defensive side of the ball, and especially in their front seven, their secondary is set. I love their secondary. The Broncos have a very good secondary. They have
who's their second corner?
Who's the other kid?
Riley Moss was the one they drafted a couple of years ago.
Riley Moss, who
He's
had a really
more in the slot though, isn't he, Moss?
No, they moved him on. They actually moved him as the second tier corner last year. He played very well, actually. Their secondary was really good last year. I don't think they need help on the secondary.
Well, because they
need
have
more
two
help.
studs. They have two absolute studs in that secondary at safety, and obviously arguably the best defensive player in the league, right? So they have two.
He could be, yeah.
Yeah, they also had a young kid in Damari Mathis too. Was another one. I think he was like a 6th-round pick or something a couple of years ago, but I think he might be coming up on a contract year. So yeah, I guess what you're hinting at is could they go with Johnson or Barron from Texas at corner is a possibility. Offensive line definitely a possibility. Fish, the other one too. You mentioned him earlier for the Cowboys. Maybe they go with Hampton as a running back because they could definitely use a running back.
They're not drafting a running back in the first round. They're not doing
it. They go this early. I would be shocked if they leave the draft without a running back though. I think they're absolutely
they're going to for sure.
They're drafting a running back,
So-
but I think they go offensive line.
Here's
on
something
this.
that we see a lot is some teams just believe in whatever your strength is, make it stronger. So if your secondary is good, why not make it great? I'd have a feeling that that's what I would do if that's their calling card and they don't see anything else. That's me. I just think that's how guys like Peyton think. Like, we're really good at this. What if we were the best in the world at it? And now teams have to contend with the fact that we have just the absolute best back seven in the league.
Here we go. Here we go.
One of those wishes will be coming true right now. Sam is a 17-year-old Broncos fan who has bravely battled cancer. Sam, wave that fist up, baby. His wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his favorite team. Please join me in cheering on Sam as his wish comes true. Take it away, Sam.
Awesome.
Now, let's go, Broncos. Thank you. All right. With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron, DB, Texas.
Good pick.
That's what I'm saying.
So the 10th player on
Jahdae Barron.
Good pick.
To me, it makes a lot of sense.
Good pick.
If now no one, you're the guy that shuts down the best player on your team. Now you have a really talented guy on the other side, and you can put Moss back in the slot where he's probably better, even though he seemed capable outside. That makes you really, really tough to pass against, and it's a passing league. Let's face it. Look, if they can get some of their guys back on the line from injuries, if they can get a little bit, maybe, and they have the secondary, that's going to go a long way. And
I might. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was just going to finish up by saying, Bo Nix, they're going to try to control the ball. If they can't run the ball, they're going to use a little bit of quarterback runs, and they're going to spread it out and do a lot of screen game stuff with all these gadget guys they could do. I don't think they're going to try to open it up passing this year until they get more dogs on the team. But if teams can't score against you because your secondary is so good, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I guess that's what their theory is right now. That's what they're doing. It's got to be.
It's in.
I think they should be going. To me, the Broncos need help on the offensive side of the ball. They have a number one, but do they have a number two wide receiver? I don't know if they do. And Bo Nix, they obviously need a running back, but they don't need to draft a running back this early. I expect them to go running back in the third round. That's where I think the Broncos go. They need more help on the defensive side of the ball, and I think more in the front seven than they do in the secondary. I was very surprised. Barron fell to them. Obviously it makes sense putting another, top, high flying defensive back on the other side of the field, but I still think they need to add some offensive help on the wide receiving side, and maybe you reach in the second round and get somebody that might fall, and you definitely need defensive line help, which I think what is it, on the right side or the left side, Speedy? Because I think they...
Yeah, Zach Allen was mostly on the left side, but he rotates, and he was their best edge rusher. Nick Bonito, same kind of thing. He was phenomenal last year. I think they gave him a contract extension. He's more of that versatile, stand-up linebacker type that got a high pressure rate last year. But yeah, the other thing I was mocked to them, I think, was defensive tackle as well. But I think Grant going to the Dolphins probably threw that off if they were to go there. So that would probably be the only other thing they would have went with defense.
Right.
But offense, they have a lot of options. In addition to receiver, maybe even tight end in the second round too, in a very deep class. Sean Payton has always done well with tight ends when he was with the Saints, and the Broncos have not had that kind of thing since that random 1 year of Julius Thomas when Peyton Manning was there.
I will say,
shit!
This.
Hold up. Don't say anything,
Shador.
Java. Don't say anything, Java.
They just drafted my son.
Don't say anything, Java.
They just drafted him.
It is going to be the biggest moment of the draft in a second, so you got to get it on the air. The pick is in.
Think about defense all we want. This organization needs a triggerman. They need a quarterback.
If they're not taking him here, does that say that they feel like they know they're getting Aaron Rodgers, or they have an absolute plan? Because
I told you guys, they don't get Shador, they're going to bring in Aaron Rodgers.
Well, they can take him right now.
You've got a plan in place.
If it is Shador, Aaron Rodgers is not playing in the NFL this year. He's going to retire.
Would you rather have 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers or Shador Sanders?
As a player,
you know what I think about Shador? I know you like Shador.
I don't like 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers.
No.
I didn't really like 40-year-old Aaron Rodgers.
32-year-old Aaron Rodgers, I'd take him.
For sure.
41? No.
With each pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Derek Harmon,
a D tackle.
From the crowd.
A defensive tackle.
Wow.
Bro, and not even
wow.
He's not my favorite at all in this draft. I don't think he gets home enough.
Wow.
He doesn't look. He's one of these guys that rallies
Look how
to the
shocked
ball.
you are. Jeremy Mincy is shocked, ladies and gentlemen.
Jeremy knows they're still for Jerry Jones trade back in the first round.
You gotta be kidding me.
I'm glad we covered him.
I'm not, because a lot of people were saying that Shador was going to fall, and I'm not surprised. We had so many guys that say how much they love Shador, this and that, and Shador is great, and he's going to be a great NFL player. The problem with Shador, and I'll say it again, and I'll say it over and over again, the guy talks too much. If he just kept his mouth shut and went out there and just threw on his pro day, and when he went to the combine, just spoke to the press about, his confidence level, but not at a level saying that, he's comparing himself to some of the better young quarterbacks. That's the problem with Shador. When you open your mouth, you throw yourself under the bus, and you make GMs and coaches and owners not really like you. And I think he's hurt himself. And he might fall out of the first round. The crazy thing, nobody would have thought that this was going to happen. Now, if you look at the way it's set up, who do we have? What is right now left in the first round? Can we have the list so I could see it right here? I'm trying to get the list.
Chargers are up next, and it's Packers and Vikings.
Packers aren't drafting him. Vikings aren't drafting him. Who else? What do we got?
Chargers
Then
aren't
it'd be
drafting
the-
him.
Chargers aren't drafting him. Go ahead.
So then it'd be the teams that lost in the divisional round.
I'm trying to bring it up. Okay.
It'd be Houston, the Rams.
They're not drafting him. The Rams aren't drafting him.
Ravens.
The Ravens aren't drafting him.
Lions.
And the Lions aren't drafting him. He's falling out of the first round unless somebody trades up and gets
All
him.
right. So here's
Jones.
what I think's going to
Dr.
happen.
Chance. The Giants are going to get him.
I think
How
someone's
crazy is
trading-
that sound? But by the way, that doesn't mean he wins. That doesn't mean he wins, even if the Giants draft him in the second round.
I got
that does
news for
not
you.
mean
They're not trading
no
up
one
for
wins.
Shedeur. They're trading up for Jackson Dart. The reports have been all week that they're in love with Jackson Dart, that Charlie Weiss, his son, who's tight with the Giants organization still, his son was the offensive coordinator for Jackson Dart. There's a connection there in-house. Apparently Daboll loves Dart. If they're both falling this far, they only have to trade up. Like, theoretically, the Rams could take Dart and have him sit a year, right?
That's what I think's gonna happen.
That's what I think. If they trade up, it might be with the Vikings at 24, the Giants. But if it gets by the Rams,
I don't know. Minnesota might have to pass up on this defense. All this defense have fallen.
By the way, Kevin says Shedeur still not picked up yet. So, and he's laughing, giggling. So, he's falling out of the first round unless somebody trades up to get him, because none of those teams need a quarterback.
So
one
let's
of those
talk
teams.
about why he's not a first round talent in some people, in apparently most of the league's eyes. This is the type of offense he ran. They only huddled. Jeremy, you tell me, in the NFL, are you huddling more than 30% of the time? Because that's all he did in college football. They're on the no huddle. They're just doing that type of college offense. He's setting up, looking at half the field, and then he's got all day to throw. And look, he'll step up and take a hit, but he's holding on the ball forever. So he hasn't really learned some essential quarterback stuff. And since his offense was such a typical college offense where he never really had to, control a huddle, demand accountability for guys knowing everything they're supposed to know that you would need in a huddle, people are a little worried about him. And then how he interviewed, he came in as cocky as all hell, and he said, look, that's me. I'm going to be me. And I got respect for that. But if who you are rubs every single person the wrong way, maybe you need to do some work on yourself. And I think he's going to find out. He's getting a lot of reality check. He's going to have such a chip on his shoulder when he gets into the league because of this.
That might be.
And another thing is,
what he need.
Lamar
Might be
Jackson
just what he
style,
need.
right?
but here's another thing. Deion Sanders has been speaking high praise of him all year, giving him all the credit in the world. This guy's this and that guy's that, and saying that his son is not only a first-round talent, he's the best player in this class. He's the best player in the draft. And now you're seeing him, Deion Sanders, who this guy was a bona fide top 3 pick in his class. And everybody thought that this guy was a must take when he was drafted from Florida State. Now his son falls to the second round. I mean, does this put, his son into understanding why you don't speak, why you don't go out there and speak to the press and do the things that you do off the field? Because that has been his problem. And I'll say this again, Jabba, you know this, as a professional athlete, you take a step back when you're playing with when you're playing with superstar players. You played for the Yankees, you played with Derek Jeter, you played with Alex Rodriguez, you played with all these superstars, guys. Everywhere they've gone, they were superstars. You don't go out there, even though you might think that you're the best pitcher on their roster or the best relief pitcher on their roster, and say, hey, you know what? I'm better than this guy. I'm better than that guy. I'm the best. Because when you do that, it makes yourself look bad, right or wrong.
Yeah, and you got to earn that, like we talked about earlier. But especially to do it now, and like Mincy, you were talking about, social media just changes it, because you may not be saying it out of like boastfulness. You might just be stating a fact or what have you, and how it is perceived. It's hard to go back and explain yourself once you've already sent it out there. And there's always been those that come back and backfire on people. And my son's a freshman in college and playing baseball, and I'm like, I don't care if you delete a tweet, somebody's going to have it, and it's going to come back and get you at some point. So I think it's just completely different. When it was easier back in my day, because social media was just starting to come about. So I put my head down. I don't think I said anything for 5 years. I think I just did my job, and then once you kind of get to that 5-year mark, you can actually go have a cocktail at the hotel bar. You can go to dinners, and they invite you to dinners and everything too. But it's just you kind of stay in your own lane, and you don't interrupt the older guys.
Yep.
And that's what bothers me about Shedeur, and again, not the fact that I don't think he can't play in the NFL. He probably could, and he might be successful. He might turn out to be an absolute slam dunk. But when you go out there and you open your mouth as much as you do, and you say things that you shouldn't be saying, when you go to a locker room, when you eventually are drafted, no matter how much leadership you have and how much your father brags about you, and what type of player you were in college, you're just another one of those guys in the locker room when you go to the NFL, because all those guys were just like you when you came out of high school and when you played, college football, D1 football, if not better than you, and played in better programs than you. So you're just like them. And you can't go out there and say, well, you know what? I'm a Sanders. I'm better than you are. And I grew up with, a silver spoon in my mouth. That's the problem with Shedeur, is his logic, and even his son. I mean, even his brother, his logic of who he is and the last name that they hold. This is why we've seen this before. You go back in basketball right now, LeBron James' son, Bronny James Jr. Bronny James Jr. in high school, everybody was saying that this guy was the top prospect in high school, going from high school into college. He played, one season at USC, and he barely played. And thank God he's alive, but he had practically a heart attack, and his heart stopped on a basketball court. Everybody thought at one point when he was going into college that this guy was a bona fide first-round talent. And then when he stepped on a college basketball court, what was he averaging? 3-4 points a game? That's not going to cut it. And then he only got drafted by the Lakers in the second round because it's who his father was. And by the way, Bronny James got the biggest contract in the second round in NBA history. Why do you think the Lakers gave him a contract like that? Because it's the LJA, LeBron James Association. That's the truth. So the problem is with these kids is, your father's a superstar. Your father was the face of many different organizations in the NFL and was the best, considered the greatest corner in NFL history. And because of that, you think because you're the quarterback, you played for his team, and you think that you're that talented and you can compete with all these talented quarterbacks we've seen in the last couple of years come out of the draft. You think that you can go out there, not have a combine, have a pro day. And by the way, did anybody watch his pro day? Did anybody check out his pro day? It wasn't the best pro day, guys. There were a lot of people that said he didn't throw the ball very well, and he didn't get the ball in the places he should have. So I think obviously Shedeur Sanders should learn from this. Wherever he goes, if he goes into the second round, he should learn to keep his mouth shut.
Surprise pick coming up.
Surprise pick? What do you mean? Is it Shedeur Sanders?
No, not that big of a, because that would make no sense with Justin Herbert. But a little bit of a reach, and someone we talked about a little bit earlier. You guys should have it come up on your screen any second now.
I think I have an idea now. Yeah, you're right. I literally just said it 20 minutes ago. That's what you're thinking.
What is it? Say it. What do you think?
Put it on, Speedy. Put on the sound.
Okay.
With the 22nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Omarion Hampton, running back, North Carolina.
Wow. There it is.
For the Tar Heels.
I was thinking the defense.
Another running back in the first round. Wow. When was the last time two running backs went in the first round?
2 years ago with
Gibbs.
Bijan.
That's right. Bijan and Gibbs. Yes. Went to the Lions. That was the last time. And before that, when was the last time that happened?
Najee and Etienne, I think, was 4 years ago.
They weren't great.
No, Etienne is probably going to be done. I mean, he had a horrible year this past year with the Jaguars, and I absolutely believe that the Jaguars definitely wanted Genty, but they went after obviously what they wanted, and that was your guy, the Gremlin himself. So I expect the Jaguars to draft early, either in the second round or the third round, a running back, because they're definitely going to need to fill in that spot because Etienne is not the guy anymore. And I don't know where Travis Etienne goes next year because he's a free agent.
Yeah, he's a scat back type that really regressed as a runner. Since his injury late in the 2020
You know, if I was
season,
the Giants, I'd bring him in as
I
my
don't hate.
second
I
back.
don't hate it as a cheaper flyer option for the Giants because again, he still has receiving skills that among running backs are probably still top 15 in the league, top 10 in the league, possibly. But his running efficiency especially went down.
That's what sucks about being a vet.
Fumbleitis.
Yeah, that's the problem with what happens to veteran running backs. After you're discharged and somebody gets rid of you, it's very hard for a team to pick you up and expect you to be a part of their game plan.
Right.
Usually when you lost and you get lost from a team, and by the way, Travis Etienne was a first-round talent, and we've seen first-round talents fall off. Remember Trent Richardson? Remember him?
Yeah.
I remember him from Alabama. He went to the Browns.
He was unbelievable because that team, that Alabama team made him look so great. And it turned out they just had the best offensive line maybe in college history. And that dude just closes his eyes and runs straight and kept running into guys' backs when he was in the NFL and was so bad. It was like he forgot how to play or something.
Yeah, one good year his first year.
That has to be one of the funniest
good,
trades
not
in
great,
NFL
but-
history. The Colts traded a first-round pick for him, and then the Browns used that first-round pick to draft Johnny Manziel.
Fleeced him and then got nothing out of it because it's the Browns. But looks like they're eating a whole bunch of cheese because the Packers, they're in Green Bay, right?
They are in riches right now between edges and corners left on the board. And
yeah.
either Simmons they could go for too.
But we knew
Speedy, you said he
was
was
gonna
your
happen.
favorite corner in the draft. He's still there. Will
Yes.
Johnson from Michigan, 6'2", runs well. Is a ball hawk. Still a good tackler on the edge. I'm kind of curious what people are saying that don't like him. I liked him over Barron for sure. Obviously, Travis Hunter.
I like
are
Barron
gonna
too, though. I'm not
put
saying it's a
above
bad pick.
No, I know. I'm curious at why he's falling because Barron's not even 6 foot. Barron's an undersized corner. Will Johnson's got more prototypical size.
And you know where Kansas City's going if some of these defensive linemen are going to fall to them. They're going to go defense, and that's what Andy Reid's been doing over the last
for sure
2 years is they go defense. So I wouldn't be surprised if one of these big-nosed defensive linemen fall to him because, obviously, how long does Chris Jones have left? I mean, I'm not saying Chris Jones is getting up there in age. He's still a good player, but you need somebody to honestly fill in his spot when he's gone.
I would take Green if Green falls to them. That's unfair because he's perfect for what they need. But their offensive line is a problem. They're bad on the offensive line. They could not hold up at all against the Eagles. Mahomes had no chance that whole game. If it's me, I'm going with the tackle. I don't trust any of my guys outside of Tooney, right? I don't trust these guys. So I don't really know which. Did they get rid of Tooney?
They traded Tooney. They franchised
Tooney.
Trey Smith. They drafted last year the kid Kingsley from BYU. I forget his last name.
And they still have Jamar Taylor playing right tackle, being the
Jawan
worst starting
Taylor,
tackle in the
who,
league.
in Jacksonville was kind of a streaky lineman.
That's a nice way to put it, Speedy. Streaky. Sometimes he's streaky, and then, where he makes a couple of good plays in a row, and other times he's terrible. So that's kind of the issue with him, and he's not been good enough for $21 million a year or something like that he's making. Just a ridiculous amount of money into a guy that shouldn't be starting in the NFL. It's embarrassing. I don't know what they do. If it's me, I go and get the best offensive lineman available when the Chiefs are there, unless Green falls to them. Because if Green falls to them, they need to take the pass rusher.
I wonder if there's a trade-up scenario. Because Houston definitely needs an offensive lineman, too. They just traded Tunsil, and they traded they got rid of their guard Green in the deal that got them Chauncey Johnson. Would the Chiefs want to try to put the Vikings to maybe steal Josh Simmons from Houston?
Don't be surprised if the Packers draft Green because they are also another team
that's a
that
perfect
like
fit.
to draft defensive linemen as well, that like to get at the
I think they need
So
to
I wouldn't be
take a
surprised if
corner.
Green falls to Green Bay.
They also need edge, though, so it wouldn't surprise me because
Jair
Rashawn Gary's also
Alexander, he's had some issues
he's not great
in the
either.
league. He's fallen off. He's being paid a lot of money, and he's not really playing that well anymore. I think he's got some mental health issues too going on. So
Packers do love these random hybrid defensive players, so that does fit their pattern with one of the safeties too, possibly.
I mean, there's a lot of interesting names out there, and we have a couple. And the most interesting one is not going to be picked in the next 3 picks with Green Bay, Minnesota, and Houston as Shedeur Sanders. Look, Errol, did we make any bets that he would fall out of the first round with anybody? Because I can't wait to watch them.
No, I don't think any of us thought that, though.
I did predict that. I wouldn't be surprised that would happen. So I've been saying it for years. Everybody said I'm nuts. I said he's not first round talent. And now he could fall out of the first round. And I would love to see somebody, and you know how coach, you know who was bitching and moaning when he came on this show because I was falsely saying things that he said. And by the way, the Green Bay Packers is in. I'm gonna get this.
It's
up
a
right here.
surprise. This shocks
Again,
me.
they love these random defensive players that are like
arm twisting
hybrid
and lobbying,
prototypes.
So he will be out on the stage for this moment.
It's good.
And
So
Vikings are
again,
now on
Speedy,
the
I
clock.
think we're seeing a lot of what I've been saying a lot this draft is some teams just want to build upon their strength and make that teams figure out you can't cover us, you can't defend us.
That's why I'm
There's
thinking it's
nothing-
one of the safeties.
Or on like if it's defensive side of the ball, like where are you going to throw the ball? Who are you going to target?
We can see over this crowd to find out.
I don't know. I mean, you think what do you think their best score is? Position group.
Their Packers
The Packers' best positional strength. I mean, depth-wise, it's probably linebacker.
I would also think they're wide receivers. I think they have a lot of wide receivers.
They have a lot of wide receivers.
They always get said that
I
they
mean,
all have like a million number
Watson-
2 receivers, right? That's the
Watson, Reed. Who's the other one?
Dobbs,
Walker. Is it Walker?
Romeo
yeah.
Dobbs,
And then Bo Melton was his own guy that was pretty good at certain
and
points.
Wicks isn't
They're
bad
strong at
either.
linebacker. Yeah, inside linebacker and safety, they're actually pretty strong at now.
All right, here we
And
go.
then,
You guys will have it in 10 seconds.
defensive tackle.
Because it's time to throw things to the draft stage for the first draft in Green Bay.
A little bit of a surprise here.
The first round pick of the Packers to be announced. Let's send things to the stage.
By the way, I hate this track. Jabba's favorite song, guys. The Cheeseheads.
Don't you have stock in the team?
Mike Francesa does.
Green Bay, it's your time.
There's a lot of people there.
To make
There's like a lot of people there.
Please give it up
Every
for
year
first
now.
team All-Pro, Pro Bowler, 2-time Super Bowl champion. and
I'm still
Packers
jealous it's not in New York City. I used to love going
Mark
every year.
Murphy.
Who was that?
Who never played.
Thank you, Roger. How about this atmosphere? Isn't it unbelievable?
A bunch of guys in suits. That's what's going on right now.
Roger, thank you in the NFL for bringing the draft here to Green Bay for the best draft in the history of the NFL. Right here.
That's coming from one of the ugliest guys.
On behalf of the Packers, Packer fans here in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Remember the movie Dick Tracy with the guy with the messed up face? He kind of has
It's my
that
pleasure
face
to
going
welcome
on.
you all to the NFL draft at Lambeau Field.
I didn't see it, but I see what you're getting at.
I think Golden was one of the last ones in the green room.
Marking particularly
Jabba, you're blowing it for
since we are
them.
the community-owned team in the NFL.
Man, spoiling it. Like
Could you just spit out the pick? God damn it.
Just out of curiosity, how many
just out of curiosity, how many people like cheese?
So time for the
they love cheese.
He loved cheese.
I like cheese.
No, he hates cheese.
our fans, it dates back to the
I
early
like
days
cheese
of
before it
professional
gets into my
football.
stomach.
So,
It
Jeremy,
gives me
then, are you saying the
With the
Packers aren't drafting your
Gives
son?
me gas. That's the only thing I hate.
NFL draft, the 13-time world champion Green Bay Packers for the first time since 2000.
Could you just spit it out already?
The wide receiver.
Listen to this crowd.
Oh, baby. Matthew Golden, wide receiver.
You're right. That is a surprise. They haven't drafted one of the first in a while.
They drafted another wide receiver.
In the first round.
Another one? That's not something they would do. By the way, Aaron Rodgers is probably having a heart attack because for years he was preaching to the Packers, draft me a first-round wide receiver. Draft me a first-round wide receiver. They never did. Never did. They were either in the second or third round. Devontae Adams was a second-round draft pick. He wasn't a first round talent.
I'm betting they're trading one of their guys. I bet it's Christian Watson, and just because
He was
a second round draft pick.
A lot of people
doesn't
thought
stay
he could have gone in
healthy.
the first, but he was a second round pick, and he can't stay healthy whatsoever.
You know, you move him, and now you have the guy that takes the.
I
top
don't know
of the
much
field,
about
sub
Matthew
4-3.
Golden. How good is this kid? How good is this kid?
4.29.
He's fat. He's and speed demon in the draft, and really good route runner. He's a nice player.
Those guys usually never work in the NFL. They never work in the NFL. We've seen so many speed demons come out at the combine. They run these
So-
unbelievable combines, and they
Let
never
me show you
work.
let me show you the highlight and what I like about him, because this guy seems to just know how to get open, no matter what type of play it is. He does more of the underneath stuff and has all the yak yards, and then can get on the out routes. So he's your slot guy, and he's one of the better guys. But you can move him around. He's just a little hitch, but he's going to take it into the end zone, yards after the catch. That's who we're talking about. It's not so much like the same team as Xavier Worthy last year, right? So it was the two of them that were just dominating. If you remember,
I think Golden
a
is a
lot of-
more crisp route runner, and I think and Worthy's a better deep threat.
Right, and that's how they did play it when they had the two of them together. So I would be willing to bet that he's more of a complete player than Worthy is coming into the league. But I don't know if he has that same, game-breaking speed. I don't know if he plays up to the speed the same way Worthy does. And he is a tenth of a second slower than Worthy. Golden doesn't look 4.29 on tape the same way that Worthy just exploded off the tape the year before.
The one thing I'm curious on is that Jaden Reed and him are kind of both similarly better in the slot. Are they going to make that work accordingly?
There's two slots, Speedy, on each side of the field. If you don't use a tight end or you go
They play a lot of
empty,
tight formations.
I'm actually shocked. I'm actually shocked that the Green Bay Packers went wide receiver with all the
It's a weird
depth
choice.
that they have over there. I think it's weird, but again,
Mm.
the Green Bay Packers for years have made stupid moves in the first round, and we've seen them reach in the first round over the years. So I'm not surprised they made a move like this, and maybe Golden turns out to be a pretty good wide receiver in the NFL, but not likely, because anytime we've seen the Green Bay Packers draft a first round talent at wide receiver, which it hasn't been for a very, very long time, they don't turn out to be much. It's usually those guys in the second and third round. And by the way, like going back to Devontae Adams was a second round draft pick. He wasn't a first round draft pick. He was an early second round draft pick. So Devontae Adams is going to go into the Hall of Fame. Devontae Adams is one of the best wide receivers the Green Bay Packers ever had. And how about Jordy Nelson? Jordy Nelson, I think, was a fourth round.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
A third or early fourth.
Yeah.
Jordy was a bad boy.
Yes, but you can, the Packers for years find those guys in the later rounds when you reach. And by the way, Xavier Worthy did not look good last year. I'm just speaking the truth. I think
he
Xavier
got better
Worthy
by
was-
the end of the season, but he's not like a number one receiver. He's not going to be confused with that.
These speed demons don't work in the NFL. We've seen this before. They don't work.
Makes
You
me
can
think
have
of
the best. You can have the
John
most
Ross. Remember John Ross?
Okay.
And Will Fuller.
All right. So you look at Cooper Kupp right now. Cooper Kupp, when he came into the league from Washington, this guy was one of the better route runners. He was a fourth round talent. I remember when he came out and everybody was like, this guy can run routes. He doesn't need all that speed as long as he can run routes. And he became a game-changing wide receiver.
We got a trade.
Oh, my God.
And it's the Giants.
Oh, it's the Giants.
Shadur.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Jerry. Or make me potentially fake.
It's not Shador.
Oh! They're on
you
the
stop
clock
screaming?
at 25.
You're going to blow my ears off.
The Rams. They traded with the Rams.
You know they're going with, you're screaming, yes. You sound like you're about to have a heart attack. Brain aneurysm.
Jeremy's just watching all over.
It's because I watched that Bob Dylan movie. He just sings like that the whole movie. What's about the time?
You know where they're going. You know where the Giants are going. You just said
Jackson
it.
Dart.
They're going to go with
taking
Dart.
Jackson Dart right
Jeremy,
now.
you're going to draft your son?
I
Your son
can't
going to the
believe he's
Giants,
gonna pull
Jeremy?
this
Is
off.
he ready for
Where
it?
you going? Where you going, bro?
I don't know.
Where you want to go?
Wow.
What do you?
What team do you want to be drafted by?
Speedy, hold on.
Yeah,
Why are
you seen he got a cannon? He got a first round draft pick arm, man.
All right, here's the deal. 30, they traded the second round pick, 34 overall, 99, the second third round pick, and next year's third round pick to move up into the first round. That's what the Giants gave up. So 2 threes, the worst of their three, their second three, because they have the first pick in the third round, and one of the last picks is a comp pick for Xavier McKinney going to the Packers, right? So that they gave up the comp pick, next year's third round pick, and their second round pick to move up to 25 with the Texans, who get a bunch of more picks, and the Texans just keep loading.
You know
up.
what that means? They're not going to get your Archie Manning, so stop with your crap. I don't want to hear Archie Manning anymore come out of your mouth.
All
Get
right,
me sick
fine.
when you do it, by the way.
I'm like not 100% serious about that. But if they suck in 2 years and he stays in school, maybe we'll get him. Now,
You're not getting him. Stop with this crap.
Where do you think he does? Maybe he's going to be your quarterback over there.
I don't want him either.
Wow.
I don't want him.
I don't know. Archie, you want to allow the
Listen, this is
team to go to the Jets?
This is something. Could you stop with the Speedy? You be quiet before I throw something at you. All right, you're starting to piss me off. With
Who
the
did
Jet
the,
thing.
Vikings
Everybody
take?
brings up the Jets. What did the Jets do?
Vikings
to
took
any of
Donovan Jackson, the offensive lineman out of Ohio State.
Oh, okay. So
which they do need. They need guard badly. Their
I
tackles are
got
good.
film on him. Jeremy, you went up against some big old guards. Take a look at the film on this guy. This guy's film.
Who we got?
Pretty good. We got
Donovan Jackson, who just got drafted by Minnesota.
He was the guard for Ohio State. Came into college with he's a 74 on the left side. Flattened him on the back. Another zone run. Flat on your back.
Nice.
Look at this guy. Up to the
Oh, he
second
nice.
level. No problem. Oh, I'll just keep pushing you 10 yards downfield.
Oh no, he a first rounder.
Look at him. Look at the pass pro
Look
balance.
at that. Look at that. Look at them
Look
feet.
at that balance. Here. Oh, let me help out my tackle.
powerful.
Kill him.
Oh, he powerful.
He's got you see how he arches his back on that? You're not getting by that guy unless you have a great first step. That guy is going to be really good. I like him. Again, you're taking a guard in the first round, but if a guard can do that, you take that guy.
He's a
That's what you
dog.
do.
You put him as a guard. He's a dog. That's Zach Martin all over.
He looks good. I'm telling you. There's a reason why they won the national championship. He honestly, I'm surprised he's taken ahead of Simmons because I thought Simmons was better, and most people take tackles before they take interior guys. But it's hard to argue with that film.
He's a better athlete than Simmons.
You think so?
Yeah, he's a better athlete.
Stronger, for sure.
I will say this with the Giants. Joe Shea needs to make this move. He needs to move up because this is a must-win season. He needs to prove himself that he has quality. He's a quality GM, and he can get this team back in order. He's drafting a quarterback. He's definitely drafting. You don't move up from the second round to the first round to not go after a quarterback. So I expect them to do that, and they're going to do that. So
All right, pick is in, guys.
If it's Shador Sanders, I'm going to laugh my ass off.
And I'm going to faint.
If
They're on
it's
commercial, so we have
Shador
some time.
Sanders.
If it's Shador Sanders, I'm going to laugh my ass off for you Giant fans. And by the way, that still doesn't mean Owen is right, by the way. And so that doesn't mean
Shador
nothing.
Sanders. Watch this.
If it's Shador Sanders.
He'll be the Jags' backup quarterback.
Because that's what he lost the bet already. He said Shador's going in the third pick to the Giants. So even if he does go to the Giants, it's still, I repeat it, he still lost the bet. And he's still wearing a wig, and he's still wearing a dress. So
here's my question.
I'll be shocked if it's Shador.
Listen, if they draft Shador, I'm putting him in the bed.
Fish, do the Giants get the next 10 deuces of the day if they draft Shador? That's the real question.
Honestly, I think the New York Rangers deserve like 3 of them before we get to the Giants.
Sure. That's fair.
But if they go with Shador here,
I don't want you to look. I don't want anybody to look until
nobody's looking.
I don't want anybody to look until we put it up
I'm just
there.
assuming I'm right because of everything I heard going into the draft that it would be Dart if they were trading back up. But again, you trade back up because the way that the contracts work in football is if you're a first-round pick, you get that 5th-year option, and that gives you 5 years of control of a quarterback, as opposed to in Speedy, I think it's only 3 if you're a second-round pick. Is it 4 or 3? I thought it was 3.
It's 3. It's 3 for everything else, and you can. I think there is an option where you could go into the 4th year with the end of it, but some rookie contracts in general are just 3 years. Some are 4 years, so they can structure accordingly, and it depends on the team. All the 4th round picks or less are 3 years or less.
Right. So
I have a feeling
more value.
I'm going to let you guys know something. I have a feeling it's Shador. So I have a feeling it's Shador.
I hope the Jets take him in the 2nd round.
That's not.
I hope.
No, the Giants
the
about
Jets
to
take
him.
him. He would be.
I have a
great
feeling.
Jet.
No,
That was
I have
part
a
of the
feeling.
plan the
Shador
whole
didn't-
time.
All right, here's the. So yeah, it's
I have
the
a feeling-
25th overall, 2nd, 3rd, and 3rd. Yeah, that's what you
Get
already
what
said
you
that.
want for less. Ticket sales. I mean, it all makes sense.
I mean, if the Giants come away with Abdul
gonna
Carter
make me
and a
faint,
quarterback in the
Jeremy.
first
Make me
round,
nuts.
Here it goes.
they're gonna say he's the winner of the draft, Errol. Shane.
Oh yeah.
Don't say anything.
Yeah, because the best player fell to them. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so those are the 5 quarterbacks. I'm surprised they have Howard included in that. I have some other guys above Howard, but all right, here we go.
I have like 7 other guys above Howard.
Let's
Look
get
at
the,
Jabba's face, so it is Shador.
Uh-oh.
Jabba, don't let him know. Or
Shador.
give him a fake face.
Shador.
Let's go. Come on.
What if Shador and Travis were on the same team?
And they only gave up 2/3.
To handle their business at the
And their
position
worst
this
third.
year. This makes all the sense in the world, does it not?
If you're looking at the 2 quarterbacks that we would think is
They masterminded the
Shador
situation.
and Jackson Dart, Shador is much more pro-ready than Jackson Dart. However, the Giants don't need ready. You know, they probably
It's
are
Shador.
looking at upside over near-term playability.
What I told you.
Traded out, and Atlanta traded a 1 in next year's draft to move up to take the pick that's coming.
The Houston Texans have traded the 25th pick to the New York Giants. With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart.
Let's go! Let's go!
About Jackson Dart. He is a first-round selection.
Oh,
he is going to the division.
I'm putting this boy to bed. This crazy.
Here, come on in, Sandy.
It is Jackson Dart, the future quarterback for the New York Giants. He will not start this year, obviously, when you have Jameis, gay Jameis, and then you have whatever they call him, sensational Jameis, whatever he calls himself. I call him Sensational Sherry. And then obviously you have the one and only Russell Wilson. So you expect Jackson Dart to ride the bench this year, learn the offense, and then next year start for the New York Giants.
Perfect.
Yep.
Perfect.
The ultimate Jordan Love approach that they're going to have to try to take here. with
You
Jackson
might see
Dart.
Jackson Dart later in the season.
Later in the year, fine, yeah.
You might
I don't-
see
I
him
don't-
later.
Yeah,
in the
because Jameis, he signed a 2-year deal, right?
Yeah. Yes, he'll
Yeah,
be the
2
backup.
years. Most of the money's this year, but they'll have him for next year at a very low cost.
Yeah,
Russ
he's
is
gonna
for
be the
this year.
backup.
Russ is for this year. If
He's
he's
gonna be the
here
backup.
more than one more year, something crazy would have to have happened. And unfortunately, Tommy Cutlets, I think this might be it for Tommy Cutlets. We might not
Enjoy
we
the
might not
practice
see
squad.
him no more.
Thank God.
15 minutes of fame
That
might be
royal
over.
pain in my ass.
I mean, he could
Oh,
try the
no.
other team in New York. If you guys need somebody.
Could you stop it? You know what? You know your problem is, and I'm going to say this. You make too many Jet jokes, but you sit here and you're all jolly with Jackson Dart, who nobody knows what he's going to be in the NFL. At least Justin Fields is somewhat of a quarterback. So stop sitting here and putting your hands up like they won something, getting Jackson Dart and Abdul Carter, okay? So stop with yourself. Stop with yourself.
I have a theory on like quarterback names. Like if their name sounds like they'd be good, like that's good. Like Dart means like he's fast. He throws like hard footballs. But then you got a guy named Shuck. Sounds like suck. And I don't know if I'd like that. And then you had Hackenberg, who was a hack. You had oh man, there's so many just bad names over the years.
There was the kicker with I think they were picked.
Blew
Last
it,
name
blew it. There was a guy named Blue
Oh,
It.
yeah, he blew it.
Jeremy,
He blew it.
Jeremy, do you see what I have to deal with these guys? Do you see what I have to deal with
This
these
is
guys?
the analysis that they pay us the big
It's
bucks for.
absolutely ridiculous. And I saw Jabba's face. I could have sworn it was Shador Sanders.
Oh, we
And
got
I-
another trade.
Oh, I wonder who it is.
Atlanta. That's interesting.
Atlanta. If Atlanta takes a quarterback,
No, they're not.
No, they're going to take
Atlanta and the Rams.
They're going to take an edge rusher.
They're going to take Green probably.
So I was reading about Will Johnson. They're saying Will Johnson, the corner from Michigan's falling over concerns about his knee, that there's a medical on him. So that is the reason for the fall. We have the Falcons get the 26th and a 3rd round pick for the 2nd round pick for the Rams, 7th round, and next year's 1st. Wow, the Falcons really wanted up back into the 1st round. They gave up next year's 1st.
They badly needed the edge rusher, so they get 2 if that's what we're thinking with Green, or even if Araku's still there too. If they want him, but that was the biggest position they've needed for a while.
But Schefter said that this was going to happen. He said that don't be surprised if there's going to be a lot of fireworks in the 1st round. You're going to see a lot of trades, and we've seen like 5 or 6 of them already. And we used to never see this in the NFL. We never saw this, and now you're seeing all these draft picks start to fall into place. And by the way, the Giants so far, they've made a lot of sound. They've made a lot of noise in the 1st round. But again, they better hope that Jackson Dart is their guy, because this is the problem with Shane. Shane has not been trustworthy with the way he picks. What do we got?
All right, so put it on. You should have it in about 5 seconds.
All right.
Speedy,
All right,
someone I'm
fellas, I'm
excited
gonna
to
go
talk
ahead.
about.
I'm sorry, I'm about to get this boy in his bed.
Yes, Jeremy, thank you for joining us,
Thanks,
buddy.
man.
We
Yes,
love you.
man. Much love, guys. Y'all, hey, anytime you need me,
Yes.
let me know. I love it.
Absolutely.
With the
Bye,
26th
man.
pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select James Pierce Jr., defensive end, Tennessee.
So the team that needed pass rush is now.
James Pierce Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, it's James Pierce Jr. So he goes, obviously, to Atlanta. Atlanta and the Giants have made, a lot of noise so far in the 1st round. And Atlanta, obviously, they're cleaning up that defensive side of the ball, which has been last year was not very good. And they got a defensive-minded coach there. So I don't know if that's
Badly
going to
needed
you.
edge rushers.
Yes.
They get 2 of them now, Jalen Walker and James Pierce, 2 SEC guys, so they're used to that level of the culture. Obviously, the price is a lot to trade up, but when you have somebody fall that far like Pierce did, yeah, that's a nice duo, because they have good corners, they have good inside linebackers. Like, they really just need to get pressure on the quarterback.
Do you know what this reminds me of? The Rams last year. What the Rams did with Fisk, right? It was Fisk.
Braden Fisk, yep.
And Fisk and
Jared Verse,
yep. And that was last year when they drafted 2 defensive linemen in the 1st round. So, and I'm not shocked, ladies.
Different
and gentlemen.
types of edge rushers too.
Yes.
You have the speed rusher. I think I compared him to Hassan Reddick when we did this, Speedy, with Pierce. Yep. That kind of speed and power off the edge, playing that wide 9 technique very often. And then you have Walker. Walker, who can play inside, who can play outside, who can drop into coverage, who can set the edge in the run game. Those are 2 complementary, excellent edge rushing prospects. That's a great haul in the 1st round.
By the way,
Kevin, next year's 1st.
By the way, Kevin Fitz over there, our friend and a big fan of the show, he is so ecstatic for Jackson Dart. He is ecstatic for the old Jackie boy. So, and he's like, Fish!
He's
Fish,
right.
we're alive.
We are alive. We're still going to be very bad next year. I don't want you to realize that it's like going to happen overnight. He probably won't play much till like later in the season when it doesn't matter and Russ has given up already. It's probably what's going to happen. Let's face it. But
I don't know much about this kid. I watch
Dart?
bits and pieces of him. I know he's a mobile quarterback. He's got a lot of speed. His arm strength, but they say he's pretty accurate.
Toughness.
And he's tough.
Mental toughness,
Yes.
physical
So-
toughness.
And great leadership. He's got great leadership skills. So
He's
we'll
got
see
enough
how-
size. He's not as big and powerful in the run game as Daniel Jones was. but it's enough. And he does more, it looks like he does more in the passing game than Jones ever was asked.
He's got to work on the short throws, I think, mainly. I think it's another guy that holds the ball too long. That's a big problem we've seen with some of the rookie.
Are you reading what Kevin said? Kevin said, I was
Yeah,
sweating.
me too, Kevin.
I thought they were going to draft Shador. LOL.
Kevin, I was about to faint if they did.
So we got picks 27. We have Baltimore, Detroit, and then Washington. None of them need a quarterback.
No, Shador's falling out. He's not going to be a first-round talent. He's falling to the second round. Where's Owen when you need him?
Wow.
He's playing golf, ladies and gentlemen. He's playing golf in Arizona. I'm going to take that golf club and shove it up his ass because he was wrong about Shador.
But it seems to be the pattern against the Ravens. The Ravens get
Which club? Which club?
Yeah.
I'm going to use the 9-iron. 9-iron. That's what I'm going to take, the 9-iron up his ass.
You even said it too, like as we were talking. Even after he missed at 21 with the Steelers, he was still. I had 96% still going to get drafted in the first round.
Yeah, ESPN had some like BS statistic up that according to ESPN Stat Tracker, Shador had a 96% chance of being drafted within the first 21 picks. And I mean, we were hearing he would go number 2 to Cleveland, that the Giants would have to trade up for him. And the Giants traded up to 25 to take.
You know where
him, and
Shador's
he's still
going in the second round. He's going to the Browns. That's where he's going. That's where he's going. And Tennessee going 1, Browns going 2. Shador Sanders is going to the Browns. The Giants now, they're drafting. They gave up their second round talent.
So wait,
so
a
they don't
second.
have.
You're telling me the
choose
Browns
on
can
that
come
spot.
away from this draft getting next year's first and second round picks from Jacksonville, and getting Mason Graham and Shador Sanders in the top 2 rounds. That's quite a job by their front office if they do pull that off. I'm a little. I don't know. We'll see where he goes. It makes sense that he would go
He's
there.
definitely going to the Browns. He's definitely going to the Browns. You can book it.
I mean, it would be funny to see him have to live in Cleveland. Like his outgoing.
You can
personality
book it
in Cleveland.
By the way, one of the places he did not want to go to. You can book it. He's going to the Browns. Book it. I'm telling you right now.
And if he doesn't go to the Browns,
I'm betting.
the Raiders are lurking.
I'm going on DraftKings tonight, and I'm making a bet. I'm putting a bet. I don't bet on sports. I'm betting that Shador Sanders goes to the Browns tomorrow. I'm predicting it. That's where he's going. I can't see
As
him
somebody
going.
that said the Browns were going to trade up to pick 20
And
steal it
Jet
from
fans,
the Steelers.
and by the way,
definitely possible.
if he's still on the board, Jet fans, if you think for 1 second you're excited for Shador Sanders, you're an idiot.
No,
okay?
no. If the Browns don't take him, the Raiders will probably take him.
The Jets aren't drafting Shador Sanders, but to sit here for any Jet fan to say, "Oh, I want Shador, I'll trade up for Shador," you're an idiot. No. You're an idiot if you think that Shador Sanders is a perfect fit for the New York Jets. I do not want him.
I do think he should go in the first round if you're thinking of taking him in the second round, because you get 2 more years of control of the guy if he's good, is a first round pick as opposed to a second round pick. That value, think about if he is good. Look at Brock Purdy right now, because Brock Purdy only had the 3-year deal because he was a 7th round last pick in the draft. And now he's asking for 50-something million. They can't figure it out yet. So if you can get the 5 years, you don't have to pay him. You give him that arbitration year in that 5th year of like 20 million or something, or 25 million, whatever it is. It's still not 55, 60, whatever it's going to be when he's there, if he is good. If he's not good, it's just like any other pick. But that's the
what I want to do? I want
to pick him.
I wish I was hanging out with Deion Sanders right now and seeing his face and what he thinks of the fact of where his son. Well, here it is. I'll put this on.
With the 27th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Malachi Starks, defensive back, Georgia.
I like Malachi.
There's your guy, Fish.
Yeah, I was talking about him a lot. Now they pair him with Kyle Hamilton.
You know where Green's going, right? It seems like that.
Washington.
It's inevitable. It's inevitable. No, he's
going to
gonna.
the Chiefs.
He's going to the Chiefs. It's inevitable.
The Chiefs.
The Chiefs
He's a
are going to
perfect
get
guy for the Chiefs.
The Chiefs are going to.
Starks plays free safety and can fly around the field, and Kyle Hamilton, I don't know. It seems like
By the way, this draft is going
Similar
fast.
skill set, Speedy. I think you can place Starks a little bit more close to the field, but Hamilton can do everything.
Right.
So really, in these new types of defenses, it's now you don't have to play Kyle Hamilton back in center field. You could put Starks there, and you can make Hamilton your star, the star position, and just have him do whatever you want him to do, whatever trap coverages you want to do. Have him step up in the run game if you want him to, and that makes them so much more versatile on the back end, which is a big struggle for them all year. They just
They were
couldn't
really
get it
bad
done.
in the slot on defense last year, so one of them could rotate there.
I would
And-
be willing to bet that's what they do. They put Hamilton in the slot
Yeah,
against certain matchups, Starks against maybe guys with more straight line speed, and just play it that way. This is a great job by the Ravens, who just seem to make the picks that work out. And the Lions pick is already in, guys.
They're going to get it. Lions and Washington both need some defensive help probably up front, but they could also go corner as well. So either one of those teams could get good value on the defensive side of the ball. And then Buffalo at 30 also maybe thinking that same way.
Well, Buffalo would be nice. They like to go after those defensive linemen too. Maybe
Yeah.
Green goes to the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
I mean, that would make sense. How about Green falling out of the first round? How about that? Falling out of the first round, going
He's
in
a small school guy, so it's not unexpected. I just can't see him falling out unless there's again, we don't know the medicals. That's the difference. Like Will Johnson, nobody thought would fall out of the first round, but if he's got a knee,
I'll
ain't
tell you
going
this:
the
if
first
Will
round.
Johnson, if Will Johnson's sitting there in the second round for the New York Jets, I take him. I mean, you just lost some
DJ Reed, yeah.
DJ Reed in the offseason. You bring in Will Johnson. He plays on the other side with Sauce Gardner. And then you have Michael Carter. I mean, that's pretty. You have a dynamic young, cornerbacks are there on both sides of the field. I think that would be great for the Jets if the Jets did something like that. I look at the Jets right now, and I know all the Jet fans are probably wondering, what do the Jets do in the second round? I think the Jets stay put. I would not try to move up unless somebody just absolutely is a slam dunk and they think he's a slam dunk guy. But do not move up in the draft at any cost, because the Giants obviously thought Jackson Dart was their guy, because they would not have done that, giving up what they gave. And they didn't give up a lot, but they still gave up their second round draft pick, and they gave up 2 third rounds. So it's not like they gave up nothing to get Jackson Dart, but to get Jackson Dart and possibly your future quarterback, your franchise quarterback, and you get him at 25, I mean, that's not bad. So I just
they gave
they're
up
reaching with Jackson Dart.
They gave up pick 34 for pick 25, and to move up, they had to give up 99 and next year's probably 75. That's not bad. I'll do that every single time if I can get my quarterback with that kind of a deal. I think that the Jets.
He's the quarterback.
Well, you got to look. That's the whole point of this, But if that's your risk, 2/3, that's not a bad risk. I'm okay with that. There's 2 receivers, Speedy, that we really didn't talk about them because they're supposedly more second round guys, and I think the Jets should be looking at one of them. The 2 Iowa State receivers are really, really talented. 2 very different types of receivers. Noel, more of a slot guy, and then you have Jaden Higgins, who is the second biggest receiver after
I've seen
T-Mac.
metrics on him that actually help his cause for potentially being good.
I will say this:
like
I've read a
Higgins.
lot. I've read a lot with the Jets that the Jets want to get a tight end in this class, and they want. Some people think that, and I'm crazy to say this, that Ferguson could be a good match with the Jets.
Well,
So
he's supposed to go in the 3rd or 4th
Yes.
round, Ferguson.
I'm just saying Ferguson's a guy that the Jets are going to be looking for an athletic, gifted blocking tight end that could do things on the open football field. And I read on a lot of people's boards that if Ferguson is sitting there in the late 3rd or maybe in the 4th round, the Jets might look to bring somebody like him in. So could you imagine that? We interviewed that guy twice in high school, and he goes to the Jets. I mean, that would be really, really funny.
The next
I
tight
wonder
end
if
off
it
the
would-
board should be the LSU son of Jason Taylor, Mason Taylor.
Right. That's probably the most likely. Now, for Errol's scenario, if the Jets are looking for more of the blocking tight end type, I don't know if they would do it in the second round, but otherwise trade back or do it in the 3rd round is one that our friend Jason Dunn was talking about, the Syracuse kid Gadsden, who he said was a really good one too.
All right, we got the pick coming in. You guys could turn the sound on in a couple of seconds for the Lions. Oh, here's an interesting pick. I've got some clips of him earlier today. There you go. Put him on.
I'm going to put it on in just 1 second. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lions pick.
The Lions are a very interesting, unconventional one.
But Chris always manages
BD's
to stay on
mom.
the camera site.
BD's mom.
Mahomes running that team and running it so well as a GM.
With the 28th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Tyleik Williams, defensive tackle, Ohio State.
Oh, wait a second. Carpenter was talking about him.
Yeah,
Yes,
he's
Carpenter
good.
was talking about him.
All right, so
He
this
liked
is the 3 tech from Ohio State, the defending champs. If you take a look at his moves, he's getting doubled a lot, but he's able to maintain pressure and find the quarterback. This is something that you're going to see on every single one of these. He might not get home first, but he will fight across pressure and keep the quarterback in the pocket, and he's really good in the run game. So he kind of was on most people's second round, but if you take a look, here's him versus Michigan, breaking a double team and stuffing the run. There's not that many guys that can handle double teams at that level. So hopefully, for the sake of who just picked them, that was
Detroit.
Detroit, who now gets Aiden Hutchinson back. They try to fill up the interior of that line to force guys to not run forwards with a guy like Tyleik, so they get pushed into the arms of Hutchinson. It's a smart move by a smart franchise.
Who's up
needs a whole
next?
bunch
Is
of
it
coaches?
Commanders.
Washington?
Commanders, Bills,
Another team that can use
Chiefs,
defense or offensive line,
Eagles.
possibly.
You know,
Nobody
it's, like
was
I
gonna
said,
take
going
Shador.
back. No, I told you that. Shador's falling to the second round. I said
The
that.
Raiders are the only chance really to trade up. Well, maybe the Saints, but more
I'm
likely the
I'm
Raiders.
telling you right now, he's going to the Browns tomorrow. He is going. It's where quarterbacks die, and that's where he's going. For all the people's
Mel Kiper must be talking out of his butt because everybody is killing him.
Everybody always kills him.
Jabba, he was supposed to retire when Jimmy Clausen did not turn out to be a good quarterback.
Let me tell you something about Mel Kiper, and he has been on ESPN for I don't know, since ancient times. Okay.
Yeah.
That guy is never right. I remember when he said that Christian Hackenberg was an absolute sure thing. And when the Jets moved up in the second round to get him, he was like, "Oh, slam dunk! What a steal!" He's a 5-star recruit. I think this kid's going to be great. The Jets just need to give him some time. And boy, oh boy, he couldn't hit the backside of a barn. Okay, so
now just the backside of a reporter.
That's about it. I remember that, by the way. I mean, Mel Kiper is horrible. Every time he says that he likes somebody, they usually suck. So if you like Mel Kiper and you like anything when it comes to ESPN trying to promote what they think they know when it comes to the draft, do not, I repeat, and Speedy, you got this, do not take Mel Kiper's thoughts seriously. So that's all I'm going to say about that. He's never right, ever.
I can't find the odds of where Shador is going to go now. I think
I told you the Browns. I'm telling
you know
you.
what? I have to wait till probably the first round's over.
Yeah, right. He's going to go.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
odds will
you-
come out. At
Trade
the
up
end of the
scenarios are going to be still intact for the last 4 picks at the moment. And again, the Raiders or the Saints. probably
Tennessee
be the only
might
one, like-
be willing to trade that first pick in the second round to a team, but you're going to have to give
Right.
up a lot. Shador's sitting there. I mean, they can absolutely, rape somebody. They can rape somebody in the first pick in the second round.
Maybe too soon with the football draft going on with what's going on.
It's too soon. You have to wait until the first round's up.
No,
And then
that reference.
What are you talking about? Oh, stop.
Are you talking about P. Diddy or something?
Yeah,
No.
he said.
Probably
I know
Shannon
he's-
Sharp.
Oh yeah, I forgot all about that.
Yeah, I think that.
Yeah, no,
reference,
I got a live Yahoo one that I just found,
Mm.
and one way, excuse me, says Ozmakers don't have a clue where Shador Sanders will get drafted either.
So let's take a look at all of the teams that still need a quarterback. Bills, no. Dolphins, maybe. Patriots, no. Jets, probably not.
No.
Ravens, no. Bengals, no. Browns, yes. Steelers,
Browns.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
but Steelers passed up on him already for a defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Texans,
They
no.
drafted, I think, 3 of them, like
Colts,
the first rounds.
The Colts, yes, probably you would say.
Yeah.
Might. Jaguars, maybe they in the second round they'd be willing to consider.
With Travis Hunter, maybe. You never know.
That would be pretty wild if they.
That was my scenario with the
Duval.
Browns.
Can you imagine that? That would be crazy.
What's my scenario? I said the Browns were going to trade up to 20 after they draft Travis Hunter. So once they didn't, then
There's no way Jacksonville does that. There's no way.
I don't think so.
Giving Trevor Lawrence that kind of money last year, and you're going to go up and you're going to trade for a Shedeur Sanders to get him. That's not going to happen.
He'd have to fall to the third before they'd consider something like that, and I don't think that's possible.
I think he
Titans
goes to the
obviously
Browns.
took Cam Ward. The Broncos, no. Chiefs, no. Raiders have Geno, no.
Maybe.
Chargers, no. So
Maybe.
that's the whole AFC. The NFC East, Dak. Giants just took Dart. Hurts.
You never know with the Cowboys, though.
Jaden Daniels.
If they want, and by the way, if they want to bring in Deion Sanders next year, if they can get a hold of Shedeur, maybe that could happen. Maybe.
I said that to Jeremy Mincy. Still time for Jerry
Maybe.
Jones to pull the trigger.
They're the ones that took a guard at number 12, so I wouldn't put it past Jerry.
Need help.
Yeah, draft logic throws out the window.
Here's the problem. Be please for a second. Right now the Cowboys need offensive line help. They just lost Zach Martin. They had one of their weakest positions this year has been the offensive line. They had to go that route, and they obviously like Booker. But I'm going to tell you this right now: if Shedeur Sanders is sitting closer to them in the second round, I can see the Cowboys making that move and drafting him. If they want Deion Sanders, that could be a slam dunk for a guy like Jerry Jones if he wants to pry him away from the Colorado next year or the year after, if you know what I mean.
ESPN has Shedeur as of now, the 11th best available.
Wow.
11th best player available right now.
Available still.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah.
So let's go through the rest of the NFC. The Bears obviously not with Caleb. The Lions have Goff. The Packers have Love. The Vikings made it
Washington
clear they're gonna
drafted
go with
a
JG.
tackle. Washington drafted a tackle.
Josh Connerly goes to Washington.
Connerly?
Good pick, yeah.
All right, so that's the Oregon tackle, Josh Connerly. Let's get the clip up of him real quick. So as far as he should be the left side, really good at exchanging the twist, which is something, if you're a Giants fan, you haven't seen a lot of in a few years. We've got tackles that know how to do this. So just watch.
Except
He's
Odell
very
Beckham in the
sound.
back room, if you know what I mean.
A different kind of twist.
Let's
Here's
ask
him
Justin
pulling on a
Bieber.
counter tray. Pretty good on the move. All
I'm going to
right,
get
he's-
myself into trouble on this
He's
show.
one of the guys that does everything solid, but nothing amazing. So where does he go? End of the first round, beginning of the second. It makes a lot of sense. Again, teams that need line help. There's a bunch of tackles right now that can be taken. I think the Chiefs are going to take. Look, if Green's there, they probably take it. I think the Bills right now are going to take Mike Green because that's like one of their biggest needs for sure. Is edge rusher. Kansas City needs a tackle. I think there's our guy from Sound It Out still available. Ursary is still there. Yep. We have a couple of other tackles. Josh Simmons, the tackle that I thought was like maybe the third or fourth best tackle in this draft.
Yeah. And he still
He's
could
available.
be.
He still could be. He's just he's coming off that injury. Teams are staying away from him. He needs to develop a little bit more strength, but athletically, pretty good. You just worry about a guy's athleticism coming off of leg injury, right? So maybe he's going to
Yeah,
fall
if they don't
second.
take him, I think Houston definitely has to take him because they need everything.
There's guys there's still tackles left for sure. Pretty deep offensive line draft. There's some really good centers available as well for some teams in the second round. Jared Wilson from Georgia, just incredible. Like their line, there's a couple of good guards. There's some good guys to be taken in the second round, which makes me think. You know, I don't know, outside of Shedeur, I don't know if we see another quarterback drafted until the third round because it doesn't really feel like there's enough value in quarterback where there's value at some of these key line positions on both sides of the
You know,
ball.
it's crazy. Remember, Speedy, remember when we were talking about this about a year ago? This is before Fish, before Jabba, before everybody. We were sitting here and we were talking about Quentin Ewers, how he was going to be the predominant first number one pick, you know, in 2025. Remember when we were speaking about that? Like he was going to be the guy. And now Quentin Ewers, he might not be drafted until the late 3rd, 4th round pick. And I'm interested to see where Riley Leonard goes because I like Riley, and I think Riley has proven himself to be an asset as his leadership. If he could figure out how to be more accurate on the throws, I think he'd be a really good quarterback in the NFL. His leadership, his ability to run outside of the pocket and inside of the pocket, I think he fits perfectly in that mobile style quarterback in the NFL. And you could also use him as like a fullback too, because Riley Leonard is a big kid. So
yeah, he's like 6'4". Yep. And and he did a lot of quarterback run stuff in college. Yep. I like him more than Howard personally. I would take him before Will Howard. Howard's kind of got more of like a rough and tumble type of style with running the ball. It doesn't seem to be under control. He's not very under control. And he's got a lot of moxie, so that's why people like Howard, but I really like Riley Leonard. I think
they have him at 7, best available quarterback, and Ewers is at 5.
Yeah, I think Ewers will go ahead of him. I think Ewers will probably go at the top of the 4th round. I think Riley's
I think
if he just the way the quarterback's going though in this draft, I think the quarterbacks are going to go later than we thought. I think Ewers might fall to the top of day 3, and I think Riley might be a 5th round pick this year. The way it's going, just because of what we've seen so far, it just feels like it's not the quarterback's year in this draft. The Bills are about to make their pick.
I disagree. I disagree. By the way, I expect Ewers to go in the 3rd round at some point. I think Riley is a mid or late 4th round draft pick. That's where I think Riley is. And I told him on the phone when I had a conversation with him. He says, "Where do you think I go?" I said, I look at you as maybe a late, mid 4th round pick. That's what I thought. And he says, "Oh man," he's like, I hope I go 4. And I said, "Where would you like to go, Riley?" He says, "I'll go wherever." But nobody's going to tell you, "Oh, I want to go here." He just wants to play. He wants to go somewhere. So here we go.
Where I'd like to see him go? I'd like to see him go to Indianapolis.
Sean Payton. I want to see him go to the Broncos and back up Bo Nix and learn with Sean Payton.
I just think there's opportunity in Indy.
Even greater impact as a wish maker for Make-A-Wish. For the 2nd time tonight, we have the opportunity to grant a wish for a deserving young man to announce the first pick for his favorite team. Tommy.
No, I love it. He loves his Bills. Thomas loves his Bills.
Bills fans are fantastic.
Tommy is a 16-year-old living with a neuromuscular disorder. Is a huge Buffalo Bills fan, and he's here with me to make the announcement for his beloved Bills. Go ahead, Tommy.
Let's go, Tom.
Here we go.
Jamie Lee.
With the 30th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Maxwell Harrison. Let's go!
Let's go!
And there is the
Let's go, Bills! So this guy had the fastest time in the combine. 4.28.
You know how fast that is?
And
yeah.
Let me say something about the Bills when they draft corners. They always work. I'm just letting you guys know this. The Bills always hit home runs when they draft a corner in the 1st round. Always. I'm sorry?
We got to trade. The Eagles traded up 1 pick just now with the Chiefs to move to. This is.
You're going to get Green.
Move.
They're going to get Green. That's scary. Could you imagine the Eagles?
They can't. Right?
Why?
No, because the Chiefs wouldn't have traded back. Well,
maybe they didn't want him.
Maybe they wanted Ezra Rock. Another edge rusher. It would make no sense to take another edge rusher.
They draft him in early all the time.
It's definitely not going to be Shador.
Imagine it was. Just sit behind Jalen Hurts.
No, let's not get it.
Let's take a look at Harrison, though.
He can read A.J. Brown's book on the sideline and learn something.
I cannot see the Eagles and what they do to do something stupid like that. I cannot. So
this kid's good, by the way. Maxwell Hairston stays in phase pretty well. You're going to see him over on the top of the screen here. Just run the route for the receiver, knock the ball away.
Who does he remind you of that played for the Buffalo Bills before he got hurt?
Well,
Who's he
you're talking
reminds
about
you of?
Tre'Davious White.
Tre'Davious White. That's who he reminds me
And
of.
White just signed with the Bills
Mhm.
this year again. After
That's who he
getting the
reminds me
contract.
of. Tre'Davious White.
All right, so what's
Big,
this trade?
long, and fast. Guy that
He's
loves
real
to,
fast.
cut corners and beat
So
routes.
the Chiefs give up a 5th-round pick to. Or I'm sorry, the Eagles give up
The
a
Eagles.
5th-round pick
Ooh.
to the Chiefs to move up one spot.
One spot. Ooh.
I guess they were worried that someone would trade with the Chiefs for the guy that they wanted. I don't think it's Shador, but crazier things have happened.
I don't think anyone thinks it's Shador.
There is a lot of good players still on the board that are first-round talents. First-round talents.
Yeah,
Fish, would they
you,
take a chance
you
thinking
knew
they
this
don't
pick
need
was
to
going to
play
be
this
quick.
year with Simmons?
What did you say, Jabba?
What do they?
I said you knew this pick was going to be quick because they traded up for it.
Yeah,
Fish, if you're just judging on what they need, actually, the pick probably would be Amon Awori, but I don't know why they would have to trade up for that.
Again, we should go back with the theory that's been successful this whole draft. Teams building upon their strength.
Right.
If that's the case, it's a defensive lineman
Yes.
that they're taking. And if that's the case, then it's probably Mike Green. But the Chiefs wouldn't trade if they wanted Mike Green, and you would.
They don't
think
want
they
Mike
would.
Green.
It wasn't
So
necessarily.
maybe the Chiefs are taking the tackle. Maybe
Yeah,
they take
right.
maybe they take Simmons, and they're going to let Green go here. It's a really fascinating little move here at the end of the first round of this draft.
Typical Eagles move where they get the one of the biggest steals of the first round. This is what the Eagles do.
Always.
They have the best GM right now in football. I don't think you can argue that. The guy is the best GM in all of football, and he knows when to pick them, and he loves his Georgia Bulldogs.
Well, Malachi Starks is off the board now.
Yeah,
I
Starks
love
is
this
already
one.
gone.
That would have been
I
funny.
don't think you trade up for the guard or
Well,
the
they
center
lost-
from Georgia.
They lost pass rushers in the offseason, and I expect them to, clean up and fix up certain spots on that line. And I think Green is the perfect fit over there. You need a guy that's going to go at the quarterback and go after the quarterback. And if it is Kansas City next year in the Super Bowl, once again against them, they need somebody that can go after them. So Pat Mahomes in a lot of trouble because he has no offensive line help next year, and he's going to be running for dear life next year. So they better hope they go offensive line in the next 2 or 3 rounds. The way they're sitting, they're not sitting pretty, that's for sure. It's scary how bad their offensive line is going to be next year.
Yep. They should do 2 picks, at least maybe a first and then a 3rd or 4th round flyer on somebody they could develop as well.
I'm surprised Kansas City didn't move up and get one of those tackles.
I was saying that earlier.
You know
I was
who
thinking
this
that
also could
Houston.
be? This could be Mason Taylor. If they want the last real good receiving.
Oh
player
yeah,
in this
somebody
draft,
did mention.
because Goddard's
Jason
probably
Dunn
on the
mentioned
move.
Goddard.
They're talking about
Yeah.
Goddard being
Maybe.
traded. I expect him to be moved tomorrow, probably for a 3rd or 4th round pick. And if they can get the tight end at this spot, the next receiving tight end, that would make a lot of sense to me. I could see why you would make that move to make sure you got that guy. If you don't,
Yeah,
think
they
there's
did the
another
same
good
thing with
receiver.
Goddard, with Ertz already there. So I guess it fits their mold of doing that. It's the same philosophy. And the Eagles even did that with Andy Reid when he was there. They had Brent Selleck, and they still drafted Ertz anyway. They had the one before Selleck, I forget his name offhand, was good. Like they have a factory of tight ends over there.
I will say this: the first round went pretty quick. I thought it was gonna. Last year, I think the first round ended at 12:30. So I think this year it's almost over. I think it'll be over before 12 o'clock. So this draft went pretty fast in the first round. I'm not surprised. I mean, the NFL
Oh, my
obviously.
God, I just saw who they took.
What-
Just kill me.
Who did they take?
Who
did they take?
I'm
So
not,
that means it's
I'll
somebody
let
great.
it's someone that Speedy we were talking about, that I said that he would go around this point in the draft, and you said he should be in the top, or Errol, I think you said he should be a top 15, top 10 player, and he's still available. And of course the Eagles get him. Who do you think? Who's left? It's the only position that I don't think's been drafted yet tonight.
Oh,
the only position.
Actually, at center as
Only
well.
position.
But not. It's not.
Oh, I know who. I have a guess. I have a guess on it.
Who is it?
Jihad Campbell. Is that who? I don't think there's any inside linebackers drafted
No,
yet.
yeah, that's exactly what we're looking at. They're going to take the best linebacker in this draft from Alabama and just continue to win the draft every year. Just every year.
My second team, Eagles fly. I'm sorry.
I guess the Bills are my second team. I just can't call it a second team. I don't know how.
No, you have
say that.
Listen. I'll tell you.
That one you're sitting. Stop.
Here's
Norwood,
here's why you say. Let me, Speedy. Why do you always do that? You like to go louder when somebody's trying to speak. You like to. I mean, there's a reason why I root on the Eagles. I grew up a Donovan McNabb fan. So when the Jets sucked and the Jets never made the playoffs in the 90s, they were really bad. I don't know if anybody remembers the Jets in the 90s. They were extremely bad. Okay, they went with Neil O'Donnell, Browning Nagel. It was really, really bad football. Their best player was their kicker until Curtis Martin came along with Bill Parcells. I mean, their best player was a kicker. All right, so I'm just going. And any Jet fan that knows anything about the Jets knows what I'm talking about. All right, they've always had good defensive players, but they can never be good because their offense just absolutely blew Harry Godas. But I'm going to tell you this right now. You look at the Eagles, in the 90s when they drafted Donovan McNabb, I followed him in Syracuse. I love Donovan McNabb. I was like, you know what? It has nothing to do with the green and white, and that's why I root on the Eagles. I fell in love with Donovan McNabb, and I watched him, and I watched him succeed and grow as a quarterback. That's why I love I like the Eagles. I don't love them. I like them. So when the Jets never make the playoffs, which they never do, they have the longest streak. I got to root for somebody. I root for the Eagles. So I'm not. I have Eagles hats. I wear Eagles hats. I do like them.
They got Saban talking about him right now on the air. Obviously not listening to it, but this is one of Saban's last big dudes that he had that he brought in. Jihad Campbell is awesome. This is such a steal at this point in the draft. It's almost like it's just unfair. Now they have two really good linebackers. What's his name? The one from Georgia.
Oh no. Not Quay Walker. Drawing a blank on it too now. Nakobe Dean.
He's a big.
So Dean
he's
and
a big. Campbell's a big dude too, man.
Oh my
He's a big dude.
He'll play on the strong side most likely because he's so physical. But man, like, it's not fair, man. They just keep adding the right guy every year. I was like, Speedy, what's the spot that they need? And we didn't think of it. Yeah, they could use an extra linebacker. So now they have Zach Bond, they have Dean, and they have Jihad Campbell. There's no weakness on this team.
They're not. They're really good, man. And
this is one of the best teams we've ever seen.
They're going to probably go and win the NFC this year. I expect them to, as long as Hurts stays healthy. I mean, who's going to beat them in the NFC? But by the way, that North Division, even though that the Lions lost a lot of coaches, the Lions are still going to be pretty good. Green Bay is going to be good. I still think that division is going to be hard to beat too. So, and Chicago's going to be ultra good this year with the way they're building and built. Their weakness all year last year was their offensive line. And what did they do when they brought in their coach? They cleaned it up. So I expect Chicago to be pretty good too. So it's going to be fun. Vegas, obviously, Ashton Genty. I mean, they're in a division, and the AFC is so wide open too. The AFC is just horrible. I mean, Pittsburgh don't even have a quarterback. Think about this right now. It seems like it could be Aaron Rodgers. If Pittsburgh don't move up in the second round to get Shedeur, where do they go? Like, where does Pittsburgh? They don't have a quarterback. Who's their starting quarterback right now on their roster right now? Who is Pittsburgh's starting quarterback? Is there anybody? Does anybody have the list of quarterbacks that they have on their roster right now? I don't think they have one. I don't think they have one. It's horrible. Speedy, you have it? You have it up, or do I have to look it up? Because you know what's so funny about
the
Speedy?
quarterbacks on the roster.
So freaking fast, you can't find it.
Oh my gosh.
Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson are the two quarterbacks on their roster.
They definitely got to do something and move and get Shedeur Sanders. If they don't do this, it's an absolute debacle. And they can't trust that Aaron Rodgers, 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers, is the answer either. I mean, this is bad. I'm shocked that they didn't draft Shedeur Sanders, knowing where they are in position. Here's a bet I'm gonna have. I expect Pittsburgh to jump where Tennessee is as the first pick in the second round.
It's not Tennessee.
And get Shedeur.
It's Cleveland. And then Houston.
Cleveland won't do that. Houston will. Houston will let them jump. If Cleveland passes up on Shedeur, I see the Steelers jumping with Houston and getting Shedeur Sanders as the second pick of the second round. That's what my prediction is.
Picks would they move to make that happen?
Speedy, do you have the list? Let me look it up.
It would probably be like 20 or something.
Second round.
20.
I'll tell you right now.
To do that, you got to give up probably a second and a fourth or something to move up. Like next year's second and a fourth this year. So maybe something, something
Here we
along
go.
those lines.
Houston want to drop that far back again. They didn't
All
even
right.
pick yet.
You have the Browns,
they
Houston,
do.
Tennessee. You have Tennessee as the third pick. The Browns have the first pick in the first round and the fourth pick in the second round.
Is there a
Yes,
trade
from the
that we didn't
Jaguars.
see?
Yeah, the Jaguars. So they have the first and the fourth. So I'm going to tell you this. There's no doubt in my mind now that the Browns are drafting Shedeur Sanders.
All
There's
right,
no
last
doubt
pick
in my
is
mind.
made, guys. The last pick of the draft has been
Yeah.
made. And they're going to announce it in a second. It's someone we expected, Speedy.
Who is it? It's Green?
Campbell that they were coughing up the pick.
So
So we were
who do we say they need? What they need the most?
Offensive lineman.
to just move down one spot and collect the 5th round pick for.
Well, to me, you look at a tight end and Mason Taylor, who's out there.
So Green falls out of the first.
Replacement for Kelsey.
How about that?
So here's the prediction.
I've thought about.
I'm looking at and we'll after this pick is announced, we'll go into the second round. Talk a little bit about the second round, and we'll finish up the show. But here it is.
It's from Kansas City.
With the 32nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Josh Simmons, tackle,
All right.
Ohio State.
There you go. Josh Simmons from the Ohio State.
Was he a first-round
Doesn't have
talent?
to change color scheme very much.
He fell
Oh,
because
yeah.
of the injury.
He fell because of an injury. This was a guy that I had in the top half of the first round. I thought like if he was healthy, he's better than a lot. Like I would have taken him after Membu. To be honest with you, I think he's that good. He moves guys. He's very athletic. He needs to get a little bit stronger to move guys off the blocks, off of his initial burst and extension, because he does have long arms. But you do want those things from a tackle. So it's just a matter of how healthy he is, and he should.
I'm not
be
drafting
able-
a tackle with knee problems in the first round. I'm not doing that.
At
How much does he
32,
weigh? How much does he weigh?
He's not a heavy guy. He's actually a little light in the ass. He's almost 6'5", and he's like 310, something like that. So he's a little light in the ass. That's the thing. He needs to get a little bit stronger. He can rehab. They have tackles that aren't great out there right now, but if they can get him up to speed by middle of the season as a rookie and then be their guy, that's what
Guys,
they need.
look at this. Look at this. Browns go 1 in the second round. You have Houston, Tennessee, Browns again. You have the Raiders. You have the Patriots. Then listen to this. You have the Bears at 7, the Saints at 8, and the Bears at 9. So you have two teams that have the first 4. They have 4 picks in the top 10 in the second round.
And the Bears
Isn't that
need a lot of
crazy?
guys. It's good that they did that. It's the Browns. We talked about Joe Shane having this great first round, but the Browns can come away the winners of the draft with a good top of the second round because of
They're
everything
definitely
they got.
they're definitely drafting Shedeur Sanders. You can book it. They have two picks in the top of the second round. They're not drafting a quarterback. 100%. Mark it, book it, guys. Book it. I'm going to put a bet in tonight. Shedeur is going to the Browns. He's definitely going to the Browns. There's no doubt in my mind.
I just don't know why, if that's the case, you don't call the Chiefs and say, hey, I just saw you, you got a fifth round pick to move back one. How about another 5th round pick? And now I move up and take Shador at 32, and I get to keep him for 5 years instead of 3 if they were going to do that. So I'm not 100% sold that's what they're going to do. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Logic dictates that that's what you would do.
By the way, I'm not talking about the first pick of the second round. They're going to go with Shador on the 4th pick of the second round because he'll be sitting there, and they'll get him. So think about it. They could get Green at 1.
Wait,
and then
who
they
are the
can
teams
get
in
Shador.
between them again? So Tennessee obviously has Ward, so not them.
I'll do it right now. Tennessee and the Houston Texans.
Yeah, so then they can take them. Well, I mean, but you also risk a team trading up with them. So if you're going to take them, you got to take them with that first pick because someone will trade up and jump you at that 4th pick. I just don't think it makes sense to risk that if you really wanted him. If you don't want him, then take whoever's the best player available at that first spot. See what happens with the next couple of picks. If he's there, he's there. If he's not, you didn't really want him, obviously.
And if I were the Jets, being that they're the 10th pick in the second round, if that kid, Williams from Michigan is sitting there. Will Johnson at 10 is sitting there. I think the Jets have to absolutely draft Will Johnson at number 10 in the second round. You solidify your secondary once again. You have somebody playing on the other side with Sauce Gardner. And now you have 2 number 1s on one roster. That's what you have. So I think that would be a slam dunk. And the way Aaron Glenn's going to want to run his offense, I think that would be great. You need a good secondary. Because if you're going to run the ball, if the Jets are going to run the ball like they say they're going to this year, they're going to be run, throw. They're going to keep the score low, and you need corner play that could be shut down corners. So losing DJ Reed, Michael Carter right now, as of right now, Michael Carter is moving from the slot to the other side of the, which he could. I saw Michael Carter; he could do it. But I think he's one of the best slot corners in all of the NFL. I think you keep him in the slot, and then you go after another corner that could protect the other side of the field where you play one-on-one. I think
I'd go a different route, Errol. I think you need the receiver. This is the guy that I would take if I'm the Jets. His name's Jaden Higgins. He was the big target for Iowa State. And
I know you like him.
He's 6'4". He's a red zone guy. You don't have a red zone guy currently. Now that Adams is gone again. Just look at him. You just throw up fades to him and just let him run under it. He's going to be able to do all of the dirty work in the red zone that you want.
Let me ask you a question. Who's throwing him the ball? Because Justin Fields is going to run the ball probably about 70% of the time. That's what they're doing, guys. I want you to know this. They drafted that offensive tackle because they're running the ball. That's what they're doing. They have 2 young tackles, and these guys are going to be the tackles for them for a long, long time. If you like this guy, you like the guy that the Jets drafted.
Oh, yeah.
You were speaking very highly of him before the draft. You were like, this guy is a beast. And you put him on the other side with Olu Fashanu. I mean, you have your tackles of the future. And I think Justin Fields is very happy because now he's got 2 young tackles that are going to be able to protect him. And one of them is a mean son of a bitch. Just you could see that he's mean. So as you're seeing him right here in the video, he's just tossing people around and throwing them around. I think what the Jets are going to do is they're going to run the ball and they're going to beat up the defensive lines. That's what they're going to do. And if you look at the Jets offensive line now, you have 3 guys that are under the age of 23. Just think about it. Tippmann is 22, going to be 23. You have Olu Fashanu, who's 21, 22 years old. He's young. And now you're bringing this other guy who's 21 years old. I mean, this is a young offensive line. And the reason why they're doing it is they're building on the trenches. Something Joe Douglas could not do. And hopefully this team and this regime figures out, hey, you know what, if we can fix this offensive line, we don't need a star quarterback. We just need a competent quarterback that can do the things that we need him to do. So Jet fans, you should be happy. They got the guy. It was either him or Warren. I wasn't going to be upset at either or. They got the offensive lineman, and it's probably the right move. I know Jet fans weren't. It's not the prettiest move, but hey, if Justin Fields is looking like he's a superstar on a football field and he can run the ball with these guys, who the hell cares who's he throwing the ball to? So that's all I'm going to say. Because if you can run the ball and you could beat up teams are going to get tired, and then your defense is going to be all world. You expect with Aaron Glenn as your defensive-minded guy and a coach that you're going to go out there and beat the hell out of teams with the defense that you have set up. And by the way, Sauce Gardner, who is a lot of people think was going to be demanding big money this offseason, you know what Sauce did? Sauce was the first guy at training camp this year. He was the first guy to show up to the Jets training camp. First guy. And a lot of people, usually these corners are asking and demanding big time money. And he's not even asking for that. That says a lot about Sauce Gardner and how much growth and how, how he looks at himself now with Aaron Glenn there on how he could be even more dynamic than he was with Aaron Glenn coming to the team and being his head coach. So I love it. I love everything about what the Jets are doing right now. And we'll see. We'll have to see if Aaron Glenn is a competent head coach. We don't know yet. Bill Parcells loves him. We've heard what Bill Parcells said about him. We'll have to see, all season long if he's going to develop a good relationship with the guys that he has on his roster. So what do we got over here, Speedy? I see you, in here. What are you saying over here? I don't know.
No, it was Jamie Lee that was commenting. He said he was surprised the Steelers didn't get quarterback. I was asking him what he thought about
the Steelers are screwed.
Matthew Golden move to the Packers.
Honestly, I would reach out to Aaron Rodgers tonight and tell him that we want to sign you, because if they strike out at us, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? Jackson Dart is off the board. He goes to the Giants. What are they going to do?
They love Mason Rudolph. They love him.
They're screwed. They're absolutely screwed. I don't know what they do. There's nobody available.
They're betting on Aaron Rodgers. That's what that pick at 21
Aaron
says.
Rodgers would have signed with them. He was. What did they? They brought in DK Metcalf. They traded for him. They brought him in, and then they signed him. They gave him this long-term deal, and they don't even have a quarterback that can throw him the ball. Does that make any sense? Come on, guys. By the way, where's Bennett? Where's Bennett? Because I want to laugh at him. I want to laugh at Bennett. Bennett, you should be in here right now, because I would be laughing at you, buddy, because your Pittsburgh Steelers team absolutely blew it. They had Shedeur Sanders at 21, and you decided to draft a defensive lineman, which you don't need, by the way. It makes no sense.
At least if they were going to pick something, at least
no sense.
Hayward is like 40 years old, though, so they do have to replace him at some point. In the first round, when you need a quarterback, though, it's just a very strange choice. I think everyone's going to be talking about it. We're probably going to talk about it for a week. Just this.
Deion Sanders is going to be talking about it too, because he doesn't shut the hell up.
Just wait.
Expect Deion Sanders to go out there.
Just wait to the quotes that we're going to get out of Deion, probably starting right now or so.
I was just going to ask you guys, you think he'll wait till he gets drafted because he really can't say anything right now, or he just fires it off right now?
First take is tomorrow, guys. First take's tomorrow, and Stephen A. Smith, who's butt buddies with Deion Sanders, is going to have him on the show. 100% Deion Sanders tomorrow on First Take. But guys, book it. Anybody, if there's a bet line that DraftKings or FanDuel that Deion Sanders will be on First Take, bet it. He is going to be on First Take, and you know damn well he is not going to hold back on what he really wants to say, what's going on right now, to his own son, who's going to come out and say he's better than Jackson Dart. He's better than Cam Ward. And my son is going to be a second-round talent. They're out of their minds. Teams are going to regret what they did. He's going to do it. And then he's going to go to the Browns. And he's going to go where everybody dies. Everybody dies. Every quarterback dies.
Get the graveyard ready.
Yeah, the graveyard's open. It's open for, a putter and a driver, because that's where he's going. So,
well, whatever. The Knicks won tonight, so I'm happy. There we go. The Giants got their quarterback of the future, their pass rusher of the future, and the Knicks won in Detroit, 118.
Abdul Carter was a slam dunk for the Giants. Hopefully he stays healthy. If he does, he could go down as the best player in his class. But again, we've seen this before. I remember when they drafted Thibodeau and everybody was talking about Thibodeau, how special he is, blah, 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 blah. And I told Speedy when we were sitting there when they drafted him, I said, this guy's a bust. I don't think Abdul Carter's a bust. I think he's really good. I think he's going to be special. And when the Giants are good, you need that edge rusher. We've seen it. When the Giants, I mentioned it again, when they won the Super Bowl in 2007, they had Michael Strahan, edge rusher. When they won the Super Bowl in 2011, they had Justin Tuck. They need edge rushing. That's the only way they win. So this guy is by far the best edge rusher in this class, you can argue. So the Giants got the best player on the board, so you should be happy. Giant fans, and they get a quarterback. I'm not a big fan of Jackson Dart. I don't know much about him, but I heard a lot of people were reaching that he was a first-round talent. A lot of people thought second round, maybe third-round talent, that people were reaching that he was a first-round talent. But we've seen quarterbacks get drafted or thought to be drafted in later rounds. Patrick Mahomes was expected to be a mid to late first-round draft pick, and then he goes 11 as the Kansas City Chiefs moved up and traded with Buffalo to get him, I think, at 11 or 10.
So
and look how special he is.
It's always used to go to the Aaron Rodgers slide down in the draft, the Alex Smith, Aaron Rodgers year, where he fell to, was it 20 or 21 or something like that. This replaces that. No one's going to be talking about Aaron Rodgers falling anymore. The Shador fall.
Nope.
This is something that we're going to talk about for a long time. This is a guy they talked about being the number 1 overall pick for a while over Cam Ward, and then it was, well, he'll go 2 or 3, and then lo and behold, he's in the 30s, and we're in the 30s. He hasn't been taken. And there's not a lot of teams.
I'm telling you right now. I expect Owen to come on the show on Monday and be a man, and I'm going to set up a date where he is going to be right center screen for the whole show with a blonde wig and a pink dress and some lipstick. It is going to be one of the funniest things you'll ever watch. And Owen's going to have to sit there in absolute disbelief that he has to do this. Jabba,
eating a runza and smoking a cigarette.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I don't want to stare at for 4 hours, though.
I'm going to be laughing for 4 hours. I don't even know if I'll be able to keep a straight face.
There's no way.
Imagine he comes out in a wedding dress or something.
By the way, so for everybody who's keeping track, this is the third bet with me and Owen. He lost the first 2, and now he's lost his third. He's 0 for 3 on betting with me on this show. And I never asked him for any of the money, but this one, he's going to. And by the way, Jeff still owes me eating dog poop.
Oh, yeah.
But I won't push him to do that because that's just absolutely senile and disgusting.
Probably improve his diet.
Hot topic call, though.
I'm sorry? What happened? Fish, what did you say?
I'd say it probably improves his diet.
Oh, God. I couldn't sit there and watch him stick a bunch of dog crap in his mouth on the show. And he said he wouldn't do it. He says he wouldn't do it on camera. He would do it on camera for me, but he wouldn't. He doesn't want me to post it on social media. But there's no fun in it if I can't post it on social media. So him eating dog crap. So that defeats the purpose on why I wanted to do it with Jeff. So, but Owen, I think he's a man on this. I think Owen's going to live up to the bet, and I definitely got to see this. This is something that I definitely want to experience.
And most importantly for Fish, Keith owes us an on-topic call.
An on-topic call.
This is the second time I made a bet. The Beeve, I was 50 seconds away for the Beeve actually wearing a dress, a wig, lipstick, and walking into my studio with high heels before, Jimmy Garoppolo.
This is the battle of like the 3-win Bears and the 2-win 49ers.
Came back. Jimmy Garoppolo came back from the Bears they were down by 10 points with 1 minute and 40 seconds. Came back and beat the 49ers. I remember, the 49ers came back to beat the Bears with 1 minute and 40 seconds left of the game. I was so pissed off, and I had to wear a Tom Brady jersey on this show, the whole show. A New England Patriots, Tom Brady as a Jet fan. I was so disgusted. By the way, I look good with a Patriots jersey. I'm not going to lie, but I couldn't stand it. And he takes the picture. He sends me the picture every year around the same time just to piss me off. And it makes me sick to my stomach every time I see it.
Fish, I had to do the same thing when I lost a bet to the Beef, having to wear a Tony Romo jersey on the air.
That man is one of the luckiest people you have ever met.
True.
He wins bets. I'm talking about money bets. Dude, guys, he won a box that won him $50,000 for the Super Bowl. $50,000 he won. He went and picked up cash money, $50,000, which wasn't taxed. I don't want to get him in trouble, but was not taxed. He made $50,000 for a box that landed with 30 seconds left in the Super Bowl. That it pissed me the hell off watching him just gather $50,000 of hundreds. It just made me sick to my stomach. True story, by the way. And if the Beef is listening, which he's probably past his bedtime, the little baby brat.
He probably slammed something when the Cowboys reached.
And by the way, we're not gonna do any of the. We were gonna go through Deuce of the Day and obviously King of the Hill. We're gonna do that, but we're not gonna do that tonight. It's a late night. It was a draft. But I will say this: I really appreciate all the fans. If they were tuning to ESPN and the NFL Network, we really appreciate you guys. And there's still 496 people watching us right now, just on Twitter and whatever's on. So we really appreciate all the fans tuning in and sitting and listening to us instead of watching the NFL Network, or maybe you're watching both of us or all of us. We really appreciate all you guys sitting and enjoying us for the last, 4.5 hours, 5 hours. So we really appreciate you guys for doing that. And again, we do this every single year, really, for you guys to just get away from all that crap, that Mel Kiper shit, excuse my language, and all that NFL crap that they put out. Oh, this is my favorite guy in the draft. I told you. Oh, what is Jamie Lee saying over
wow,
here?
the Beef was actually happy with the Cowboys taking Booker at 12.
It's just a bad pick. It's a bad
The
pick.
Beef doesn't even know who Booker is, Jamie Lee. He has no idea who he is. What the hell Dude, he didn't like Tyler Smith, but he likes Booker? Get the hell out of here. What drugs are you on, Beef? Whatever it is, I hope you're doing it from the asshole. It'll hit you faster.
Double sets of dude wipes.
I personally like the Ohio State guard.
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my two-hole, I'm good.
I just think he's a better player.
You just made my nose hard.
You don't take a guard that high unless you're stupid and Jerry Jones. So great job, Jerry Jones, doing your Jerry Jonesing and just continuing to not be good enough to get it done. And
I would have drafted, if I was the Cowboys, I would have drafted Jabba, out of retirement to be my my guard for my football team. The Dallas Cowboys select Jabba Chamberlain, Nebraska, 20 years ago.
Still got eligibility.
Yeah, you get some NIL deals going. It's not too late.
Believe it. That'd be a fun movie, like eligibility in your late 30s.
Oh
and
my
you go back and play.
Who was the wide receiver that eligibility at like the age of 28 and went into the NFL draft and was drafted? It was years ago. I forget. And it was a quarterback that was drafted at 20. He
was Brandon Weeden.
Brandon Weeden was 20. Yeah.
Weeden was old too. Yeah,
I remember
was he
that.
a Navy guy or something like that.
He was like 28-year-old. He was 28.
How old was Drew Henson?
Drew Henson. I don't know, but there was a wide receiver I remember. I forget who it was that was drafted at the age of like 27 or 28. Or
Drew
tight
Henson
end.
played football first and then went to baseball. So he was.
Yeah, he went the other way.
He went the other way around. Yeah, but I don't know, man. There's a lot of good guys out there. The Giants don't pick again until the top of the third round. Okay, I'll wait. I'm happy.
Yeah, you wait because you got your quarterback and your pass rusher. So
it's the best that could have went, right? Is this? It could have gone any better for Shane in the first round?
I think I think it went pretty good for the Jets. If you're a Jet fan, you should be happy. You solidified your tackle position, which is not easy to do. And you did back-to-back years with tackles. You had Olu Fashanu last year, who was arguably one of the best tackles we've seen in the last 5 years out of the draft, who didn't give up any sacks in 3 years playing for Penn State. And then you have this kid, who I don't know much about, but Fizz, you're like raving about this kid, that this guy's special. This guy beats the hell out of people, and he just roughs people around.
Just wait till you get a look at him when the season starts. You're just going to fall in love with this guy. He's just going to play the game in a way that makes it fun to watch the run game.
He's mean.
He's a mean offensive lineman. You love guys. You know who he reminds me of? A different position, but the same level of meanness when he plays is Richie Incognito. That type of attitude on the field, where he's just gonna give it to you every single time and let you know. And guess what? We got to do it again next play. I'm here for all of it. I think you got a really special player at right tackle to go with a really special player at left tackle. If you can figure out if the guards can get their heads figured out, I don't think Tucker's really long for the NFL unless he can get his injuries. I think have sapped a lot of his powers over the years.
They got a good center, so they just have to clean up the middle. And since it was good last year, before
they're on their way. They're on their way. I think they're on their way for sure. So I would have liked to see them. I think they need a receiver though. I think that's where they need to go in the second round. There's a couple of really good players still available. There's a bunch of really good tackles out there. The guards and centers, there's still a couple of, maybe one or two guards, but all the centers are still there. It's a pretty deep second round. It should be a lot of really good players.
And before we go, maybe they shift Tippmann to the guard because he was unbelievable as a guard, and then they draft one of those centers.
Yeah, I probably would
draft one of those centers
because he's 6'5", and centers usually aren't that tall, and I think it hurts him a little bit being at that height, playing that position. At guard, it's not a problem. You can, especially you can lean on people in double teams. It's nice to have that at the guard position and help out the center. I would like to see them do that, but they need to get the center. If they go with the Georgia center in the second round, that line is fixed. Now, right now, it's fixed, and that could be really
move well too.
You know what I mean? That would be the move. It's either that or you take the receiver, or if there's just someone you think is just a special player that nobody knows about, obviously you take him. But that's how I would see it. I like Higgins. I think a red zone threat makes sense, especially a run-heavy offense. Errol, you were saying that about Aaron Glenn.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you know about run-heavy offenses? They're going play action. They want to throw it to the tight end, and they want to throw slants to the guys like Garrett Wilson, and they want to throw it up to the big tall guys. And they're not going to do much else throwing. But you need to get one of those big, tall red zone guys.
And that's the thing. I don't think they're going to throw a lot. I don't think
he only needs to be there 3-4 catches a game, but they all have to be in the red zone.
They're saying that they'll be lucky if they have Justin Fields throwing 20-25 times. Nothing more than that. That's what they're saying. That they're going to be predominantly run, and they got 3 backs that can do it. And I guess drafting this guy, they're running the friggin' ball. They're going to beat the hell out of teams by running the ball, by doing this. So I think it's a good move for the Jets. I'm happy. I want to see what they do tomorrow at number 10 in the second round and see where they go with that. But it was a great show. Thank you to all the fans out there. We really appreciate all the fans tuning into our NFL draft party. Again, we want you guys to know. And by the way, I want to thank all the guests that came on. Chase Baker from UK coming on. It was 1:30 in the morning and coming on the show and kind of giving us his take. We really appreciate him. I know his picture wasn't working, but it's the UK. We know it's crappy over there. So we thank you to Chase Baker for the first time on the show. Jeremy Mincy for joining us as well. I know he was dealing with some stuff, so thank you to him. And Bobby Carpenter, who, by the way, was fantastic. Yes. He really was. I thought Meek Mills, okay? So thank you to Meek Mills for giving us his takes as well. And hopefully P. Diddy is not, hiding in his junkyard. Anyways, thank you to him as well. So thank you to all the fans. Follow us on all our social medias, Apple Podcasts and Spotify Spotify video, Job in the Mouth. Go to YouTube, Job in the Mouth, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Worldwide Sports Radio Network for Facebook, but all of them, guys. Jabba and the Mouth. And again, go to our website, www.worldwidesportsradio.com, and check out all our stories, everything, guys. We really appreciate you guys. We'll talk to you on Monday. Who do we have on Monday?
Oh, we're going to have our post-draft panel. We have 5 different analysts that are coming
guys,
on.
you like this.
And then on Thursdays, time to still be determined, our friend Quentin Copels will be returning.
Quentin Copels coming on again.
Yeah, he said he would have came on tonight. He saw the message too late, but he said he wants to come on next week.
Oh, he loves Jabba. It's just hopefully we keep him away from Jabba's.
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
We'll keep him away from Jabba's butthole. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the rest of your weekend and go Knicks. We'll talk to you next week.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.